Recorded Books presents an unabridged recording of Cadillac Jukebox by James Lee Burke, narrated by Mark Hammer. This book is copyrighted 1996 by James Lee Burke. This recording is copyrighted 1996 by Recorded Books. No one was surprised when Aaron Crown was accused of assassinating the most famous civil rights leader in Louisiana. But it took 28 years for the system to put him in Angola Penitentiary. Now, Crown is proclaiming his innocence and asking Dave Robichaux for help. And now, Cadillac Jukebox.
Chapter 1. Aaron Crown shouldn't have come back into our lives. After all, he'd never really been one of us anyway, had he? His family, shiftless timber people, had come from North Louisiana, and when they arrived in Iberia Parish, they brought their ways with them, occasionally stealing livestock along river bottoms, poaching deer, perhaps, some said, practicing incest. I first saw Aaron Crown 35 years ago when, for a brief time, he tried to sell strawberries and rattlesnake watermelons out on the highway. Out of the same truck he hauled cow manure in. He seemed to walk sideways like a crab, and wore bib overalls even in summertime, and paid $1 to have his head lathered and shaved in the barber shop every Saturday morning. His thick, hair-covered body gave off an odor like sour milk, and the barber would open the front and back doors and turn on the fans when Aaron was in the chair. If there was a violent portent in his behavior, no one ever saw it. The Negroes who worked for him looked upon him indifferently, as a white man who was neither good nor bad, whose moods and elliptical peckerwood speech and peculiar green eyes were governed by thoughts and explanations known only to himself. To entertain the Negroes who hung around the shoeshine stand in front of the old Frederick Hotel on Saturday mornings, he'd scratch matches alight on his clenched teeth, let a pool of paraffin burn to a waxy scorch in the center of his palm, flip a knife into the toe of his work boot. But no one who looked into Aaron Crown's eyes ever quite forgot them. They flared with a wary light for no reason, looked back at you with a reptilian, lidless hunger that made you feel a sense of sexual ill-ease, regardless of your gender. Some said he'd once been a member of the Klan, expelled from it for fighting inside a Baptist church, swinging a wood bench into the faces of his adversaries. But that was the stuff of poor white Piney Woods folklore, as remote from our French Catholic community as tales of lynchings and church bombings in Mississippi. How could we know that underneath a live oak tree hung with moss and spider webs of blue moonlight, Aaron Crown would sight down the barrel of a sporterized Mauser rifle, his body splayed out comfortably like an infantry marksman's, the leather sling wrapped tightly around his left forearm, his loins tingling against the earth, and drill a solitary round through a plate glass window into the head of the most famous NAACP leader in Louisiana. It took 28 years to nail him, to assemble a jury that belonged sufficiently to a younger generation that had no need to defend men like Aaron Crown. Everyone had always been sure of his guilt. He'd never denied it, had he? Besides, he'd never been one of us. It was early fall, an election year, and each morning after the sun rose out of the swamp and burned the fog away from the flooded cypress trees across the bayou from my bait shop and boat rental business, the sky would harden to such a deep, heart-drenching blue that you felt you could reach up and fill your hand with it like bowls of stained cotton. The air was dry and cool, too, and the dust along the dirt road by the bayou seemed to rise into gold columns of smoke and light through the canopy of oaks overhead. So when I glanced up from sanding the planks on my dock on a Saturday morning and saw Buford LaRose and his wife Karen jogging through the long tunnel of trees toward me, they seemed like part of a photograph in a health magazine, part of an idealized moment caught by a creative photographer in a depiction of what's called the New South, rather than an oddity, far removed from the refurbished plantation home in which they lived 25 miles away. I convinced myself they hadn't come to see me, that forcing them to stop their run out of reasons of politeness would be ungenerous on my part, and I set down my sanding machine and walked toward the bait shop. "Hello," I heard Buford call. Your past comes back in different ways. In this case, it was in the form of Karen LaRose, her platinum hair sweat-soaked and piled on her head, her running shorts and purple and gold Mike the Tiger t-shirt glued to her body like wet Kleenex. "How y'all doing?" I replied, my smile as stiff as ceramic. "Aaron Crown called you yet?" Buford asked, resting one hand on the dock railing, pulling one ankle up toward his muscular thigh with the other. "How'd you know?" I said. "He's looking for soft-hearted guys to listen to his story." Buford grinned, then winked with all the confidence of the 80-yard passing quarterback he'd been at LSU 20 years earlier. He was still lean-stomached and narrow-waisted, his chest flat like a prizefighter's, his smooth, wide shoulders olive with tan, his curly brown hair bleached on the tips by the sun. He pulled his other ankle up behind him, squinting at me through the sweat in his eyebrows. "Aaron's decided he's an innocent man," he said. "He's got a movie company listening to him. Starting to see the big picture. He gets a dumb cop to plead his cause," I said. "I said soft-hearted," he said, his face beaming now. "Why don't you come see us more often, Dave?" Karen asked. "That sounds good," I said, nodding, my eyes wandering out over the water. She raised her chin, wiped the sweat off the back of her neck, looked at the sun with her eyelids closed, and pursed her lips and breathed through them as though the air were cold. Then she opened her eyes again and smiled good-naturedly, leaning with both arms on the rail and stretching her legs one at a time. "Y'all want to come in for something to drink?" I asked. "Don't let this guy jerk you around, Dave," Buford said. "Why should I?" "Why should he call you in the first place?" "Who told you this?" I asked. "His lawyer." "Sounds like shaky legal ethics to me," I said. "Give me a break, Dave," he replied. "If Aaron Crown ever gets out of Angola, the first person he's going to kill is his lawyer. That's after he shoots the judge. How do we know all this? Aaron called up the judge, collect, mind you, and told him so." They said goodbye and resumed their jog, running side by side past the sprinklers spinning among the tree trunks in my front yard. I watched them grow smaller in the distance, all the while feeling that somehow something inappropriate, if not unseemly, had just occurred. I got in my pickup truck and caught up with them a quarter-mile down the road. They never broke stride. "This bothers me, Buford," I said out the window. "You wrote a book about Aaron Crown. It might make you our next governor. Now you want to control access to the guy?" "Bothers you, huh?" he said, his air-cushioned running shoes thudding rhythmically in the dirt. "It's not an unreasonable attitude," I said. Karen leaned her face past him and grinned at me. Her mouth was bright red, her brown eyes happy and charged with energy from her run. You'll be bothered a lot worse if you help these right-wing cretins take over Louisiana in November. See you around, buddy, he said, then gave me the thumbs-up sign just before he and his wife poured it on and cut across a shady grove of pecan trees. She called me that evening, not at the house, but at the bait shop. Through the screen I could see the lighted gallery and windows in my house, across the dirt road, up the slope, through the darkening trees. "Are you upset with Buford?" she said. "No. He just doesn't want to see you used, that's all." "I appreciate his concern. Should I have not been there? I'm happy y'all came by." "Neither of us was married at the time, Dave. Why does seeing me make you uncomfortable?" "This isn't turning into a good conversation," I said. "I'm not big on guilt. It's too bad you are," she replied and quietly hung up. The price of a velvet black sky bursting with stars and too much champagne, a grassy levee blown with buttercups and a warm breeze off the water, I thought. Celibacy wasn't an easy virtue to take into the nocturnal hours. But guilt over an impulsive erotic moment wasn't the problem. Karen LaRose was a woman you kept out of your thoughts if you were a married man. Aaron Crown was dressed in wash-faded denims that were too tight for him when he was escorted in leg and waist chains from the lockdown unit into the interview room. He had to take mincing steps, and because both wrists were cuffed to the chain just below his rib cage, he had the bent appearance of an ape-like creature trussed with baling wire. "I don't want to talk to Aaron like this. How about it, Cap?" I said to the gun bull who'd been shepherding Angola convicts under a double-barrel 12-gauge for 55 years. The gun bull's eyes were narrow and valuative, like a man constantly measuring the potential of his adversaries, the corners webbed with wrinkles, his skin wizened and dark as a mulatto's, as if it had been smoked in a fire. He removed his briar pipe from his belt, stuck it in his mouth, clicking it dryly against his molars. He never spoke while he unlocked the net of chains from Aaron Crown's body and let them collapse around his ankles like a useless garment. Instead, he simply pointed one rigid, callous-sheathed index finger into Aaron's face, then unlocked the side door to a razor-wire-enclosed dirt yard with a solitary weeping willow that had gone yellow with the season. I sat on a weightlifter's bench while Aaron Crown squatted on his haunches against the fence and rolled a cigarette out of a small leather pouch that contained pipe tobacco. His fingernails were the thickness and mottled color of tortoiseshell. Gray hair grew out of his ears and nose. His shoulders and upper chest were braided with knots of veins and muscles. When he popped a lucifer match on his thumbnail and cupped it in the wind, he inhaled the sulfur and glue and smoke all in one breath. "I ain't did it," he said. "You pleaded nolo contendere, partner." "The shithog got appointed my case on that. He said it was worked out." He drew in on his hand-rolled cigarette, tapped the ashes off into the wind. When I didn't reply, he said, "They give me 40 years. I was 68 yesterday." "You should have pleaded out with the feds. You'd have gotten an easier bounce under a civil rights conviction," I said. "You go federal, you gotta sell with colored men." His eyes lifted into mine. "They'll cut a man in his sleep. I've seen it happen." In the distance I could see the levee along the Mississippi River and trees that were puffing with wind against a vermilion sky. "Why'd you choose me to call?" I asked. "You was the one gone after my little girl when she got lost in Henderson Swamp." "I see. I don't know what I can do, Aaron. That was your rifle they found at the murder scene, wasn't it? It had only one set of prints on it, too. Yours. It was stole, and it didn't have no set of prints on it. There was one thumbprint on the stock. Why would a white man kill a nigger in the middle of the night and leave his own gun for other people to find? Why would he wipe off the trigger, not the stock?" "You thought you'd never be convicted in the state of Louisiana." He sucked on a tooth, ground out the ash of his cigarette on the tip of his work boot, field-stripped the paper, and let it all blow away in the wind. "I ain't did it," he said. "I can't help you." He raised himself to his feet, his knees popping, and walked toward the lockdown unit, the silver hair on his arms glowing like a monkey's against the sunset. Chapter 2. The flooded cypress and willow trees were gray-green smudges in the early morning mist at Henderson Swamp. My adopted daughter, Alifair, sat on the bow of the outboard as I swung it between two floating islands of hyacinths and gave it the gas into the bay. The air was moist and cool and smelled of schooled-up sac-a-lait, or crappie, and gas flares burning in the dampness. When Alifair turned her face into the wind, her long Indian black hair whipped behind her in a rope. She was 14 now, but looked older, and oftentimes grown men turned and stared at her when she walked by, before their own self-consciousness corrected them. We traversed a long, flat bay filled with stumps and abandoned oil platforms. Then Alifair pointed at a row of wood pilings that glistened blackly in the mist. I cut the engine and let the boat float forward on its wake while Alifair slipped the anchor, a 1-foot chunk of railroad track, over the gunwale until it bit into the silt and the bow swung around against the rope. The water in the minnow bucket was cold and dancing with shiners when I dipped my hand in to bait our lines. "Can you smell the sac-a-lait? There must be thousands in here," she said. "You bet. This is the best place in the whole bay, isn't it?" "I don't know of a better one," I said, and handed her a sandwich after she'd cast her bobber among the pilings. It had been almost 9 years since I'd pulled her from the submerged and flooded wreckage of a plane that had been carrying Salvadoran war refugees. Sometimes in my sleep I would relive that moment when I found her struggling for breath inside the inverted cabin, her face turned upward like a guppy's into the wobbling and diminishing bubble of air above her head, her legs scissoring frantically above her mother's drowned form. But time has its way with all of us, and today I didn't brood upon water as the conduit into the world of the dead. The spirits of villagers, their mouths wide with the concussion of air bursts, no longer whispered to me from under the brown currents of the Mekong either. Nor did the specter of my murdered wife Annie, who used to call me up long distance from her home under the sea and speak to me through the rain. Now water was simply a wide alluvial flood plain in the Atchafalaya Basin of South Louisiana that smelled of humus and wood smoke, where mallards rose in squadrons above the willows and trailed in long black lines across a sun that was as yellow as egg yolk. "You really went to see that man Aaron Crown at Angola, Dave?" Alifair asked. "Sure did. My teacher says he's a racist. He assassinated a black man in Baton Rouge." "Aaron Crown's an ignorant and physically ugly man. He's the kind of person people like to hate. I'm not sure he's a killer, though, Al. Why not? I wish I knew. Which was not only an inadequate, but a disturbing answer. Why? Because Aaron Crown didn't fit the profile. If he was a racist, he didn't burn with it, as most of them did. He wasn't political either, at least not to my knowledge. So what was the motivation? I asked myself. In homicide cases, it's almost always money, sex, or power, which applied in the case of Aaron Crown. What you thinking about, Dave? Alifair asked. When I was a young cop in New Orleans, I was home on vacation, and Aaron Crown came to the house and said his daughter was lost out here in a boat. Nobody would go after her because she was 14 and had a reputation for running off and smoking dope and doing other kinds of things. You with me? She looked at her bobber floating between the pilings. So I found her. She wasn't lost, though. She was in a houseboat right across the bay there with a couple of men. I never told Aaron what she'd been doing, but I think he knew. You believe he's innocent? Probably not. It's just one of those strange deals, Alf. The guy loved his daughter, which means he has emotions and affections like the rest of us. That's something we don't like to think about when we assign a person the role of assassin and community geek. She thought the word geek was funny and snorted through her nose. It started to sprinkle, and we hung raincoats over our heads like cloistered monks and pulled sac-a-lait out of the pilings until mid-morning, then layered them with crushed ice in the cooler and headed for home, just as a squall churned out of the south like smoke twisting inside a bottle. We gutted and half-mooned the fish at the gills and scaled them with spoons under the canvas tarp on the dock. Baptiste, the black man who worked for me, came out of the bait shop with an unlit cigar stuck in his jaw. He let the screen slam behind him. He was bald and wore bell-bottom blue jeans and a white T-shirt that looked like rotted cheesecloth on his barrel chest. "There's a guard from the prison farm inside," he said. "What's he want?" I said. "I ain't asked. Whatever it is, it don't have nothing to do with spending money. Dave, we gotta have these kind in our shop." Oh boy, I thought. I went inside and saw the old-time gun bull from the lockdown unit I'd visited in Angola just yesterday. He was seated at a back table by the lunch meat cooler, his back stiff, his profile carved out of teak. He wore a fresh khaki shirt and trousers, a hand-tooled belt, a white straw hat slanted over his forehead. His walking cane, whose point was sheathed in a 6-inch steel tube, the kind road gang hacks used to carry, was hooked by the handle over the back of his chair. He'd purchased a 50-cent can of soda to drink with the brown paper bag of ginger snaps he'd brought with him. "How's it going, Cap?" I said. "I need your opinion on something," he replied. His accent was North Louisiana hill country, the vowels phlegmy and round and deep in the throat, like speech lifted out of the 19th century. His hands, which were dotted with liver spots, shook slightly with palsy. His career reached back into an era when Angola convicts were beaten with the Black Betty, stretched out on ant hills, locked down in sweat boxes on Camp A, sometimes even murdered by guards on a whim, and buried in the Mississippi levee. In the years I'd known him, I'd never seen him smile or heard him mention any form of personal life outside the penitentiary. "Some movie people has offered me $5,000 for an interview about Crown. What do you reckon I ought to do?" he said. Take it. What's the harm? He bit the edge off a ginger snap. I got the feeling they want me to say he don't belong up there on the farm, that maybe the wrong man's in prison. I see. Something's wrong, ain't it? Sir? White man kills a black man down south. Them Hollywood people don't come looking to get the white man off. I don't have an answer for you, Cap. Just tell 'em what you think and forget about it. I looked at the electric clock on the wall above the counter. What I think is the sumbitch is about half human. My eyes met his. He's got a stink on him don't wash off. If he ain't killed the NAACP nigger, he done it to somebody else. He chewed a ginger snap dryly in his jaw, then swallowed it with a small sip of soda, the leathery skin of his face cobwebbed with lines in the gloom. Word travels fast among the denizens of the nether regions. On Tuesday morning, Helen Swallow came into my office at the Iberia Parish Sheriff's Department and said we had to pick up and hold a New Orleans hoodlum named Mingo Bloomberg, who was wanted as a material witness in the killing of a police officer in the French Quarter. You know him? She asked. She wore a starched white shirt and blue slacks and her badge on her gun belt. She was a blonde, muscular woman whose posture and bold stare always seemed to anticipate, even relish, challenge or insult. He's a button man for the Giacano family, I said. We don't have that. Bad communications with NOPD, then. Mingo's specialty is disappearing his victims. He's big on fish chum. That's terrific. XPD Chatlin is babysitting him for us. We checked out a cruiser and drove into the south part of the parish on back roads that were lined with sugarcane wagons on their way to the mill. Then we followed a levee through a partially cleared field to a tin-roofed fish camp set back in a grove of persimmon and pecan trees. A cruiser was parked in front of the screened-in gallery. The front doors opened, the radio turned off. XPD Chatlin had spent most of his law enforcement career as a crossing guard, or escorting drunks from the jail to guilty court. He had narrow shoulders and wide hips, a tube of fat around his waist, and a thin mustache that looked like grease pencil. He and another uniformed deputy were eating sandwiches with Mingo Bloomberg at a plank table on the gallery. What you think you're doing, XPD? Helen asked. Waiting on y'all. What's it look like? He replied. How's it hanging, Robichaud? Mingo Bloomberg said. No haps, Mingo. He emptied his beer can and put an unlit cigarette in his mouth. He was a handsome man and wore beltless gray slacks and loafers and a long-sleeved shirt printed with flowers. His hair was copper-colored and combed straight back on his scalp, his eyes ice blue, as invasive as a dirty finger when they'd locked on yours. He opened his lighter and began to flick the flint dryly as though we weren't there. Get out of that chair and lean against the wall, Helen said. He lowered the lighter, his mouth screwed into a smile around his cigarette. She pulled the cigarette out of his mouth, threw it over her shoulder, and aimed her 9mm into the middle of his face. Say something wise, you fuck. Go ahead, I want you to, she said. I pulled him to his feet, pushed him against the wall, and kicked his ankles apart. When I shook him down, I tapped a hard, square object in his left pocket. I removed a .25 caliber automatic, dropped the magazine, pulled the slide back on the empty chamber, then tossed the pistol into XPD's lap. Nobody told me. I thought the guy was supposed to be a witness or something, he said. Helen cuffed Mingo's wrists behind him and shoved him toward the screen door. Hey, Robichaud, you and the lady take your grits off the stove, he said. It's up to you, Mingo, I said. We were out front now, under a gray sky in the wind, in leaves that toppled out of the trees on the edge of the clearing. Mingo rolled his eyes. Up to me? You ought to put a cash register on top of y'all's cruiser, he said. You want to explain that? I said. He looked at Helen, then back at me. Give us a minute, I said to her. I walked him to the far side of our cruiser, opened the back door, and sat him down behind the wire mesh screen. I leaned one arm on the roof and looked down into his face. An oiled, coppery strand of hair fell down across his eyes. You did the right thing with this guy Crown. You do the right thing, you get taken care of. Something wrong with that? He said. Yeah, I'm not getting taken care of. Then that's your fucking problem. When you get back to the big sleazy, stay there, Mingo, I said, and closed the car door. I got a permit for the piece you took off me. I want it back, he said, through the open window. I waited for Helen to get behind the wheel, drumming my fingers on the cruiser's roof, trying to conceal the disjointed expression in my face. If you seriously commit yourself to alcohol, I mean full bore, the way you take up a new religion, and join that great host of revelers who sing and lock arms as they bid farewell to all innocence in their lives, you quickly learn the rules of behavior in this exclusive fellowship, whose dues are the most expensive in the world. You drink down. That means you can't drink in well-lighted places with ordinary people because the psychological insanity in your face makes you a pariah among them. So you find other drunks, whose condition is as bad as your own, or preferably even worse. But time passes and you run out of geography and people who are in some cosmetic way less than yourself, and bars where the only admission fee is the price of a 6 a.m. short dog. That's when you come to places like Sibel Crown's at the underpass in Lafayette. The underpass area had once been home to a dingy brick hotel and row of low-rent bars run by a notorious family of Syrian criminals. Now the old bars and brick hotel had been bulldozed into rubble, and all that remained of the city's last Skid Row refuge was Sibel's, a dark two-story clapboard building that loomed above the underpass like a solitary tooth. It had no mirrors, and the only light inside came from the jukebox and the beer signs over the bar. It was a place where the paper Christmas decorations stayed up year-round, and you never had to see your reflection or make an unfavorable comparison between yourself and others. And not unless you counted Sibel, who'd been a $20 whore in New Orleans before she disappeared up north for several years. She was middle-aged now, with flecks of gray in her auburn hair, but she looked good in her blue jeans and V-necked beige sweater, and her face retained a kind of hard beauty that gave fantasies to men who drank late and still believed the darkness of a bar could resurrect opportunities from their youth. She opened a bottle of 7-Up and set it in front of me with a glass of ice. "You doing all right, Strake?" she said. "Not bad. How about you, Sibel?" "I hope you're not here for anything stronger than 7-Up." I smiled and didn't reply. The surface of the bar stuck to my wrists. Why would a New Orleans gumball named Mingo Bloomberg have an interest in your father? I said. You got me. I went over everything I could find on Aaron's case this afternoon. I think he could have beat it if he'd had a good lawyer, I said. She studied my face curiously. The beer sign on the wall made tiny red lights like sparks in her hair. The big problem was Aaron told some other people he did it, I said. She put out her cigarette in the ashtray, then set a shot glass and a bottle of cream sherry by my elbow, and walked down the duckboards and around the end of the bar and sat down next to me, her legs hooked in the stool's rungs. You still married? She said. Sure. She didn't finish her thought. She poured sherry into her shot glass and drank it. Daddy went to the 3rd grade. He hauled manure for a living. Rich people on East Main made him go round to their back doors. I continued to look into her face. Look, when this black civil rights guy got killed with Daddy's rifle, he started making up stories. People talked about him. He got to be a big man for a while, she said. He lied about a murder? How'd you like to be known as white trash in a town like New Iberia? Big trade-off, I said. What isn't? She gestured to the bartender, pointed to a shoebox under the cash register. He handed it to her and walked away. She lifted off the top. You were in the army. See what you recognize in there. I don't know one medal from another, she said. It was heavy and filled with watches, rings, pocket knives, and military decorations. Some of the latter were Purple Hearts. At least 2 were Silver Stars. It also contained a .32 revolver with electrician's tape wrapped on the grips. If the medal's got a felt-lined box, I give a 3-drink credit, she said. Thanks for your time, I said. You want to find out about my father, talk to Buford LaRosa. His book sent Daddy to prison. I might do that. When you see Buford, tell him... But she shook her head and didn't finish. She pursed her lips slightly and kissed the air. I went home for lunch the next day, and as I came around the curve on the bayou, I saw Karen LaRosa's blue Mazda convertible back out of my drive and come toward me on the dirt road. She stopped abreast of me and removed her sunglasses. Her teeth were white when she smiled. Her tanned skin and platinum hair dappled with sunlight that fell through the oak trees. What's up, Karen? I thought this would be a grand time to have y'all out. I beg your pardon. Oh, stop all this silliness, Dave. Listen, Karen... See ya, kiddo, she said, shifted into first and disappeared in my rearview mirror, her hair whipping in the wind. I pulled into our dirt drive and parked by the side of the house, which had been built out of notched and pegged cypress during the Depression by my father, a huge, grinning, hard-drinking Cajun who was killed on the Salt in an oil well blowout. Over the years, the tin roof on the gallery had turned purple with rust, and the wood planks in the walls had darkened and hardened with rain and dust storms and smoke from stubble fires. My wife, Bootsy, and I had hung baskets of impatiens from the gallery, put flower boxes in the windows, and planted the beds with roses, hibiscus, and hydrangeas. But in the almost year-round shade of the live oaks and pecan trees, the house had a dark quality that seemed straight out of the year 1930, as though my father still held claim to it. Bootsy had fixed ham and onion sandwiches and iced tea and potato salad for lunch, and we set the kitchen table together and sat down to eat. I kept waiting for her to mention Karen's visit, but she didn't. "I saw Karen LaRose out on the road," I said. "Oh, yes, I forgot. Tomorrow evening. She wants us to come to a dinner and lawn party." "What'd you tell her?" "Well, I didn't think we had anything planned, but I said I'd ask you." She'd stopped eating. I felt her eyes on my face. "You don't want to go?" "Not really." "Do you have a reason? Or do we just tell people to drop dead arbitrarily?" "Buford's too slick for me. He's a therapist and a university professor. Maybe the state will finally have a governor with more than 2 brain cells." "Fine, let's go. It's not a problem," I said. "Dave, I'm looking forward to it." Finally, her exasperation gave way to a smile, then to a laugh. "You are too much, Streak," she said. I wiped at my mouth with my napkin, then walked around behind her chair, put my arms on her shoulders, and kissed her hair. It was the color of dark honey, and she brushed it in thick swirls on her head, and it always smelled like strawberry shampoo. I kissed her along the cheek and touched her breasts. "You doing anything?" I said. "You have to go back to work. The perps will understand." She reached behind the chair and fitted her hand around the back of my thigh. The curtains in the bedroom, which were white and gauzy and printed with tiny flowers, puffed and twisted in the wind that blew through the trees in the yard. When Bootsy undressed, her body seemed sculpted, glowing with light against the window. She had the most beautiful complexion of any woman I ever knew. When she made love, it flushed with heat as though she had a fever, and took on the hue of a new rose petal. I kissed her breasts and took her nipples in my mouth and traced my fingers down the flatness of her stomach. Then I felt her reach down and take me in her palm. When I entered her, she hooked her legs in mine and laced the fingers of one hand in my hair and placed the other hand hard in the small of my back. I could feel her breath against the side of my face, the perspiration on her stomach and inside her thighs, then her tongue on my neck, the wetness of her mouth near my ear. I wanted to hold it, to give more satisfaction than I received. But that terrible moment of male pleasure and solitary indulgence had its way. "Boots," I said hoarsely. "It's all right, Dave." "Go ahead," she whispered. She ran both palms down my lower back and pushed me deeper inside. Then something broke like a dam and melted in my loins, and I closed my eyes and saw a sailfish rising from a cresting wave, its mouth torn with a hook, its skin blue and hard, its gills strung with pink foam. Then it disappeared into the wave again, and the ground swells were suddenly flat and empty, dented with rain, sliding across the fire coral down below. It should have been a perfect afternoon, but on my way out, Bootsy asked, almost as an afterthought, "Was there any other reason you didn't want to go to the LaRoses?" "No, of course not." I tried to avert my eyes, but it was too late. I saw the recognition in her face like a sharp and unexpected slap. "It was a long time ago, Boots, before we were married." She nodded, her thoughts concealed. Then she said, her voice flat, "We're all modern people these days. Like you say, Street, no problem." She walked down to the pond at the back of our property by herself with a bag of bread crusts to feed the ducks. Chapter 3. At sunrise the next day, while I was helping Baptiste open up the bait shop before I went to work, the old-time gun bull called me long distance from Angola. "You remember I told you about them movie people come see me? There's one ain't gonna be around no more," he said. "What happened, Cap?" "My nephew's a uniform at NOPD in the 1st District. They thought it was just a white man interested in the wrong piece of jelly roll. That's till they found the camera," he said. After I hung up the phone, I filled minnow buckets for 2 fishermen, put a rental outboard in the water, and pulled the tarp on guy wires over the spool tables on the dock in case it rained. Baptiste was sprinkling hickory chips on the coals in the barbecue pit, which we'd fashioned from a split oil drum to cook chickens and links of sausage for our midday customers. "That was that old man from up to prison farm?" he asked. "I'm afraid so. I ain't gonna say it but once, no. It don't matter what that kind of man bring into your life. It ain't no good." "I'm a police officer, partner. I can't always be selective about the people I talk to." He cut his head and walked away. I left a message for the nephew at NOPD and drove to the office just as it started to mist. He returned my call 2 hours later, then turned over the telephone to a homicide detective. This is how I've reconstructed the story that was told to me. Vice had identified the hooker as Brandy Grissom, a black 25-year-old heroin addict who'd done a 1-bit in the St. John the Baptist jail for sale and possession. She worked with 3 or 4 pimps and Murphy artists out of the quarter. The pimps were there for the long-term regular trade. The Murphy artists took down the tourists, particularly those who were drunk, married, respectable, in town on conventions, scared of cops and their employers. It was an easy scam. Brandy would walk into a bar, well-dressed, perhaps wearing a suit, sit at the end of the counter or by herself in a booth, glance once into the John's face, her eyes shy, her hands folded demurely in front of her, then wait quietly while her partner cut the deal. This is the shuck. "My lady over there ain't a regular, know what I'm saying? Kind of like a schoolgirl just out on the town." Here he smiles. "She needs somebody take her around the world, know what I'm saying? I need $60 to cover the room. We'll all walk down to it. I ain't going nowhere on you. Then you want to give her a present or something? That's between y'all." The difference in the scenario this time was that John had his own room as well as agenda. His name was Dwayne Parsons, an Academy Award nominee and 2-time Emmy winner for his documentary scripts. But Dwayne Parsons had another creative passion, too, one that was unknown to the hooker and the Murphy artist, and a second black man who was about to appear soon. A video camera set up on a tripod in his closet. The lens pointed through a crack in the door at the waterbed in his leased efficiency apartment a block off Bourbon. Parsons and the woman were undressed, on top of black satin sheets, when the hard, insistent knock came at the door. The man's head jerked up from the pillow, his face at first startled, then simply disconcerted and annoyed. "Go away," he said. He tried to hold her arms, hold her in place on top of him, but she slid her body off his. "It's my boyfriend. He don't let me alone. He gonna break down the door," she said. She began to gather her clothes in front of her breasts and stomach. "Hey, I look like a total schmuck to you?" Parsons said. "Don't open that door. Do you hear me? Listen, you fucking nigger, you're not hustling me." She slid back the deadbolt on the door, and suddenly the back and conked and side-shaved head of a gargantuan black man were in the lens. Whoever he wasn't the man Brandy Grissom had expected. She swallowed as though she had a razor blade in her throat. But Dwayne Parsons was still not with the script. "You want to rob me, motherfucker, just take the money off the dresser. You get the gun at the Screen Actors Guild?" he said. The black man with the gun didn't speak, but the terror in the woman's face left no doubt about the decision she saw taking place in his. "I ain't seen you before, bitch. You trying to work independent?" he said. "No. I mean, yes. I don't know nobody here. I ain't from New Orleans." She pressed her clothes against her breasts and genitalia. Her mouth was trembling. 1 block away, a brass street band was playing on Bourbon. The man thought some more, then jerked the barrel of his automatic toward the door. She slipped her skirt and blouse on, wadded up her undergarments and shoes and purse, and almost flew out the door. Dwayne Parsons' face had drained. He started to get up from the bed. No, my man," the black man said, approaching him, blocking off the camera's view of Parsons' face. "Hey, it comes to everybody. You got it on with the sister. Could be worse. I said don't move, man. It's all gonna come out the same way. Ain't no need for suffering." He picked up a pillow, pressed it down in front of him, his upper arm swelling to the diameter and hardness of a fire plug, while Dwayne Parsons' body flopped like a fish's. The man with the gun stepped back quickly and fired 2 shots into the pillow. Pop, pop, and then went past the camera's lens. 1 grizzled Cro-Magnon jaw and gold tooth flashing by like a shark's profile in a zoo tank. In the distance, the street band thundered out Firehouse Blues. Dwayne Parsons' body, the head still covered by the pillow, looked like a broken white worm in the middle of the sheet. The La Rosa plantation was far out in the parish, almost St. Martinville. The main house had been built in 1857 and was the dusty color of oyster shells, its wide columned front porch scrolled by live oak trees that grew to the 3rd floor. A row of shacks in back that had once been slaves' quarters was now stacked with baled hay, and the old brick smithy had been converted into a riding stable, the arched windows sealed by the original iron shutters, which leaked orange rust as though from a wound. Bootsy and I drove past the La Rosa Company store, with its oxidized, cracked front windows and tin-roofed gallery, where barrels of pecans sat by the double-screen doors through which thousands of indebted tenants had passed until the civil rights era of the 1960s brought an end to $5-a-day farm labor. Then we turned into a white-fenced driveway that led to the rear of the home and the lawn party that was already in progress against a backdrop of live oaks and Spanish moss and an autumnal rose-stippled sky that seemed to reassure us all that the Indian summer of our lives would never end. While the buffet was being laid out on a row of picnic tables, Buford organized a touch football game and prevailed even upon the most reluctant guests to put down their drinks and join one team or another. Some were from the University in Lafayette, but most were people well known in the deceptively light-hearted and carnival-like atmosphere of Louisiana politics. Unlike their counterparts from the Piney Woods parishes to the north, they were bright, educated, openly hedonistic, always convivial, more concerned about violations of protocol than ideology. They were fun to be with. They were giddy with alcohol and the exertion of the game, their laughter tinkling through the trees each time the ball was snapped, and there was a thumping of feet across the sod and a loud pat of hands on the rump. Then a white-jacketed black man dinged a metal triangle, and everyone filed happily back toward the serving tables. "Run out, Dave. Let me throw you a serious one," Buford hollered, the football poised in his palm. He wore tennis shoes, pleated white slacks, the arms of his plum-colored sweater tied around his neck. "That's enough for me," I said. "Don't give me that old man act," he said, and cocked his arm to fire a bullet, then smiled and lofted an easy, arching pass that dropped into my hands as though he'd plopped it into a basket. He caught up with me and put his hand on my shoulder. "Well, you feel like a bag of rocks. How much iron do you pump?" he said. "Just enough to keep from falling apart." He slipped the football out of my hands, flipped it toward the stable. He watched it bounce and roll away in the dusk as though he were looking at an unformed thought in the center of his mind. "Dave, I think we're going to win next month," he said. "That's good. You think you could live in Baton Rouge?" "I've never thought about it." Someone turned on the Japanese lanterns in the trees. The air smelled of pecan husks and smoke from a barbecue pit dug in the earth. Buford paused. "How'd you like to be head of the state police?" he asked. "I was never much of an administrator, Buford." "I had a feeling you'd say something like that." "Oh?" "Dave, why do you think we've always had the worst state government in the Union? It's because good people don't want to serve in it. Is the irony lost on you?" "I appreciate the offer." "You want to think it over?" "Sure. Why not?" "That's the way," he said, and then was gone among his other guests, his handsome face glowing with the perfection of the evening and the portent it seemed to represent. Karen walked among the tree trunks toward me, a paper plate filled with roast duck and venison and dirty rice in one hand, a Corona bottle and cone-shaped glass with a lime slice inserted on the rim, gripped awkwardly in the other. My eyes searched the crowd for Bootsy. "I took the liberty," Karen said, and set the plate and glass and beer bottle down on the table for me. "Thank you. Where'd Boots go?" "I think she's in the house." She sat backward on the plank bench, her legs crossed. She'd tied her hair up with a red bandana and had tucked her embroidered denim shirt tightly into her blue jeans. Her face was warm, still flushed from the touch football game. I moved the Corona bottle and glass toward her. "You don't drink at all anymore?" she said. "No." "You want a Coke?" "I'm fine, Karen." "Did Buford talk to you about the state police job?" "He sure did." "Gee, Dave, you're a regular blabbermouth, aren't you?" I took a bite of the dressing, then rolled a strip of duck meat inside a piece of French bread and ate it. Her eyes dilated. "Did he offend you?" she said. "Here's the lay of the land, Karen. A hitman for the New Orleans mob, a genuine sociopath by the name of Mingo Bloomberg, told me I did the right thing by not getting involved with Aaron Crown. He said I'd get taken care of. Now I'm offered a job." "I don't believe you." Believe what? You. Your fucking presumption and self-righteousness. What I told you is what happened. You can make of it what you want. She walked away through the shadows, across the leaves and molded pecan husks, to where her husband was talking to a group of people. I saw them move off together, her hands gesturing while she spoke. A moment later, he was standing next to me, his wrists hanging loosely at his sides. I'm at a loss, Dave. I have a hard time believing what you told Karen, he said. I laid my fork and my plate, wadded up my paper napkin, and dropped it on the table. Maybe I'd better go, I said. You've seriously upset her. I don't think it's enough just to say you'll go. Then I apologize. I know about your and Karen's history. Is that the cause of our problem here? Because I don't bear a resentment about it. I could feel a heat source inside me, like someone cracking open the door on a wood stove. Listen, partner. A guy like Mingo Bloomberg isn't an abstraction. Neither is a documentary screenwriter who just got whacked in the quarter, I said. His expression was bemused, almost doleful, as though he were looking down at an impaired person. Good night to you, Dave. I believe you mean no harm, he said, and walked back among his guests. I stared at the red sun above the sugarcane fields, my face burning with embarrassment. Chapter 4. It was raining hard and the traffic was heavy in New Orleans when I parked off St. Charles and ran for the colonnade in front of the Pearl. The window was steamed from the warmth inside, but I could see Cleet Purcell at the counter, a basket of breadsticks and a whiskey glass and a schooner of beer in front of him, reading the front page of the Times-Picayune. "Hey, big man," he said, folding his paper, grinning broadly when I came through the door. His face was round and Irish, scarred across the nose and through one eyebrow. His seersucker suit and blue pork pie hat looked absurd on his massive body. Under his coat I could see his nylon shoulder holster and blue-black .38 revolver. "Mitch, give Dave a dozen," he said to the waiter behind the counter, then turned back to me. "Hang on a second." He knocked back the whiskey glass and chased it with beer, blew out his breath and widened his eyes. He took off his hat and mopped his forehead on his coat sleeve. "You must have had a rocky morning," I said. "I helped repossess a car because the guy didn't pay the vig on his bond. His wife went nuts, said he wouldn't be able to get to work. His kids were crying in the front yard. Really gives you a sense of purpose. Tonight I got to pick up a skip in the Iberville project. I got another one hiding out in the Desire. You want to hear some more?" The waiter set a round metal tray of raw oysters in front of me. The shells were cold and slick with ice. I squeezed a lemon on each oyster and dotted it with Tabasco. Outside, the green-painted iron streetcar clanged on its tracks around the corner of Canal and headed up the avenue toward Lee Circle. "Anyway, run all this Mingo Bloomberg stuff by me again," Cleet said. I told him the story from the beginning, at least most of it. "What stake would Bloomberg have in a guy like Aaron Crown?" I said. He scratched his cheek with 4 fingers. "I don't get it either. Mingo's a made guy. He'd been mobbed up since he went in the reformatory. The greaseballs don't have an interest in Peckerwoods, and they think the blacks are cannibals. I don't know, Street." "What's your take on the murdered scriptwriter?" Maybe wrong place, wrong time. Why'd the shooter let the girl slide? I said. Maybe he didn't want to snuff a sister. Come on, Cleet. He knew she couldn't turn tricks in the quarter without permission of the Chicano family, which means she producing a weekly minimum for guys you don't mess with. Which means the guy's a pro, I said. He raised his eyebrows and lit a cigarette. That might be, nobleman, but it all sounds like a pile of shit you don't need, he said. When I didn't answer, he said, So why are you putting your hand in it? I don't like being the subject of Mingo Bloomberg's conversation. His green eyes wandered over my face. Buford LaRosa made you mad by offering you a job? He asked. I didn't say that. I get the feeling there's something you're not telling me. What was that about his wife? His eyes continued to search my face, a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. Will you stop that? I'm getting strange signals here, Big Mon. Are we talking about memories of past Boom Boom? I put an oyster in my mouth and tried to keep my face empty, but it was no use. Even his worst detractors admitted that Cleet Purcell was one of the best investigative cops NOPD ever had, until his career went sour with pills and booze, and he had to flee to Central America on a homicide warrant. So now she's trying to work you crank, he said. Do you have to put it that way? Yeah, okay, maybe she is. What for? Did you know your hair's sweating? It's the Tabasco, Cleet. Would you ease up, please? Look, Dave, this is the basic lesson here. Don't get mixed up with rich people. One way or another, they'll hurt you. The same goes for this civil rights stuff. It's a dead issue. Leave it alone. Do you want to go out and talk to Jimmy Ray Dixon or not? I said. You've never met him? No. Jimmy Ray is a special kind of guy. You meet him once and you never quite forget the experience. I waited for him to finish, but he didn't. What do I know? He said, flipped his breadstick into the straw basket and began putting on his raincoat. There's nothing wrong with the guy. A tube of roach paste couldn't cure. We drove through the Garden District, past Tulane and Loyola universities and Audubon Park and rows of columned antebellum homes whose yards were filled with trees and flowers. The mist swirled out of the canopy of oak limbs above St. Charles, and the neon tubing scrolled on corner restaurants, and the empty outdoor cafes looked like colored smoke in the rain. Was he in Vietnam? I asked. Yeah. So were you and I. You ever see his sheet? Cleet said. I shook my head. He was a pimp in Chicago. He went down for assault and battery and carrying a concealed weapon. He even brags on it. Now, you hear him talking on the radio about how he got reborn. The guy's a shithead, Dave. Jimmy Ray Dixon owned a shopping center named for his assassinated brother out by Chalmette. He also owned apartment buildings, a nightclub in the quarter, and a 5-bedroom suburban home. But he did business in a small, unpainted 1890s cottage hung with flower baskets in the Carrollton district, down by the Mississippi levee at the end of St. Charles, where the streetcar turned around. It was a neighborhood of palm trees and green, neutral grounds, small restaurants, university students, art galleries, and bookstores. It was a part of New Orleans unmarked by spray cans and broken glass in the gutters. In 5 minutes you had the sense Jimmy Ray had chosen the role of the thumb in your eye. "You're here to ask me about the cracker that killed my brother. You're kidding, right?" He chewed and snapped his gum. He wore a long-sleeved blue-striped shirt which hid the apparatus that attached the metal hook to the stump of his left wrist. His teeth were gold-filled, his head mahogany-colored, round and light-reflective as a waxed bowling ball. He never invited us to sit down and seemed to make a point of swiveling his chair around to talk to his employees, all of whom were black, in the middle of a question. "Some people think he might be an innocent man," I said. "You one of 'em?" He grinned. "Your humor's lost on me, sir." "It took almost 30 years to put him in Angola. He should have got the needle. Now the white folks is worried about injustice." A kid in my platoon waited 2 days at a stream crossing to take out a VC who killed his friend. He used a blooker to do it. "Splattered them all over the trees," I said. "Something I ain't picking up on?" You have to dedicate yourself to hating somebody before you can lay in wait for him. I just never made Aaron Crown for that kind of guy, I said. "Let me tell you what I think of Vietnam and memory lane, Jack. I got this." He tapped his hook on his desk blotter. "Clearing toe poppers from a rice paddy 6 clicks out of Pinkville. You want to tell war stories, the DAV's downtown. You want to spring that cracker, that's your business. Just don't come round here to do it. You with me on this?" Cleet looked at me, then lit a cigarette. "Hey, don't smoke in here, man," Jimmy Ray said. "Adios," Cleet said to me and went out the door and closed it behind him. "Have any of these documentary movie people been to see you?" I asked. "Yeah. I told them the right man's in jail. I told them that was his rifle lying out under the tree. I told them Crown was in the KKK. They turned the camera off while I was still talking." He glanced at the dial on his watch, which was turned around on the bottom of his wrist. "I don't mean you no rudeness, but I got a business to run." "Thanks for your help." "I ain't give you no help. Hey, man, me and my brother Eli wasn't nothing alike. He believed in y'all, thought a great day was coming. You know what makes us all equal?" He pulled his wallet out of his back pocket, splayed it open with his thumb, and picked a $50 bill out of it with his metal hook. "Right here, man," he said, wagging the bill on the desk blotter. Late the next day, after we ate supper, I helped Bootsy wash and put away the dishes. The sun had burned into a red ember inside a bank of maroon-colored clouds above the tree line that bordered my neighbor's cane field, and through the screen I could smell rain and ozone in the south. Alifair called from the bait shop where she was helping Baptiste close up. "Dave, there's a man in a boat who keeps coming back by the dock," she said. "What's he doing?" "It's like he's trying to see through the windows." "Is Baptiste there?" "Yeah." "Put him on, would you?" When Baptiste came to the line, I said, "Who's the man in the boat?" "A guy puts earrings." As was Baptiste's way, he translated French literally into English. in this case using the word put for where. "Is he bothering y'all?" I said. "He ain't gonna bother me. I'm fixing to lock up." "What's the problem then?" "There ain't one, long as he's gone when I go out the door." "I'll be down." The air was heavy and wet-smelling and crisscrossed with birds when I walked down the slope toward the dock, the sky over the swamp the color of scorched tin. Baptiste and Alifer had collapsed the Cinzano umbrellas set in the center of the spool tables and turned on the string of overhead lights. The surface of the bayou was ruffling in the wind, and against the cypress and willows on the far side, I could see a man sitting in an outboard, dressed in a dark blue shirt and a white straw hat. I walked to the end of the dock and leaned against the railing. "Can I help you with something?" I asked. He didn't reply. His face was shadowed, but I could see the glint of his gold earrings in the light from the dock. I went inside the bait shop. "Turn on the flood lamps, Alf," I said. When she hit the toggle switch, the light bloomed across the water with the brilliance of a pistol flare. That's when I saw his eyes. "Go on up to the house, Alifer," I said. "You know him?" She said. "No, but we're going to send him on his way just the same. Now do what I ask you, okay?" "Well, I don't see why. Come on, Alf." She lifted her face, her best pout in place, and went out the screen door and let it slam behind her. Baptiste was heating a pot of coffee on the small butane stove behind the counter. He bent down and looked out the window at the bayou again, a cigar in the center of his mouth. "What you won't do with that fella, Dave?" he said. "See who he is?" I went outside again and propped my hands on the dock railing. The flood lamps mounted on the roof of the bait shop burned away the shadows from around the man in the boat. His hair was long, like a 19th century Indian's, his cheeks unshaved, the skin dark and grained as though it had been rubbed with black pepper. His arms were wrapped with scarlet tattoos, but like none I'd ever seen before. Unlike jailhouse art, the ink ran in strings down the arms, webbed in bright fantails, as though all of his veins had been superimposed on the skin's surface. But it was the eyes that caught and impaled you. They were hunter's eyes, chemical green, rimmed with a quivering energy as though he heard the sounds of hidden adversaries in the wind. "What's your business here, partner?" I asked. He seemed to think on it. One hand opened and closed on an oar. "I ain't eat today," he said. The accent was vaguely Spanish, the tone flat, disconnected from the primitive set of the jaw. Baptiste joined me at the rail with a cup of coffee in his hand. "Come inside," I said, Baptiste's eyes fixed on mine. The man didn't start his engine. Instead, he used one oar to row across the bayou to the concrete ramp. He stepped into the water ankle-deep, lifted the bow with one hand and pulled the boat up until it was snug on the ramp. Then he reached behind him and lifted out a stiff bedroll that was tied tightly with leather thongs. His work boots were loud on the dock as he walked toward us, his Levi's high on his hips, notched under his rib cage with a wide leather belt and brass buckle. "You oughtn't to axe me in, Dave. This is our place," Baptiste said. "It's all right." "No, it surely ain't." The man let his eyes slide over our faces as he entered the bait shop. I followed him inside and for the first time smelled his odor, like charcoal and kerosene, unwashed hair, mud gone sour with stagnant water. He waited expectantly at the counter, his bedroll tucked under his arm. His back was as straight as a sword. I fixed him 2 chili dogs on a paper plate and set them in front of him with a glass of water. He sat on the stool and ate with a spoon, gripping the handle with his fist, mopping the beans and sauce and ground meat with a slice of bread. Baptiste came inside and began loading the beer cooler behind the counter. "Where are you from?" I said. "El Paso." "Where'd you get the boat?" He thought about it. "I found it 2 weeks back. It was sunk. I cleaned it up pretty good." He stopped eating and watched me. "It's a nice boat," I said. His face twitched and his eyes were empty again, the jawbones chewing. "You got a restroom?" he asked. "It's in the back, behind those empty pop cases." "How much your razor blades?" he said to Baptiste. "This ain't no drugstore. What you after, man?" Baptiste said. The man wiped his mouth with the flats of his fingers. The lines around his eyes were stretched flat. Baptiste leaned on his arms, his biceps flexing like rolls of metal washers. "Don't be giving me no truck," he said. I eased along the counter until the man's eyes left Baptiste and fixed on me. "I'm a police officer. Do you need directions to get somewhere?" I said. "I got a camp out there. That's where I come from. I can find it even in the dark," he said. With one hand he clenched his bedroll, which seemed to have tent sticks inside it, and walked past the lunch meat coolers to the small restroom and back. "Dave, let me ask you something. You got to bring a gator in your hog lot to learn gators eat pigs?" Baptiste said. 10 minutes passed. I could hear the man splashing water behind the restroom door. Baptiste had gone back out on the dock and was chaining up the rental boats for the night. I walked past the cooler and tapped with one knuckle on the bolted door. "We're closing up on her. You have to come out," I said. He jerked open the door, his face streaming water. His dark blue shirt was unbuttoned, and on his chest I could see the same scarlet network of lines that was tattooed on his arms. The pupils in his eyes looked broken, like India ink dropped on green silk. "I'd appreciate you cleaning up the water and paper towels you've left on the floor. Then I'd like to have a talk with you," I said. He didn't answer. I turned and walked back up front. I went behind the counter and started to stock the candy shelves for tomorrow. Then I stopped and called the dispatcher at the department. "I think I've got a meltdown in the shop. He might have a stolen boat, too," I said. "The governor in town?" "Lose the routine, Wally." "You hurt my feelings. You on a cruise today?" I didn't have the chance to answer. The man in the white straw hat came from behind me, his hand inserted in the end of his bedroll. I looked at his face and dropped the phone and fell clattering against the shelves and butane stove as he flung the bedroll and the sheath loose from the machete and ripped it through the air an inch from my chest. The honed blade sliced through the telephone cord and sunk into the counter's hardwood edge. He leaned over and swung again, the blade whanging off the shelves, dissecting cartons of worms and dirt, exploding a jar of pickled sausage. Baptiste's coffee pot was scorched black and boiling on the butane fire. The handle felt like a heated wire across my bare palm. I threw the coffee, the top, and the grinds in the man's face, saw the shock in his eyes, his mouth drop open, the pain rise out of his throat like a broken bubble. Then I grabbed the tattooed wrist that held the machete and pressed the bottom of the pot down on his forearm. He flung the machete from his hand as though the injury had come from it rather than the coffee pot. I thought I was home free. I wasn't. He hit me harder than I'd ever been struck by a fist in my life, the kind of blow that fills your nose with needles, drives the eye deep into the socket. I got to my feet and tried to follow him out on the dock. One side of my face was already numb and throbbing, as though someone had held dry ice against it. The man in the white straw hat had leaped off the dock onto the concrete ramp and mounted the bow of his boat with one knee, and was pushing it out into the current, his body haloed with humidity and electric light. Baptiste came out of the tin shed in the willows where we stored our outboard motors, looked up at me and then at the fleeing man. "Baptiste, no," I said. Baptiste and I both stood motionless while the man jerked the engine into a roar with one flick of the forearm, then furrowed a long yellow trough around the bend into the darkness. I used the phone at the house to call the department again, then walked back down to the dock. The moon was veiled over the swamp, lightning forked out of a black sky in the south. "How come you ain't want me to stop him, Dave?" Baptiste said. "He's deranged. I think it's PCP," I said. But he didn't understand. "It's called angel dust. People get high on it and bust up brick walls with their bare hands." "He knowed who you was, Dave. He didn't have no interest in coming in till he seen you. This started with that old man from the penitentiary." "What are you talking about?" "That guard, the one you call Captain. The one probably been killing niggers up that prison farm for 50 years. I told you not to have his kind in our shop. You let his grief get on your front porch, it don't stop there, no. It's gonna come in your house. But you don't never listen." He pulled his folded cap out of his back pocket, popped it open, and fitted it on his head. He walked down the dock to his truck without saying good night. The tin roof on the bait shop creaked and pinged against the joists in the wind gusting out of the south. Chapter 5. Monday morning the sky was blue, the breeze warm off the Gulf, but when I drove to the University of Southwestern Louisiana campus in Lafayette to talk with Buford LaRosa. Classes had just let out for the noon hour, and the pale green quadrangle and colonnaded brick walkways were filled with students on their way to lunch. But Buford LaRosa wasn't in his office in the English department, nor in the glassed-in campus restaurant that was built above a cypress lake behind old Burke Hall. I called his office at the oil center where he kept a part-time therapy practice, and was told by the receptionist I could find him at Red Lareel's Health and Racket Club off Johnson Street. "Are you sure? We were supposed to go to lunch," I said. "Dr. LaRosa always goes to the gym on Mondays," she answered. Red's was a city-block-long complex of heated swimming pools, racquetball and clay tennis courts, boxing and basketball gyms, indoor and outdoor running tracks, and cavernous air-conditioned rooms filled with hundreds of dumbbells and weight benches and exercise machines. I looked for Buford a half hour before I glanced through the narrow glass window in the door of the men's steam room and saw him reading a soggy newspaper, naked, on the yellow tile stoop. I borrowed a lock from the pro shop, undressed, and walked into the steam room and sat beside him. His face jerked when he looked up from his paper. Then he smiled, almost fondly. "You have a funny way of keeping appointments," I said. "You didn't get my message?" No. I waited for you. I didn't think you were coming, he said. That's peculiar. I was on time. Not by my watch, he said, and smiled again. I wanted to tell you again I was sorry for my remarks at your party. You went to a lot of trouble to do something that's unnecessary. The thermostat kicked on and filled the air with fresh clouds of steam. I could feel the heat in the tiles climb through my thighs and back. I wiped the sweat out of my eyes with my hand. Your jaw's bruised, he said. We had a visitor at the bait shop this weekend. NOPD thinks he's a Mexican carnival worker who got loose from a detox center. He nodded, gazed without interest at the tile wall in front of us, pushed down on the stoop with the heels of his hands and worked the muscles in his back, his brown, hard body leaking sweat at every pore. I watched the side of his face, the handsome profile, the intelligent eyes that seemed never to cloud with passion. You have Ph.D. degrees in both English and psychology, Buford? I said. I received double credits in some areas, so it's not such a big deal. It's impressive. Why are you here, Dave? I have a feeling I may have stuck my arm in the garbage grinder. You know how it is. You stick one finger in, then you're up to your elbow in the pipe. We're back to our same subject, I see, he said. Other men walked back and forth in the steam, swinging their arms, breathing deeply. How do you know Aaron Crown's daughter? I asked. Who says I do? She does. She grew up in New Iberia. If she says she knows me, fine. Dave, you have no idea what you're tampering with, how you may be used to undo everything you believe in. Why don't you explain it to me? This is hardly the place, sir. We showered, then went into an enclosed empty area off to one side of the main locker room to dress. He dried himself with a towel, put on a pair of black nylon bikini underwear and flip-flops, and began combing his hair in the mirror. The muscles in his back and sides looked like tea-colored water rippling over stone. I've got some serious trouble, Dave. These New York film people want to make a case for Aaron Crown's innocence. They can blow my candidacy right into the toilet, he said. You think they have a vested interest? Yeah. Making money. Wake up, buddy. The whole goddamn country is bashing liberals. These guys ride the tide. A white man unjustly convicted of killing a black civil rights leader? A story like that is made in heaven. I put on my shirt and tucked it in my slacks, then sat on the bench and slipped on my loafers. Nothing to say? Buford asked. Your explanations are too simple. The name Mingo Bloomberg keeps surfacing in the middle of my mind. This New Orleans mobster? That's the one. I've got a fundraiser in Shreveport at 6. Come on the plane with me, he said. What for? Take leave from your department. Work for me. Not interested. Dave, I'm running for governor while I teach school. I have no machine and little money. The other side does. Now these sons of bitches from New York come down here and try to cripple the one chance we've had for decent government in decades. What in God's name is wrong with you, man? Maybe Buford was right, I thought, as I drove down the old highway through Broussard into New Iberia. I sometimes saw design where there was none, and I'd maintained a long and profound distrust of all forms of authority, even the one I served. And the La Rosa family had been vested with wealth and power since antebellum days. But maybe it was also time to have another talk with Mingo Bloomberg, provided I could find him. As irony would have it, I found a message from Mingo's lawyer in my mailbox when I got back to the department. Mingo wouldn't be hard to find after all. He was in New Orleans City Prison and wanted to see me. Late Tuesday morning, I was at the barred entrance to a long corridor of individual cells where snitches and the violent and the incorrigible were kept in 23-hour lockdown. The turnkey opened Mingo's cell, cuffed him to a waist chain, and led him down the corridor toward me, while a second turnkey worked the levers to slide back the door on the lockdown area. I could see handheld mirrors extended from bars all the way down the series of cells, each reflecting a set of disembodied eyes. Both turnkeys escorted us into a bare-walled interview room that contained a scarred wood table and 3 folding chairs. They were powerful, heavy-set men with the top-heavy torsos of weightlifters. "Thanks," I said, but they remained where they were. "I want to be alone with him. I'd appreciate you unhooking him, too," I said. The turnkeys looked at each other. Then the older one used his key on each of the cuffs and said, "Suit yourself. Bang on the door when you're finished. We won't be far." After they went out, I could still see them through the elongated, reinforced viewing glass in the door. "It looks like they're coming down pretty hard on you, Mingo. I thought you'd be sprung by now," I said. "They say I'm a flight risk." He was clean-shaved, his jailhouse denims pressed neatly, his copper hair combed back on his scalp like a 1930s leading man's, but his eyes looked wired, and a dry, unwashed odor like sweat baked on the skin by a radiator rose from his body. "I don't get it. Your people don't protect cop killers," I said. He propped one elbow on the table and bit his thumbnail. "It's the other way around. At least that's what the prosecutor's office thinks. That's what those clowns you used to work with at First District think," he said. "You've lost me. You remember the narc who got capped in the quarter last year? I was in the cage at First District when the cops brought in the boon who did it. Somebody, and I said somebody, stomped the living shit out of him. They cracked his skull open on a cement floor and crushed his, his thorax. At least that's what people say. I don't know because I didn't see it. But the dead Boone's family is making a big stink and suing the city of New Orleans for $50 million. Some cops might end up at Angola, too. You ever see a cop do time? Think about the possibilities for his food before he puts a fork in it." I kept my eyes flat, waited a moment, removed my sunglasses from their case, and clicked them in my palm. "What are you trying to trade?" I asked. "I want out of here. I don't have that kind of juice. I want out of lockdown. Maine Pop may not be a good place for you, Mingo. You live on Mars? I'm safe in Maine Pop. I got problems when I'm in lockdown and cops with blood on their shoes think I'm going to rat 'em out. You're a material witness. There's no way you're going into the main population, Mingo. The skin along his hairline was shiny with perspiration. He screwed a cigarette into his mouth but didn't light it. His blue eyes were filled with light when they stared into mine. You worked with those guys. You get word to them I didn't see anything happen to the Boone. I'll go down on a perjury beef if I have to, he said. I let my eyes wander over his face. There were tiny black specks in the blueness of his eyes, like pieces of dead flies, like microscopic traces of events that never quite rinse out of the soul. How many people have you pushed the button on? I asked. What? Why you ask a question like that? No reason, really. He tried to reconcentrate his thoughts. A Mexican guy was at your place, right? A guy with fried mush? It wasn't an accident he was there. Go on. He was mulling tar for the projects. They call him Arana. That means spider in Spanish. He's from a village in Mexico that's got a church with a famous statue in it. I know that because he was always talking about it. That sure narrows it down. Who sent him to my bait shop? What do I get? We can talk about federal custody. That's worse. People start thinking witness protection program. It's all I've got. He tore a match from a book and struck it, held the flame to his cigarette, never blinking in the smoke and heat that rose into his handsome face. There's stuff going on that's new. It's a big move for certain people. You stumbled into it with that Peckerwood, the one who killed Jimmy Ray Dixon's brother. What stuff? He tipped his ashes in a small tin tray, his gaze focused on nothing. His cheeks were pooled with color, the fingers of his right hand laced with smoke from the cigarette. I don't think you've got a lot to trade, Mingo. Otherwise, you would have already done it. I laid it out for you. You don't want to pick up on it. He worked the burning end of the cigarette loose in the ashtray and placed the unsmoked stub in the package. You asked me a personal question a minute ago. Just for fun. It don't mean anything, understand? I'll give you a number. 11. None of them ever saw it coming. The guy with the fried head at your place probably wasn't a serious effort. I say probably. I'm half Jewish, half Irish. I don't eat in Italian restaurants. I'm outside the window looking in a lot of the time. Hey, you're a bright guy. I know you can connect on this. Enjoy it, Mingo, I said, and hit on the door with the flat of my fist for the turnkey to open up. Later that same day, just before I was to sign out of the office, the phone on my desk rang. It was like hearing the voice of a person who you knew would not go away, who would always be hovering around you like a bad memory, waiting to pull you back into the past. How's life, Karen? I said. Buford will be in Baton Rouge till late tonight. You and I need to talk some things out. I don't think so. You want me to come to your office? Or out to your house? I will, if that's what it takes. I left the office and drove south of New Iberia toward my home. I tried to concentrate on the traffic, the red sky in the west, the egrets perched on the backs of cattle in the fields, the cane wagons being towed to the sugar mill. I wasn't going to give power to Karen La Rosa, I told myself. I owed her nothing, I was sure of that. I was still trying to convince myself of my freedom from the past when I made an illegal U-turn in the middle of the road and drove to the La Rosa plantation. She wore a yellow sundress with her platinum hair braided up on her head, a Victorian sapphire brooch on a gold chain around her neck. "Why'd you park in back?" she said when she opened the door. "I didn't give it much thought," I said. "I bet." "Let's hear what you have to say, Karen. I need to get home." She smiled with her eyes, turned and walked away without speaking. When I didn't immediately follow, she paused and looked back at me expectantly. I followed her through the kitchen, a den filled with books and glass gun cases and soft leather chairs, down a darkened cypress-floored hallway hung with oil paintings of Buford's ancestors, into a sitting room whose windows and French doors reached to the ceiling. She pulled the velvet curtains on the front windows. "It's a little dark, isn't it?" I said. I stood by the mantel, next to a bright window that gave onto a cleared cane field and a stricken oak tree that stood against the sky like a clutch of broken fingers. "There's a horrid glare off the road this time of day," she said. She put ice and soda in 2 glasses at a small bar inset in one wall and uncorked a bottle of scotch with a thick red wax seal embossed on it. "I don't care for anything, thanks," I said. "There's no whiskey in yours." I said I don't want anything. The phone rang in another room. "God damn it," she said, set down her glass and went into a bedroom. I looked at my watch. I'd already been there 10 minutes and had accomplished nothing. On the mantelpiece was a photograph of a U.S. Army Corps aviator who was sitting inside the splintered plexiglass nose of a flying fortress. The photo must have been taken at high altitude because the fur collar on his jacket was frozen with his sweat like a huge glass necklace. His face was exhausted, and except for the area around his eyes where his goggles had been, his skin was black with the smoke of ack-ack bursts. I could hear Karen's voice rising in the next room. "I won't sit still for this again. You rent a car if you have to. I'm not listening to that same lie. You're not going to ruin this, Buford. You listen. No, you listen." Then she pushed the door shut. When she came out of the room, her eyes were electric with anger, the tops of her breasts rising against her sundress. She went to the bar and drank off her scotch and soda and poured another one. I looked away from her face. "Admiring the photo of Buford's father?" she said. "He was one of the bombardiers who incinerated Dresden. You see the dead oak tree out by the field? Some of Buford's other family members, gentlemen in the Knights of the White Camellia, hanged a Negro and a white carpetbagger there in 1867. You live with Buford. You get to hear about this sort of thing every day of your life." She drank 3 fingers of scotch on ice, her throat swallowing methodically, her mouth wet and cold-looking on the edge of the glass. "I'd better get going, Karen. I shouldn't have bothered you," I said. "Don't be disingenuous. I brought you here, Dave. Sometimes I wonder how I ever got mixed up with you." "You're not mixed up with me." "Your memory is selective." "I'm sorry it happened, Karen. I've tried to indicate that to you. It's you and your husband who keep trying to resurrect the past or bring me into your lives." "You say it. What do you mean by it?" "That night by the bayou. I'm sorry, I don't know what else to say." You don't remember coming to my house 2 weeks later? No. Dave? Her eyes clouded, then looked into mine as though she were searching for a lie. You have no memory of that afternoon? Or the next? I felt myself swallow. No, I don't. I don't think I saw you again for a year, I said. She shook her head, sat in a deep leather chair that looked out onto the dead tree. That's hard to believe. I never blamed you for the worry and anxiety and pain I had to go through later, because I didn't make you take precautions. But when you tell me... Unconsciously, I touched my brow. I had blackouts back then, Karen. I lost whole days. If you say something happened, then... blackouts? I'd get loaded at night on Beam and try to sober up in the morning with vodka. How lovely. What if I told you I had an abortion? The skin of my face flexed against the bone. I could feel a weakness, a sinking in my chest, as though weevil worms were feeding at my heart. I didn't. I was just late. But no thanks to you, you bastard. Don't just look at me, she said. I'm going now. Oh, no, you're not. She rose from the chair and stood in front of me. My husband has some peculiar flaws, but he's still the best chance the estate has, and I'm not letting you destroy it. Somebody tried to open me up with a machete. I think it had to do with Aaron Crown. I think I don't want to ever see you again, Karen. Is that right? She said. The tops of her breasts were swollen and hard, veined with blue lines. I could smell whiskey on her breath, perfume from behind her ears, the heat she seemed to excrete from her sun-browned skin. She struck me full across the face with the flat of her hand. I touched my cheek, felt a smear of blood where her fingernail had torn the skin. I apologize again for having come to your home, I said. I walked stiffly through the house, through the kitchen to the backyard and my parked pickup truck. When I turned the ignition, I looked through the windshield and saw her watching me through the back screen, biting the corner of her lip, as though her next option was just now presenting itself. Chapter 6. It rained all that night. At false dawn, a white ground fog rolled out of the swamp, and the cypress trees on the far bank of the bayou looked as black and hard as carved stone. Deep inside the fog, you could hear bass flopping back in the bays. When the sun broke above the horizon like a red diamond splintering apart between the tree trunks, Baptiste and I were still bailing out the rental boats with coffee cans. Then we heard a car on the road, and when we looked up, we saw a purple Lincoln Continental with Sibel Crown in the passenger seat stop and back up by our concrete boat ramp. It wasn't hard to figure out which American industry the driver served. He seemed to consciously dress and look the part. Elk-hide half-top boots, pleated khakis, a baggy cotton shirt that was probably tailored on Rodeo Drive, tinted rimless glasses, his brown hair tied in a ponytail. As he walked down the ramp toward me, the wind-burned face, the cleft chin, the Roman profile became more familiar, like images rising from the pages of People or Newsweek magazine, or any number of television programs that featured film celebrities. His forearms and wrists were thick and corded with veins, the handshake disarmingly gentle. "My name's Lonnie Felton, Mr. Robichaux," he said. "You're a movie director." "That's right." "How you do, sir?" "I wonder if we could go inside and talk a few minutes?" "I'm afraid I have another job to go to when I finish this one." Sybil stood by the fender of the Lincoln, brushing her hair, putting on makeup from her purse. "Some people are giving Aaron Crown a rough time up at the pen," he said. "It's a bad place. It was designed as one. You know what the BGLA is? The Black Guerrilla Liberation Army? Crown's an innocent man. I think Eli Dixon was assassinated by a couple of Mississippi Klansmen. Maybe one of them was a Mississippi Highway Patrolman. You ought to tell this to the FBI. I got this from the FBI. I have testimony from 2 ex-field agents. It seems the big word in this kind of instance is always X, Mr. Felton," I said. He coughed out a laugh. "You're a hard-nosed son of a bitch, aren't you?" he said. I stood erect in the boat where I'd been bailing, poured the water out of the can into the bayou, idly flicked the last drops onto the boat's bow. "I don't particularly care what you think of me, sir, but I'd appreciate you not using profanity around my home," I said. He looked off into the distance, suppressing a smile, watching a blue heron lift from an inlet and disappear into the fog. "We had a writer murdered in the quarter," he said. "The guy was a little weird, but he didn't deserve to get killed. That's not an unreasonable position for me to take, is it?" "I'll be at the sheriff's department by 8. If you want to give us some information, you're welcome to come in." "Sybil told me you were an intelligent man. Who do you think broke the big stories of our time? My Lai, Watergate, CIA dope smuggling, Reagan's gun deals in Nicaragua? It was always the media, not the government, not the cops. Why not lose the plain folks attitude?" I stepped out of the boat into the shallows and felt the coldness through my rubber boots. I set the bailing can down on the ramp, wrapped the bow chain in my palm, and snugged the boat's keel against the waving moss at the base of the concrete pad, and cleared an obstruction from my throat. He slipped his glasses off his face, dropped them loosely in the pocket of his baggy shirt, smiling all the while. "Thanks for coming by," I said. I walked up the ramp, then climbed the set of side stairs onto the dock. I saw him walk toward his car and shake his head at Sybil. A moment later, she came quickly down the dock toward me. She wore old jeans, a flannel shirt, pink tennis shoes, and walked splay-footed, like a teenage girl. "I look like hell. He came by my place at 5 this morning," she said. "You look good, Sybil, you always do," I said. "They've moved Daddy into a cell house full of blacks." "That doesn't sound right. He can request isolation." "He'll die before he'll let anybody think he's scared. In the meantime, they steal his cigarettes, spit in his food, throw pig shit in his hair. Nobody does anything about it." Her eyes began to film. "I'll call this gun bull I know. They're going to kill him, Dave. I know it. It's a matter of time." Out on the road, Lonnie Felton waited behind the steering wheel of his Lincoln. "Don't let this guy Felton use you," I said. "Use me? Who else cares about us?" Even with makeup, her face looked stark, as shiny as ceramic, in the lacy veil of sunlight through the cypress trees. She turned and walked back up the dock, her pink underwear winking through a small thread-worn hole in the rump of her jeans. The sheriff was turned sideways in his swivel chair, his bifocals mounted on his nose, twisting strips of pink and white crepe paper into the shape of camellias. On his windowsill was a row of potted plants which he watered daily from a hand-painted tea kettle. He looked like an aging greengrocer more than a law officer, and in fact he had run a dry-cleaning business before his election to office, but he'd been humble enough to listen to advice, and over the years we'd all come to respect his judgment and integrity. Only one door in his life had remained closed to us, his time with the 1st Marine Division at the Chosin Reservoir during the Korean War, until last year, when he suffered a heart attack and told me from a bed in Iberia General, his breath as stale as withered flowers, of bugles echoing off frozen hills and wounds that looked like roses frozen in snow. I sat down across from him. His desk blotter was covered with crepe paper camellias. I volunteered to help decorate the stage for my granddaughter's school play. You any good at this? He said. No, not really. A movie director, a fellow named Lonnie Felton, was out at my place with Sybil Crown this morning. They say some blacks are trying to recreate the Garden of Gethsemane for Aaron Crown. I called Angola, but I didn't get any help. Don't look for any. We made him the stink on shit. I beg your pardon. A lot of us, not everybody, but a lot of us treated people of color pretty badly. Aaron represents everything that's vile in the white race. So he's doing our time. You think these movie guys are right? He's innocent? I didn't say that. Look, human beings do bad things sometimes, particularly in groups. Then we start to forget about it. But there's always one guy hanging around to remind us of what we did or what we used to be. That's Aaron. He's the toilet that won't flush. Did I say something funny? No, sir. Good. Because what I've got on my mind isn't funny. Karen LaRosa and her attorney were in here earlier this morning. He set his elbows on his desk blotter, flipped an unfinished paper flower to the side. Guess what she had to tell me about your visit last night at her house. I won't even try to. They're not calling it rape, if that makes you feel any better. He opened his desk drawer and read silently from a clipboard. The words are lascivious intention, attempted sexual battery, and indecent liberties. What do you have to say? His gaze moved away from my face, then came back and stayed there. Nothing. It's a lie. I wish the court would just accept my word on the perps. I wish I didn't have to offer any evidence. Boy, that'd be great. I told him what had happened, felt the heat climbing into my voice, wiped the film of perspiration off my palms onto my slacks. His eyes lingered on the scratch Karen had put on my cheek. I think it's a lie, too, he said. He dropped the clipboard inside the drawer and closed it. But I have to conduct an internal investigation just the same. I go on the desk? No. I'm not going to have my department manipulated for someone's political interests. And that's what this is about. You're getting too close to something in this Aaron Crown business. But you stay away from her." I still had my morning mail in my hand. On the top was a pink memo slip with a message from Bootsy asking me to meet her for lunch. "How public is this going to get?" I asked. "My feeling is she doesn't intend it to be public. Aside from the fact I know you, that was the main reason I didn't believe her. Her whole account is calculated to be vague. Her charges don't require her to offer physical evidence, vaginal smears, pubic hair, that kind of stuff. This is meant as a warning from the La Rosa family. If I have to, I'll carry this back to him on a dung fork, partner." He folded his hands on the desk, his face suffused with the ruddy glow of his hypertension. "Way to go, Skipper," I thought. Most people in prison deserve to be there. Old-time recidivists who are down on a bad beef will usually admit they're guilty of other crimes, perhaps much worse ones than the crimes they're down for. There are exceptions, but not many. So their burden is of their own creation, but it's never an easy one, no matter how modern the facility or how vituperative the rhetoric about country club jails. You're a 19-year-old fish, uneducated, frightened, with an IQ of around 100. At the reception center, you rebuff a trusty wolf who works in records and wants to introduce you to jailhouse romance, so the trustee makes sure you go up the road with a bad jacket. The word is out. You snitched off a solid con and caused him to lose his good time. You just hit main pop and you're already jammed up, worried about the shank in the chow line, the Molotov cocktail shattered inside your cell, the whispered threat in the soybean field about the experience awaiting you in the shower that night. So you make a conscious choice to survive and find a benefactor, an old man, and become a full-time punk, one step above the yard bitches. You mule blues, pruno, and Afghan skunk for the big stripes. Inside a metal tool shed that aches with heat, you participate in the savaging of another fish who for just a moment reminds you of someone you used to know. Then a day comes when you think you can get free. You're mainline now, 2 years down with a jacket full of good time. You hear morning bird song that you didn't notice before. You allow your mind to linger on the outside. The face of a girl in a small town, a job in a piney woods timber mill that smells of rosin and hot oil on a ripsaw. An ordinary day not governed by fear. That's when you tell your benefactor thanks for all his help. He'll understand. Your next time up before the board, you've got a real chance of entering the world again. Why blow it now? That night, you walk into the shower by yourself. A man who'd never even glanced at you before, a big stripe, hair-lipped, flat-nosed, his naked torso rife with a raw smell like a freshly uprooted cypress, clenches your skull in his fingers, draws you into his breath, squeezes until the cracking sound stops, and you hear the words that he utters with a lover's trembling fondness an inch from your mouth. "I'm going to take your eyes out with a spoon." It was late afternoon when the gun bull drove me in his pickup down to the Mississippi levee, where Aaron Crown, his face as heated as a baked apple under a snap-brimmed cap, was harrowing an open field, the tractor's engine running full bore, grinding the sun-hardened rows into loam, twisting the tractor's wheel back through the haze of cinnamon-colored dust, re-slicing the already churned soil as though his work were an excuse to avenge himself and his kind upon the earth. At the edge of the field, by a grove of willows, 4 black inmates, stripped to the waist, were heaping dead tree branches on a fire. "Y'all ought to have Aaron in isolation, Cap," I said. He cut the ignition and spit tobacco juice out the window. "When he asks," he replied. "He won't." "Then that's his goddamn ass." The captain walked part way out in the field on his cane and raised the hook and held it motionless in the air. Aaron squinted out of the dust and heat and exhaust fumes, then eased the throttle back without killing the engine, as though he couldn't will himself to separate entirely from the mechanical power that had throbbed between his thighs all day. Aaron walked toward us, wiping his face with a dirty handkerchief, past the group of blacks burning field trash. Their eyes never saw him. Their closed circle of conversation never missed a beat. He stood by the truck, his body framed by the sun that hung in a liquid yellow orb over the Mississippi levee. "Yes, sir," he said to the captain. "Water it and piss it, Crown," the captain said. He limped on his cane to the shade of a gum tree and lit his pipe, turned his face into the breeze off the river. "I understand you're having some trouble," I said. "You ain't heard me say it." He walked back to the water cooler, belted with bungee cord to the wall of the pickup bed. He filled a paper cup from the cooler and drank it, his gaze fixed on the field, the dust devils swirling in the wind. "Is it the BGLA?" I asked. "I don't keep up with colored men's organizations." "I don't know if you're innocent or guilty, Aaron, but up there at Point Lookout, the prison cemetery is full of men who had your kind of attitude." "That levee yonder's got dead men in it, too. It's the way it is." He wadded up the paper cup by his side, kneaded it in his hand, a piece of cartilage working against his jawbone. "I'm going to talk to a civil rights lawyer I know in Baton Rouge. He's a black man, though. Is that going to be a problem?" "I don't give a shit what he is. I done told you I got no complaint, long as I ain't got a cell with one of them." "They'll eat you alive, partner." He stepped toward me, his wrists seeming to strain against invisible wires at his sides. "A man's got his own rules. I ain't asked for nothing except out. God damn it, you tell my daughter she ain't to worry," he said, his eyes rimming with water. The top of his denim shirt was splayed tightly against his chest. He breathed through his mouth, his fists gathered into impotent rocks, his face dilated with the words his throat couldn't form. I got back home at dark. Then I had to go out again, this time with Helen Swallow to a clabbered nightclub on a back road to investigate a missing persons report. "Sorry to drag you out, Dave, but the grandmother's been yelling at me over the phone all day," Helen said. "I made a couple of calls, and it looks like she's telling the truth. The girl's not the kind to take off and not tell anybody." A black waitress had left the club with a white man the night before. She never returned home, nor did she report to work the next day. The grandmother worked as a cook in the club's kitchen and lived in a small frame house 100 yards down the road. She was a plump, gray-haired woman with a strange skin disease that had eaten white and pink discolorations in her hands, and she was virtually hysterical with anger and grief. "We'll find her, I promise you," Helen said, as we stood in the woman's dirt yard, looking up at her on her tiny lighted gallery. "Then why ain't you looking right now? How come it takes all day to get y'all out here?" she said. "Tell me what the man looked like one more time," I said. "Got a brand new Lincoln car, got a pink face shaped like an egg, got hair that ain't blonde or red, somewhere in between, and he comb it straight back." "Why did she go off with him?" I asked. "'Cause she's 17 years old and don't listen. 'Cause she got this on her hands just like me, and regular men's don't pay her no mind. That answer your question?" Helen drove us back down the dirt road through the fields to the state highway. The night was humid, layered with smoke from stubble fires, and the stars looked blurred with mist in the sky. We passed the La Rosa Company store, then the plantation itself. All 3 floors of the house were lighted, the columned porch decorated with pumpkins and scarecrows fashioned from cane stalks and straw hats. In a back pasture behind a railed fence, horses were running in the moonlight, as though spooked by an impending storm or the rattle of dry poppy husks in the wind. "What's on your mind?" Helen asked. "The description of the white man sounds like Mingo Bloomberg." "I thought he was in city prison in New Orleans." "He is. Or at least he was." "What would he be doing back around here?" "Who knows why these guys do anything, Helen? I'll get on it in the morning." I looked back over my shoulder at the La Rosa house, the glitter of a chandelier through velvet curtains, a flood-lighted gazebo hooded with Confederate jasmine and orange trumpet vine. Forget those people. They wouldn't spit on either one of us unless we had something they wanted. "Hey, you listening to me, Streak?" Helen said, and hit me hard on the arm with the back of her hand. I got up early the next morning, left a message on Cleet Purcell's answering machine, then drove back to the grandmother's house by the nightclub. The girl, whose name was Barbara Levy, had still not returned home. I sat in my truck by the front of the grandmother's house and looked at the notes in my notebook. For some reason I drew a circle around the girl's name. I had a feeling I would see it on a case file for a long time. The grandmother had gone back inside and I'd forgotten her. Suddenly she was at the passenger door window. Her glasses fell down on her nose when she leaned inside. "I'm sorry I was unpolite yesterday. I know you're working on it. Here's something for you and the lady," she said. She placed a brown paper bag swollen with pecans in my hand. The sun was still low in the eastern sky when I approached the La Rosa plantation. I saw Buford naked to the waist in a railed lot by the barn, with a half-dozen dark-skinned men who were dressed in straw hats, coned on the brims, and neckerchiefs and cowboy boots and jeans molded to their buttocks and thighs. I knew I should keep going, not put my hand again into whatever it was that drove Karen and Buford's ambitions, not fuel their anger, not give them a handle on an internal affairs investigation. But I was never good at taking my own counsel, and I could feel the lie she'd told turning in my chest like a worm. I turned into the drive, past a row of blue-green poplars on the side of the house, and parked by the back lot. A balmy wind, smelling of rain, was blowing hard across the cane acreage, and a dozen roan horses with brands burned deep into the hair were running in the lot, turning against one another, rattling against the railed fence, their manes twisted with fire in the red sunrise. When I stepped out of the truck, Buford was smiling at me. His skin-tight white polo pants were flecked with mud and tucked inside his polished riding boots. His eyes looked serene, his face pleasant and cool with the freshness of the morning. I almost extended my hand. He looked at the sunrise over my shoulder. "Red sky at dawn, "Sailor be forewarned," he said, but he was smiling when he said it. "I shouldn't be here, but I needed to tell you to your face the charges your wife made are fabricated. That's as kind as I can say it." "Oh, that stuff. She's dropping it, Dave. Let's put that behind us." "Excuse me. It's over. Come take a look at my horses." I looked at him incredulously. "She slandered someone's name," I said. He blew out his breath. "You and my wife were intimate. She probably still bears you a degree of resentment. The god Eros was never a rational influence, Dave. At the same time, she doesn't want to see my campaign compromised because you've developed this crazy notion about Aaron Crown being railroaded. So she let both her imagination and her impetuosity cause her to do something foolish. We're sorry for whatever harm we've done you." I cupped my hand on a fence rail, felt the hardness of the wood in my palm, tried to see my thoughts in my head before I spoke. "I get the notion I'm in a therapy session," I said. "If you were, you'd get a bill." The back door of the house opened, and a slender, white-haired man with a pixie face, one wrinkled with the parchment lines of a chronic cigarette smoker, stepped out into the wind and waved at Buford. He wore a navy blue sports jacket with brass buttons and a champagne-colored silk scarf. I knew the face, but I couldn't remember from where. "I'll be just a minute, Clay," Buford called. Then to me, "Would you like to join us for breakfast?" "No, thanks." "How about a handshake, then?" Two of the wranglers were yelling at each other in Spanish as the horses swirled around them in the lot. One had worked a hackamore over a mare's head, and the other was trying to fling a blanket and saddle on her back. "No. Stay and watch me get my butt thrown then," Buford said. "You were born for it." "I beg your pardon?" "The political life. You got ice water in your veins," I said. "You see that dead oak yonder? 2 men were lynched there by my ancestors. When I went after Aaron Crown, I hoped maybe I could atone a little for what happened under that tree." "That makes a great story." "You're a classic passive-aggressive, Dave. No offense meant. You feign the role of liberal and humanist, but Bubba and Joe Bob own your heart." "So long, Buford," I said, and walked back to my truck. The wind splayed and flattened the poplar trees against Buford's house. When I looked back over my shoulder, he was mounted on the mare's back, one hand twisted in the mane, the hackamore sawed back in the other, his olive-tanned torso anointed with the sun's cool light, sculpted with the promise of perfection that only Greek gods know. Later, Cleet Purcell returned my call and told me Mingo Bloomberg had been sprung from city prison 3 days ago by attorneys who worked for Jerry Joe Plum, also known as Short Boy Jerry, Jerry Ace, and Jerry the Glide. But even as I held the receiver in my hand, I couldn't concentrate on Cleet's words about Mingo's relationship to a peculiar player in the New Orleans underworld. The dispatcher had just walked through my open door and handed me a memo slip with a simple message written on it. "Call the cap up at the zoo, Crown. He says urgent." It took 20 minutes to get him on the phone. "You was right. I should have listened to you. A bunch of the black boys caught him in the tool shack this morning," the captain said. He'd had to walk from the field, and he breathed hard into the telephone. "Is he dead?" I asked. "You got it turned around. He killed 2 of them sons of bitches with his bare hands, and like to got a third with a cane knife. That old man's a real shitstorm, ain't he?" Chapter 7. Bootsy, Alifair, and I were eating supper in the kitchen that evening when the phone rang on the counter. Bootsy got up to answer it. Outside, the clouds in the west were purple and strung with curtains of rain. Then I heard her say, "Before I give the phone to Dave, could you put Karen on? I left her a couple of messages, but she probably didn't have time to call." "I see. When will she be back?" "Could you ask her to call me, Buford? I've really wanted to talk with her. Oh, you know, those things she said about Dave to the sheriff." "Hang on now, here's Dave." She handed me the phone. "Buford?" I said. "Yes." His voice sounded as though someone had just wrapped a strand of piano wire around his throat. "You all right?" I said. "Yes, I'm fine, thanks." "You heard about Crown?" he said. "A guard at the prison told me." "Does this give you some idea of his potential?" "I hear they were cruising for it." "He broke one guy's neck. He drowned the other one in a barrel of tractor oil," he said. "I couldn't place your friend this morning. He's Clay Mason, isn't he? What are you doing with him, partner?" "None of your business. That guy was the P.T. Barnum of the acid culture. As usual, your conclusions are as wrong as your information." He hung up the phone. I sat back down at the table. "You really called Karen LaRosa?" I asked. "Why? Do you object?" she said. "No." She put a piece of chicken in her mouth and looked at me while she chewed. My stare broke. "I wish I hadn't gone out to see her, Boots." "He's mixed up with that guru from the 60s, she said. "Who knows? The real problem is one nobody cares about." She waited. "Aaron Crown had no motivation to kill Eli Dixon. I'm more and more convinced the wrong man's in prison," I said. "He was in the Klan, Dave. They kicked him out. He busted up a couple of them with a wood bench inside a Baptist church." But why? I thought. It was a question that only a few people in the Louisiana of the 1990s could answer. His name was Billy Odom, and he ran a junkyard on a stretch of state highway west of Lafayette. Surrounded by a floodplain of emerald green rice fields, the junkyard seemed an almost deliberate eyesore that Billy had lovingly constructed over the decades from rusted and crushed car bodies, mountains of bald tires, and outbuildings festooned with silver hubcaps. Like Aaron Crown, he was a North Louisiana transplant, surrounded by papists, blacks who could speak French, and a historical momentum that he hadn't been able to shape or influence or dent in any fashion. His face was as round as a moon pie under his cork sun helmet, split with an incongruous smile that allowed him to hide his thoughts while he probed for the secret meaning that lay in the speech of others. A Confederate flag, almost black with dirt, was nailed among the yellowed calendars on the wall of the shed where he kept his office. He kept licking his lips, leaning forward in his chair, his eyes squinting as though he were staring through smoke. "A fight in a church. I don't call it to mind," he said. You and Aaron were in the same clavern, weren't you? His eyes shifted off my face, studied the motes of dust spinning in a shaft of sunlight. He cocked his head philosophically but said nothing. "Why'd y'all run him off?" I asked. "'Cause the man don't have the sense God give an earthworm." "Come on, Billy." "He used to make whiskey and put fertilizer in the mash. That's where I think he got that stink at. His old woman left him for a one-legged blind man." "You want to help him, Billy, or see him hung out to dry at Angola?" His hands draped over his thighs. He studied the backs of them. "It was 'cause of the girl. His daughter, what's her name, Sybil, the one that runs the bar down at the underpass." "I don't follow you." "The meeting was at a church house. She wasn't but a girl then, waiting outside in the pickup truck. 2 men was looking out the window at her. They didn't know Crown was sitting right behind them. One goes, 'I hear that's prime.' The other one goes, 'It ain't bad, but you best carry a ball of string to find your way back out.' That's when Crown put the wood to him. Then he tore into him with his boots. It taken 4 of us to hold him down." "You kicked him out of the clan for defending his daughter?" I said. Billy Odom pried a pale splinter out of his grease-darkened desk and scratched lines in his skin with it. "When they're young and can't keep their panties on, the old man's in it somewhere," he said. "What?" "Everybody had suspicioned it. Then a woman from the welfare called him at it and told the whole goddamn town. That's how come Crown moved downhill." "Aaron and his daughter?" I said. The man who had seen the accident didn't report it for almost 3 days, not until his wife was overcome with guilt herself and went to a priest and then with her husband to the St. Martin Parish Sheriff's Office. Helen Swallow and I stood on the levee by a canal that rimmed Henderson Swamp and watched a diver in a wetsuit pull the steel hook and cable off the back of a wrecker, wade out into the water by a row of bridge pilings sinking deeper into a balloon of silt, then disappear beneath the surface. The sky was blue overhead, the moss on the dead cypress lifting in the breeze, the sun dancing on the sandbars, and the deep green of the willow islands. When a uniformed sheriff's deputy kicked the winch into gear and the cable clanged tight on the car's frame, a gray cloud of mud churned to the surface like a fat man's fist. Helen walked up on the wood bridge that spanned the canal, rubbed her shoe on one unrailed edge, and walked back down on the levee again. The front tires of the submerged car, which lay upside down, broke through a tangle of dead hyacinths. The man who had seen the accident sat on the levee with his wife at his side. He wore a greasy cap with the bill pulled low over his eyes. "Go through it again," I said. He had to crane his head upward into the sunlight when he spoke. "It was dark. I was walking back to the camp from that landing yonder. There wasn't no moon. I didn't see everything real good," he replied. His wife looked at the steel cable straining against the automobile's weight, her face vaguely ashamed. The muscles collapsed. "Yes, you did," I said. "He fishtailed off the levee when he hit the bridge, and the car went in. Headlights was on, way down at the bottom of the canal." "Then what happened?" I asked. He flexed his lips back on his teeth as though he were dealing with a profound idea. "The man floated up in the headlights. Then he come up the levee, right up to the hard road where I was at. He was all wet and walking fast. He turned his face out of the sunlight again, retreated back into the shade of his cap. I tapped the edge of my shoe against his buttock. You didn't report an accident. If we find anything in that car we shouldn't, you better be in our good graces. You with me on this? I said. His wife, who wore a print cotton dress that bagged on her wide shoulders, whispered close to his face while her hand tried to find his. He told me to forget what I seen, the man said. He put his mouth right up against mine when he said it. He grabbed me in a private place real hard. The flush on the back of his neck spread into his hairline. What'd he look like? Helen said. He was a white man, that's all I know. He'd been drinking whiskey, I could smell it on his mouth. I ain't seen him good 'cause the moon was down. You see that power pole there? There's a light on it. It comes on every night, I said. The diver walked out of the shallows next to the overturned Lincoln as the winch slid it up on the mudbank. All the windows were closed, and the interior was filled from the roof to the floor with brown water. Then, through the passenger's side, we saw a brief pink-white flash against the glass, like a molting fish brushing against the side of a dirty aquarium. The diver tried to open the door, but it was wedged into the mud. He got a two-handed ball-peen hammer with a head the size of a brick and smashed in the passenger window. The water burst through the folded glass, peppering the levee with crawfish, leeches, a nest of ribbon-thin cottonmouths that danced in the grass as though their backs were broken. But those weren't the images that defined the moment. A woman's hand, then arm, extended itself in the rushing stream as though the person belted to the seat inside were pointing casually to an object in the grass. The fingers were ringed with costume jewelry, the nails painted with purple polish, the skin eaten by a disease that had robbed the tissue of its color. I squatted down next to the man who had seen the accident and extended my business card on 2 fingers. He didn't try to pull her out. He didn't call for help. He let her drown alone in the darkness. Don't let him get away with this, partner, I said. Cleet called the bait shop Saturday morning just as I was laying out a tray of chickens and lynx on the pit for our midday fishermen. You got a boat for rent? He asked. Sure. Can you rent the guy with me some gear? I have a rod he can borrow. It's a fine day for it, all right. Where are you? Right up the road at the little grocery store. The guy's sitting out in my car, but he doesn't like to go where he's not invited. Know what I'm saying, Dave? You want Mingo? Anytime I got to run down a skip, all I do is talk to the guy in my car. In this case, he feels a personal responsibility. Plus, y'all go back, right? Cleet, you didn't bring Jerry Joe Plum here, I said. He was notorious by the time he was expelled from high school his senior year. A kid who'd grin just before he hit you, a bourrée player who won high stakes from grown men at the saloon downtown, the best dancer in 3 parishes, the hustler who cast aluminum replicas of brass knuckles in the metal shop foundry and sold them for $1 apiece with the ragged edges unbuffed so they could stencil daisy chains of red flowers on an adversary's face. But all that happened after Jerry Joe's mother died in his sophomore year. My memory was of a different boy from a different, earlier time. In elementary school, we heard his father had been killed at Wake Island, but no one was really sure. Jerry Joe was one of those boys who came to town and left. entered and withdrew from school as his mother found work wherever she could. They used to live in a shack on the edge of a brickyard in Lafayette, then for several years in a trailer behind a welding shop south of New Iberia. On Sundays and the first Fridays of the month, we would see him and his mother walking long distances to church, in both freezing weather and on 100-degree afternoons. She was a pale woman with a pinched and fearful light in her face, and she made him walk on the inside, as though the passing traffic were about to bolt across the curb and kill them both. For a time, his mother and mine worked together in a laundry, and Jerry Joe would come home from school with me and play until my mother and his came down the dirt road in my father's lopsided pickup. We owned a hand-crank phonograph, and Jerry Joe would root in a dusty pile of 78s and pull out the old scratched recordings of the Hackberry Ramblers and Irie Lejeune and listen to them over and over again, dancing with himself, smiling elfishly, his shoulders and arms cocked like a miniature prize fighter. One day after New Year's, my father came back unexpectedly from offshore, where he worked as a derrick man up on the monkey board high above the drilling platform and the long roll of the Gulf. He'd been fired after arguing with the driller, and as he always did when he lost his job, he spent his drag-up check on presents for us and whiskey at Provost's bar, as though new opportunity and prosperity were just around the corner. But Jerry Joe had never seen my father before and wasn't ready for him. My father stood silhouetted in the doorway, huge, grinning, irreverent, a man who fought in bars for fun, the black hair on his chest bursting out of the 2 flannel shirts he wore. "You dance pretty good, but you too skinny, you. We're gonna have to fatten you up. Y'all come see what I brung," he said. At the kitchen table he began unloading a canvas drawstring bag that was filled with smoked ducks, pickled okra and green tomatoes, a fruitcake, strawberry preserves, a jar of cracklings, and bottle after long-necked bottle of Jack's beer. "Your mama work at that laundry, too? Then that's why you ain't eating right. You tell your mama like I tell his. The man owned that place so tight he squeak when he walk," my father said. "Don't be looking at me like that, Davy. That man don't hire white people unless he can treat them just like he do his colored." Jerry Joe went back in the living room and sat in a stuffed chair by himself for a long time. The pecan trees by the house clattered with ice in the failing light. Then he came back in the kitchen and told us he was sick. My father put a jar of preserves and 2 smoked ducks in a paper bag for him and stuck it under his arm, and we drove him home in the dark. That night, I couldn't find the hand crank to the phonograph, but I thought Jerry Joe had simply misplaced it. The next day I had an early lesson about the nature of buried anger and hurt pride in a child who had no one in whom he could confide. When the school bus stopped on the rock road where Jerry Joe lived, I saw a torn paper bag by the ditch, the dog-chewed remains of the smoked ducks, the strawberry preserves congealed on the edges of the shattered mason jar. He never asked to come to our house again, and whenever I saw him, he always conveyed the feeling I had stolen something valuable from him, rather than he from us. Cleet parked his dinged chartreuse Cadillac convertible by the boat ramp and walked down the dock with Jerry Joe toward the bait shop. Jerry Joe was ebullient, enthused by the morning and the personal control he brought to it. His taut body looked made of whipcord, his hair, thick and blond and wavy, combed in faint ducktails and back. He wore oxblood tasseled loafers, beige slacks, a loose-fitting navy blue sport shirt with silver thread in it. I said he walked down the dock. That's not true. Jerry Joe rolled, a Panama hat spinning on his finger, his thighs flexing against his slacks, change and keys ringing in his pockets, the muscles in his shoulders as pronounced as oiled rope. Comment la vie, Dave? You still sell those ham and egg sandwiches? He said, and went through the screen door without waiting for an answer. Why do you do this, Cleet? I said. There are worse guys in the life, he replied. Which ones? Jerry Joe bought a can of beer and a paper plate of sliced white boudin at the counter and sat at a table in back. You're sure full of sunshine, Dave, he said. I'm off the clock. If this is about Mingo, you should take it to the office, I said. He studied me. At the corner of his right eye was a coiled white scar. He speared a piece of boudin with a toothpick and put it in his mouth. I'm bad for business here. I'm some kind of offensive presence? He asked. We're way down different roads, Jerry Joe. Pull my jacket. 5 busts, 2 convictions, both for operating illegal gambling equipment. This in a state that allows cockfighting. You got a jukebox here? No. I heard about the drowned black girl. Mingo's dirty on this? That's the name on the warrant. He says his car got boosted. We've got 2 witnesses who can put him together with the car and the girl. They gotta stand up, though, right? He asked. Nobody'd better give 'em reason not to. He pushed his plate away with the heel of his hand, leaned forward on his elbows, rolling the toothpick across his teeth. Under the bronze hair of his right forearm was a tattoo of a red parachute and the words 101st Airborne. I hire guys like Mingo to avoid trouble, not to have it. But to give up one of my own people, even though maybe he's a piece of shit, I gotta have... What's the term for it? Compelling reasons. Yeah, that's it, he said. How does aiding and abetting sound, or conspiracy after the fact? He scratched his face and glanced around the bait shop. His eyes crinkled at the corners. You like my tattoo? Same outfit as Jimi Hendrix, he said. I pushed a napkin and a pencil stub toward him. Write down an address, Jerry Joe. NOPD will pick 'em up. You won't be connected with it. Why don't you get a jukebox? I'll have one of my vendors come by and put one in. You don't need no red quarters. You keep 100%, he said. Hey, Dave, it's all gonna work out. It's a new day, I guarantee it. Don't get tied up with this Aaron Crown stuff. What? But he drank his beer, winked at me as he fitted on his Panama hat, then walked out to the Cadillac to wait for Cleet. Chapter 8. Monday morning, when I went into work, I walked past Karen LaRose's blue Mazda convertible in the parking lot. She sat behind the wheel in dark glasses with a white scarf tied around her hair. When I glanced in her direction, she picked up a magazine from the seat and began reading it, a pout on her mouth. There's a guy that talks like a college professor waiting to see you, Dave, Wally the dispatcher said. His great weight caused a perpetual flush in his neck and cheeks, as though he just labored up a flight of stairs, and whenever he laughed, usually at his own jokes, his breath wheezed deep in his chest. I looked through the doorway of the waiting room, then pointed my finger at the back of a white-haired man. "That gentleman there?" I asked Wally. "Let's see. We got two winos out there, a bondsman. A woman says UFOs is sending electrical signals through her hair curlers. The black guy cleans the johns, and the professor. Let me know which one you think, Dave." His face beamed at his own humor. Clay Mason, wearing a brown, narrow-cut Western coat with gold and green brocade on it, a snap-button turquoise shirt, striped vaquero pants, and yellow cowboy boots on his tiny feet, sat in a folding chair with a high-domed pearl Stetson on his crossed knee. I was prepared to dislike him, to dismiss him as the Pied Piper of hallucinogens, an irresponsible anachronism who refused to die with the 1960s. But I was to learn that psychedelic harlequins don't survive by just being psychedelic harlequins. "Could I help you, sir?" I asked. "Yes, thank you. I just need a few minutes," he said, turning to look up at me, his thought processes broken. He started to rise, then faltered. I placed my hand under his elbow and was struck by his fragility, the lightness of his bones. A moment later, I closed my office door behind us. His hair was as fine as white corn silk, his lined mouth and purple lips like those of an old woman. When he sat down in front of my desk, his attention seemed to become preoccupied with two black trustees mowing the lawn. "Yes, sir," I said. "I've interposed myself in your situation. I hope you won't take offense," he said. "Are we talking about the LaRoses?" I tried to smile when I said it. "She's contrite about her behavior, even though I think she needs her rear end paddled. In lieu of that, however, I'm passing on an apology for her." The accent was soft, deep in the throat, West Texas, perhaps. Then I remembered the biographical sketches, the pioneer family background, the inherited oil fortune, the academic scandals that he carried with him like tattered black flags. "Karen lied, Dr. Mason, with forethought and malicious intent. You don't get absolution by sending a surrogate to confession." "Well, that's damn well put. And will you walk with me into the parking lot?" "No." "Your feelings are your feelings, sir. I wouldn't intrude upon them." His gaze went out the window. He flipped the back of his hand at the air. "It never really changes, does it?" "Sir?" "The black men in prison clothes, still working off their indenture to the white race. One of those guys molested his niece. The other one cut his wife's face with a string knife. Well, then they're a rough pair, and probably got what's coming to them," he said, and rose from his chair by holding on to the edge of my desk. I walked him to the back door of the building. When I opened the door, the air was cool and dust and paper were blowing in the parking lot. Karen looked at us through the windshield of her car, her features muted inside her scarf and dark glasses. Clay Mason waved his Stetson at the clouds, the leaves spinning in the wind. "Listen to it rumble, by God. It's a magic land. There's a thunder of cavalry in every electric storm," he said. I asked a deputy to walk Clay Mason the rest of the way. "Don't be too hard on the LaRoses. Mason said as the deputy took his arm. They put me in mind of Eurydice and Orpheus trying to flee the kingdom of the dead. Believe me, son, they could use a little compassion. Keep your eye on this one, I thought. Karen leaned forward and started a car engine, wetting her mouth as she might a ripe cherry. Helen Swallow walked into my office that afternoon, anger in her eyes. "Pick up on my extension," she said. "What's going on?" "Mingo Bloomberg. Wally put him through to me by mistake." I punched the lighted button and placed the receiver to my ear. "Where are you, Mingo?" I said. "You got Short Boy Jerry to jam me up," he said. "Wrong. Don't tell me that. The bondsman pulled my bail. I got that material witness beef in my face again." A streetcar clanged in the background, vibrated and squealed on the tracks. "What do you want?" I said. "Something to come in." "Sorry." "I don't like being made everybody's fuck." "You let that girl drown. You're calling the wrong people for sympathy." "She wanted some ribs. I went inside this color joint in St. Martinville. I come back out, and the car's gone." I could hear him breathing in the silence. "I delivered money to Buford LaRosa's house," he said. "How much?" "How do I know? It was locked in a satchel. It was heavy, like it was full of phone books." "If that's all you're offering, you're up Schitt's Creek." "The guy gonna be governor is taking juice from Jerry Ace. That don't make your berries tingle?" "We don't monitor campaign contributions, Mingo. Call us when you're serious." "Right now I'm busy," I said. I eased the receiver down in the cradle and looked at Helen, who was sitting with one haunch on the corner of my desk. "You gonna leave him out there?" she said. "It's us or city prison in New Orleans. I think he'll turn himself into us, then try to get to our witnesses." "I hope so. Yes, indeedy." "What'd he say to you?" "Oh, he and I'll have a talk about it sometime." She opened a book that was on my desk. "Why are you reading Greek mythology?" "That fellow Clay Mason compared the LaRosas to Orpheus and Eurydice. They're characters out of Greek legend," I said. She flipped through several pages in the book, then looked at me again. "Orpheus went down into the underworld to free his dead wife, but he couldn't pull it off. Hades got both of them." "Interesting stuff," she said. She popped the book closed, stood up, and tucked her short-sleeved white shirt into her gun belt with her thumbs. "Bloomberg goes down for manslaughter, Dave. Leaving the scene of a fatal accident, abduction, anything we can hang on him. No deals, no slack. He gets max time on this one." "Why would it be otherwise?" She leaned on the desk and stared directly into my face. Her upper arms were round and hard against the cuffs of her sleeves. "Because you got a board up your ass about carrying LaRosa," she said. That night, in my dreams, Victor Charles crawled his way once again through a moonlit rice field, his black pajamas glued to his body, his triangular face as bony and hard as a serpent's. But even though he himself was covered with mud and human feces from the water, The lenses on the scope of his French rifle were capped and dry, the bolt action and breech oiled and wiped clean, the muzzle of the barrel wrapped with a condom taken off a dead GI. He was a very old soldier who had fought the Japanese, the British, German-speaking French legionnaires, and now a new and improbable breed of neo-colonials, blue-collar kids drafted out of slums and rural shitholes that Victor Charles wouldn't be able to identify with his conception of America. He knew how to turn into a stick when flares popped over his head, snip through wire hung with tin cans that rang like cowbells, position himself deep in foliage to hide the muzzle flash, count the voices inside the stacked sandbags, wait for either the black or white face that flared wetly in a cigarette lighter's flame. With luck, he'd always get at least 2, perhaps 3, before he withdrew backward into the brush, back along the same watery route that had brought him into our midst, like the serpent constricting its body back into its hole while its enemies thundered past it. That's the way it went down, too. Victor Charles punched our ticket and disappeared across the rice field, which was now sliced by tracers and geysered by grenades. But in the morning we found his scoped bolt-action rifle with leather sling and cloth bandoliers, propped in the wire like a monument to his own denouement. Even in my sleep I knew the dream wasn't about Vietnam. The next day I called Angola and talked to an assistant warden. Aaron Crown was in an isolation unit under 23-hour lockdown. He'd just been arraigned on 2 counts of murder. You're talking about first-degree murder? The man was attacked, I said. Stuffing somebody upside down in a barrel full of oil and clamping down the top isn't exactly the system's idea of self-defense, he replied. I called Buford LaRosa's campaign office in New Iberia and was told he was giving a speech to a convention of land developers in Baton Rouge at noon. I took the 4-lane into Lafayette, then caught I-10 across the Atchafalaya swamp. The cypress and willows were thick and pale green on each side of the elevated highway, the bays wrinkled with wind in the sunlight. Then the highway crossed through meadowland and woods full of palmettos, and up ahead I saw the Mississippi Bridge and the outline of the Capitol building and the adjacent hotel where Buford was speaking. He knew his audience. He was genteel and erudite, but he was clearly one of them, respectful of the meretricious enterprises they served and the illusions that brought them together. They shook his hand after his speech and touched him warmly on the shoulders, as if they drew power from his legendary football career, the radiant health and good looks that seemed to define his future. At the head table, behind a crystal bowl filled with floating camellias, I saw Karen LaRosa watching me. The dining room was almost empty when Buford chose to recognize me. Am I under arrest? Just one question. Why did Crown leave his rifle behind? A half-dozen reasons. I've been through your book with a garden rake. You never deal with it. Try he panicked and ran. It was the middle of the night. No one else was around. People tend to do irrational things when they're killing other people. The waiters were clearing the tables, and the last emissary from the world of Walmart had said his farewell and gone out the door. Take a ride up to Angola with me and confront Crown, I said. He surprised me. I saw him actually think about it. Then the moment went out of his eyes. Karen got up from her chair and came around the table. She wore a pink suit with a corsage pinned above the breast. Crown might get a death sentence for killing those 2 inmates, I said, looking back at Buford. Anything's possible, he replied. That's it? A guy you helped put in prison, maybe unjustly, ends up injected. That's just the breaks? Maybe he's a violent, hateful man who's getting just what he deserves. I started to walk away, then I turned. I'm going to scramble your eggs, I said. I was so angry I walked the wrong way in the corridor and went outside into the wrong parking lot. When I realized my mistake, I went back through the corridor toward the lobby. I passed the dining room, then a short hallway that led back to a service elevator. Buford was leaning against the wall by the elevator door, his face ashen, his wife supporting him by one arm. What happened? I said. The elevator door opened. Help me get him up to our room, Karen said. I think he needs an ambulance. No, we have our own physician here. Dave, help me, please. I can't hold him up. I took his other arm and we entered the elevator. Buford propped the heel of his hand against the support rail on the back wall, pulled his collar loose with his fingers, and took a deep breath. I did a 5-minute mile this morning. How about that? He said, a smile breaking on his mouth. You better ease up, partner, I said. I just need to lie down. 1 hour's sleep, and I'm fine. I looked at Karen's face. It was composed now, the agenda, whatever it was, temporarily back in place. We walked Buford down to a suite on the top floor and put him in bed and closed the door behind us. He's talking to a state police convention tonight, Karen said, as though offering an explanation for the last few minutes. Through the full-glass windows in the living room you could see the Capitol building, the parks and boulevards and trees in the center of the city, the wide sweep of the Mississippi River, the wetlands to the west, all the lovely urban and rural ambiance that came with political power in Louisiana. Is Buford on uppers? I asked. No, he has a prescription. He gets overwrought sometimes. You'd better get him some help, Karen. I walked through the foyer to the door. You're going? She said. She stood inches from me, her face turned up into mine. The exertion of getting Buford into the room had caused her to perspire, and her platinum hair and tanned skin took on a dull sheen in the overhead light. I could smell her perfume in the enclosure, the heat from her body. She leaned her forehead into my chest and placed her hands lightly on my arms. Dave, it wasn't just the alcohol, was it? You liked me, didn't you? She tapped my hips with her small fists, twisted her forehead back and forth on my chest, as though an unspoken conclusion about her life was trying to break from her throat. I put one hand on her arm, then felt behind me for the elongated door handle. It was locked in place, rigid across the sweating cup of my palm. Chapter 9. A day later, Cleet Purcell's chartreuse Cadillac convertible, the top down, pulled up in front of the sheriff's department with Mingo Bloomberg in the passenger seat. Cleet and Mingo came up the walk through the waiting room and into my office. Mingo stood in front of my desk in white slacks and a lemon-yellow shirt with French cuffs. He rotated his neck as though his collar were too tight, then put a breath mint in his mouth. My lawyer's getting me early arraignment and recognizance. I'm here as a friend of the court, so you got questions? Let's do it now, okay? He said. He snapped the mint in his molars. Mingo, I don't think that's the way to start out the day here, Cleet said. What's going on, Cleet? I said. Cleet stepped out into the hall and waited for me. I closed the door behind me. Short boy Jerry gave me $200 to deliver the freight. Don't let Mingo take you over the hurdles. Jerry Joe and NOPD both got their foot on his chain, he said. I opened the door and went back in. How do you feel, Mingo? I said. My car was boosted. I didn't drown a black girl, so I feel okay. You a stand-up guy? I said. What's that mean? Jerry Ace is giving us an anchovy so we don't come back for the main meal. You comfortable with that, Mingo? You like being an hors d'oeuvre? I said. What I don't like is being in New Orleans with a target painted on my back. I'm talking about the cops in the 1st District who maybe stomped a guy's hair all over the cement. I gotta use the John. Purcell wouldn't stop the car. He looked out the glass partition, then saw the face looking back at him. Hey, keep her away from me, he said. You don't like Detective Swallow? I said. She's a muff diver. I told her over the phone she ought to get herself a rubber slong so she can whip it around and spray trees or whatever she wants till she gets it out of her system. Helen was coming through the door now. I put my hand on her shoulder and walked her back into the corridor. Jerry Joe Plum made him surrender, I said. Why? She said, her eyes still fastened on Mingo. He's tied up somehow with Buford LaRosa and doesn't want us in his face. Mingo says he's getting out on his own recognizance. I think he's going to head for our witnesses. Like hell he is. Has he been Mirandized? Not yet. She opened the door so abruptly the glass rattled in the frame. A half hour later, she called me from the jail. Guess what? Shithead attacked me. I'll have the paperwork ready for the court in the morning, she said. Where is he? Iberia General. He fell down the stairs. He also needed 12 stitches where I hit him with a baton. Forget recognizance, baby cakes. He's going to be with us a while. Helen, the paperwork is going to look fine. I went to Catholic school. I have beautiful penmanship. Cleet and I ate lunch at an outdoor barbecue stand run by a black man in a grove of oak trees. The plank table felt cool in the shade, and you could smell the wet odor of green cordwood stacked under a tarp next to the stand. Because I was up early anyway, I happened to turn on the TV and catch Breakfast Edition. You know, the local morning show in New Orleans, he said. His eyes stayed on my face. What the hell you doing, Streak? Aaron Crown bothers me. You went on television, Dave, with this Hollywood character. What's his name? Felton, whatever. I was taped here while he interviewed me on the phone. Then it was spliced into the show. Forget the technical tour. Why don't you resign your job while you're at it? What's your boss have to say? I don't think he's heard about it yet. You don't take police business to civilians, Big Mon. To begin with, they don't care about it. They'll leave you hanging in the breeze. Then your own people rat-fuck you as a snitch. Maybe that's the way it's supposed to shake out, I said. He drank from a bottle of Dixie beer, one eye squinting over the bottle at me. Something else is involved here, Mon, he said. Don't make it a big deal, Cleet. It's the broad, isn't it? He said. No. You got into the horizontal bop once with her, and you're worried you're going to do it again. So you got rid of temptation with a baseball bat. In the meantime, maybe you just splashed your career into the bowl. Wait a minute. You didn't park her again, did you? No. Will you stop talking like that? Dave, rich guys don't marry mud women from New Guinea. She's one hot-ass piece of work. We all got human weaknesses, nobleman. All I gotta do is see her on TV and my Johnson starts barking. You were a fugitive on a homicide warrant, I said. The victim was a psychopath and his death was a mistake, but the point is you killed him. What if you hadn't beat it? What if you were put away for life unjustly? He wiped a smear of barbecue sauce off his palm with a napkin, looked out at the sunlight on the street. This guy Crown must mean a lot to you. I think I'm going to Red's in Lafayette, take a steam, start the day over again, he said. An hour later, the sheriff buzzed my extension and asked me to walk down to his office. By now, I was sure he'd heard about my appearance on Morning Edition, and all the way down the corridor I tried to construct a defense for conduct that in police work was traditionally considered indefensible. When I opened the door, he was staring at a sheet of lined notebook paper in his hand, rubbing his temple with one finger. His Venetian blinds were closed, and his windowsill was green with plants. Why is everything around here hard? Why can't we just take care of the problems in Iberia Parish? Can you explain that to me? He said. If you're talking about my being on Morning Edition, I stand behind what I said, Sheriff. Aaron Crown didn't have motivation. I think Buford LaRosa is building a political career on another man's broken back. You were on Morning Edition? The room was silent. He opened the blinds and an eye-watering light fell through the window. Maybe I should explain, I said. I'd appreciate that. When I finished, he picked up the sheet of notebook paper and looked at it again. I wish you hadn't done that, he said. I'm sorry you feel that way. You don't understand. I wanted to believe the Mexican with the machete was simply a deranged man, not an assassin. I wanted to believe he had no connection with the Crown business. I'm not with you. I don't want to see you at risk, for God's sake. We got 2 calls from Mexico this morning, one from a priest in some shithole down in the interior, the other from a Mexican drug agent who says he's worked with the DEA in El Paso. And the guy with the spiderweb tattoos, the lunatic, some rurales popped holes all over him. He's dying, and he says you will too. He says, for the bugaron. What's a bugaron? I don't know. There's a storm down there. I got cut off before I could make sense out of this drug agent. Get a flight this afternoon. Take Helen with you. Americans with no backup tend to have problems down there. We have money for this? Bring me a sombrero. Chapter 10. We flew into El Paso late that night. By dawn of the next day, we were on a shuttle flight to a windswept, dusty airport set among brown hills 500 miles into Mexico. The Mexican drug agent who met us wore boots and jeans, a badge on his belt, and a pistol and a sports coat over a wash-faded blue golf shirt. His name was Heriberto, and he was unshaved and had been up all night. The guy tried to kill you, huh? He said as he unlocked the doors to the Cherokee in the parking lot. That's right, I said. I wouldn't want a guy like that after me. He's Indio, man. You know what I mean? Guy like that will cook your heart over a fire, he said. He looked at Helen. Gringuita, you want to use the restroom? Where we going, there ain't any bushes along the road." He looked indolently at the flat stare in her face. "What did you call her?" I asked. "And maybe you all didn't get no sleep last night," he said. "You can sleep while I drive. I never had an accident on this road. Last night, with no moon, I come down with one headlight." The sun rose in an orange haze above hills that looked made of slag, with cactus and burnt mesquite and chaparral on the sides. The dirt road twisted through a series of arroyos where the sandstone walls were scorched by grass fires. Then we forded a river that splayed like coffee-stained milk over a broken wood dam and overflowed the banks into willows and rain trees and a roofless mud-brick train station by tracks that seemed to disappear into a hillside. "You looking at where those tracks go?" Heriberto said. "The mine company had a tunnel there. The train's still inside." "Inside?" I said. "Pancho Villa blew the mountain down on the tunnel when a train full of Huerta's jackals was coming through. They're still in there, man. They ain't coming out." I took my notebook out of my shirt pocket and opened it. "What's bugaron mean?" I asked. Helen had fallen asleep in back, her head on her chest. "It's like maricon, except the bugaron considers himself the guy." "You're talking about homosexuals? I don't get it." "He's addicto, man. Guy's got meth and lab shit in his head. Those double-aught box shots in him don't help his thinking too good either." "What lab shit?" He concentrated on the road, ignoring my question, and swerved around an emaciated dog. "Why'd you bring us down here?" I said, trying to keep the frustration out of my voice. "The priest is my wife's cousin. He says you're in danger, except what he knows from the confession. That means he can't tell it himself. You want to go back to the airport, man? Tell me now." The sun rose higher in an empty cobalt sky. We crossed a flat plain with sloughs and reeds by the roadside, and stone mountains razored against the horizon, and Indian families who seemed to have walked enormous distances from no visible sight in order to beg by the road. Then the road began to climb, and the air grew cooler. We passed an abandoned ironworks dotted with broken windows, and went through villages where the streets were no more than crushed rock, and the doors to all the houses were painted either green or blue. The mountains above the villages were gray and bare, and the wind swept down the sheer sides and blew dust out of the streets. "It's all Indians here. They think you paint the door a certain color, evil spirits can't walk inside," Heriberto said. Helen was awake now and looking out the window. "This is what hell must look like," she said. "I grew up here. I tell you something. We don't got guys like Arana here. He's from Jalisco. I tell you something else. They don't even got guys like Arana there. Guys like him got to go to the United States to get like that. You understand what I'm saying?" "No," she answered, looking at the back of his neck. "My English ain't too good. It's a big problem I got," he said. We pulled into a village that was wedged like a toothache in a steep-sided narrow canyon, strewn with the tailings from a deserted open-pit mine on the mountain above. Some of the houses had no outbuildings, only a piece of concrete sewer pipe inserted vertically into the dirt yard for a community toilet. Next to the cantina was the police station, a squat, whitewashed building with green shutters that were latched shut on the windows. A jeep, carrying 3 rurales and a civilian with a bloody ear and hair like a lion's mane, came up the road in a flume of dust from the direction of the mine and parked in front. The 3 rurales wore dirty brown uniforms and caps with lacquered brims and World War I thumb-buster U.S. Army .45 revolvers. The civilian's clothes were in rags and his hands were roped behind him. The rurales took him inside the building and closed the door. "Are these the guys who popped Arana?" I asked. "Yeah, man. But you don't want to be asking them no questions about it, know what I'm saying?" Heriberto said. "No, I don't." He scratched his nose, then told me a story. The village had been visited by a carnival that featured a pedal-operated Ferris wheel, a donkey with a fifth leg that grew like a soft carrot out of its side, a concessionaire who sold hand-corked bottles of mezcal that swam with threadworms, and Arana, the spider, a magical man who swallowed flame and blew it like a red handkerchief into the air, whose scarlet web tattoos, Indian-length hair, blackened mouth, and chemical green eyes could charm mountain women from their marital beds. His sexual energies were legendary. "Arana was in the sack with the wrong man's wife?" I said. "They're going to tell you that. You go away with that, take that story back home, everything's going to be fine. You don't, you keep asking questions, maybe we got a problem. You see that guy they just took in? You don't want to go in there today." "What'd he do?" Helen asked. "Two children went in those empty buildings up at the mines and didn't come back. See where all those pieces of tin are flapping in the wind? He lives in there by himself. He don't ever take a bath, comes down at night and steals food from people." "Why'd they shoot Arana?" I said. "Look, man, how I'm going to tell you? This ain't no marijuanista we're talking about. This guy takes high-powered stuff into the States sometimes. These local guys know that. It's called La Mordita. You got to pay the bite, man, or maybe you have a shitload of trouble. Like the guy behind those green shutters now. He don't want to see nobody light a cigar." The infirmary had been built by an American mining company in the oblong shape of a barracks on a bench above the main street of the village. The lumber had warped the nails out of the joists, and the windows were covered with ragged plastic sheets that popped in the wind. In back, a gasoline-powered generator throbbed next to a water well that had been dug in the middle of a chicken yard. Inside, the beds were in rows, squared away, either a slop jar or spittoon under each one, the steel-gray blankets taut with a military tuck. The wood stove was unlighted, the open door congealed with dead ash. The bare walls and floors seemed enameled with cold. But the man named Arana needed no heat source other than his own. He lay on top of the sheet, naked except for a towel across his loins, the scarlet tattoos on his skin emblazoned with sweat. His chest was peppered with wounds that had been dressed with squares of gauze and tape and a yellow salve that smelled like an engine lubricant. But that was not where the offensive odor came from. His right thigh was twice the size it should have been, the shiny reddish-black color of an eggplant. The priest who had called the sheriff brought us chairs to sit by the bed. He was a thin, pale man dressed in a windbreaker, flannel shirt, khaki pants, and work boots that were too big for his ankles, his black hair probably scissor-cropped at home. He put his hand on my arm and turned me aside before I sat down. His breath was like a feather that had been dipped in brandy. "Arana has absolution, but no rest. He believes he served evil people who are going to hurt you," he said. "But I'm not sure of anything he says now." "What's he told you?" "Many things. Few of them good." "Father, I'm not asking you to violate the seal of the confessional. He's made himself insane with injections. He talks of his fears for young people. It's very confusing." I waited. There was a pained glimmer in the priest's eyes. "Sir?" I said. "The man some think killed children up at the mines is his relative," the priest said. "Or maybe he was talking about what he calls the Bugaron. I don't know." Helen and I sat down next to the bed. Helen took a tape recorder out of her purse and clicked it on. The man who was named Arana let his eyes wander onto my face. "You know me, partner?" I said. He tilted his chin so he could see me better, breathed hard through his nostrils. Then he spoke in a language I didn't recognize. "It's an Indian dialect," the priest said. "No one speaks it here except his relative, the crazy one who lives inside the mines." "Who sent you to New Iberia, Arana?" I said. But my best attempts at reaching inside his delirium seemed to be of no avail. I tried for a half hour, then felt my own attention start to wander. The priest left and came back. Helen yawned and straightened her back. "Sorry," she said. She took one cartridge out of the recorder and put in another. Then, as though Arana had seen me for the first time, his hand cupped around my wrist and squeezed it like a vice. "The Bugaron ride a saddle with flowers cut in it. I seen him at the ranch. You messing everything up for them. They gonna kill you, man," he said. "Who's this guy?" "He ain't got no name. He got a red horse and a silver saddle. He like Indian boys." Inadvertently, his hand drew mine against his gangrenous thigh. I saw the pain jump in his face, then anger replace the recognition that had been in his eyes. "What's this man look like?" I said. But I had become someone else now, perhaps an old enemy who'd come a-borning with the carrion birds. Helen and I walked outside with the priest. The sunlight was cold inside the canyon. Heriberto waited for us in the Cherokee. "I have no authority here, Father, but I'm worried about the fate of the man from the mines, the one inside the police station," I said. "Why?" "Heriberto says the rurales are serious men." "Heriberto is corrupt. He takes money from drug smugglers. The rurales are Indians. It's against their way to deliberately injure an insane person." "I see. Thank you for your goodwill, Father." That night, Helen and I boarded a 4-engine plane for the connection flight back to El Paso. She looked out the window as we taxied onto the runway. Heriberto was standing by a hangar, one hand lifted in farewell. "How do you read all that?" she said, nodding toward the glass. "What?" "Everything that happened today." "It's an outdoor mental asylum," I said. Later, she fell asleep with her head on my shoulder. I watched the clouds blowing through the propellers, then the sky was clear again, and far below I saw the lights of a city spread through a long valley and the Rio Grande River glowing under the moon. Chapter 11. Monday morning, Karen LaRosa walked through the department's waiting room and paused in front of the dispatcher's office. She didn't need to speak. Wally took one look at her and, without thinking, rose to his feet, and later couldn't explain to himself or anyone else why he did. "Yes, ma'am," he said. She wore a snug, tailored white suit, white hose, and a wide-brimmed straw hat with a yellow band. "Can Dave see me?" she asked. "Sure, Miss LaRosa, you bet. I'll call him and tell him you're on your way." He leaned out his door and watched her all the way down the hall. When I opened the door for her, I could feel a flush of color like windburn in my throat. 2 deputies passing in the hall glanced at us, then one said something to the other and looked back over his shoulder again. "You look flustered," she said. "How you doing, Karen?" I said. She sat down in front of my desk. Her hat and face were slatted with sunlight. "Clay said I have to do this. Apologize. Here, in your office. To the sheriff, too. Otherwise, he says I'll have no serenity," she said. She smiled. Her platinum hair was tucked inside her hat. She looked absolutely beautiful. "Why are you hanging around with Clay Mason?" I said. "He was a guest of the university. He's a brilliant man. He's a very good poet, too. I heard he blew his wife's head off at a party in Mexico." "It was an accident," she said. I let my eyes drop to my watch. "I'm sorry that I wronged you, Dave. I don't know what else to say." She took a breath. "Why do you have to treat me with fear and guilt? Is it because of the moment there in the hotel room? Did you think I wanted to seduce you with my husband sleeping a few feet away, for God's sakes? There's only one issue here, Karen. Buford's not the man people think he is. He's taking money from Jerry Joe Plum. The guy who delivered it to y'all's house was Mingo Bloomberg." "Who?" "He kills people. Right now he's in custody for leaving a black girl to drown in a submerged automobile in Henderson Swamp." "I never heard of him. I doubt if Buford has either." "Jerry Joe's mobbed up. Why do mobbed-up guys want your husband in Baton Rouge?" "I can't understand you. What are you trying to do to us? Buford's opponents are the same people who supported David Duke." "So what? Y'all have made a scapegoat out of Aaron Crown." "Dave, you've let yourself become the advocate of a misanthropic degenerate who molested his daughter and murdered the bravest civil rights leader in Louisiana." "How do you know he molested Sybil?" "I'm sorry, I'm not going to discuss a man like that." I looked out the window, fiddled with a paperclip on my blotter. "You're committed to lost and hopeless causes," she said. "I don't think it's because you're an idealist either. It's pride. You get to be the iconoclast among the Philistines. I used to buy into psychobabble myself, Karen. It's a lot of fun." "I guess there's not much point in any of this, is there?" she said. Her skirt was tight against her body when she gathered up her purse and rose from her chair. "I wish it had been different, Dave. I wish the grog hadn't gotten you. I wish I'd been able to help. I can't say for sure I loved you, but I love being with you. Be good to yourself, kiddo." With that, she went out the door. I could hear my ears ring in the silence. Just before lunch, the sheriff came into my office. "This morning, I've had a call from the mayor's office, one from the Chamber of Commerce, and one from the New Iberia Historical Preservation Society," he said. "Did you know Jerry Joe Plum just bought an acre lot right down from the Shadows?" "No." "He also bought a bunch of rural property south of the city limits." "How well do you get along with him?" "All right." Find out what he's up to. I don't want any more phone calls. Where is he? Watching a bulldozer level the house that's on the lot by the shadows. I drove down East Main under the arched live oaks that spanned the street toward the shadows. A red brick and white columned antebellum home built in 1831 on Bayou Teche. The acre Jerry Joe had purchased was located between two Victorian homes and went all the way back to the bayou and was shaded by oaks that were over 100 years old. I drove through the piked gate and parked next to a salvage truck and an earth grader where a group of workmen were eating lunch. Down by the bayou was a huge pile of splintered cypress boards, twisted pipe, crushed plaster powdering in the wind, and a flattened gazebo with the passion vine still clinging to the lattice work. "Y'all couldn't move it instead?" I said. "The termites is too heavy to get on the truck, that's a pure fact," a man in a yellow hard hat with a jaw full of bread and Vienna sausage said. He and his friends laughed. "Where's Jerry Joe?" "I'll tell him how effective you are at doing PR with the sheriff's department." It was a short drive to Mulatty's in Breaux Bridge. As soon as I stepped through the door, I heard Clifton Chenier's "Hey, Tite Fille" on the jukebox and saw Jerry Joe out on the polished wood floor dancing with a waitress. His elbows were tucked close to his ribs, his fingers pointed at angles like a 1940s jitterbugger, his oxblood loafers glinting. His whole body seemed animated with rhythm. His shoulders titled and vibrated. He jigged and bopped and created an incredible sense of energy and movement without ever stepping out of a 12-inch radius. And all the while his face beamed at the waitress with genuine pleasure and affection. I ordered a 7-Up at the bar and waited for him to sit down. When he finished dancing, he squeezed the waitress's hand, walked past me, his eyes fixed on the black barman, and said, "Bring my friend the same order I got." "Don't do that, Jerry Joe," I said to his back. He pulled out a chair at a table covered with a red and white checkered cloth. "You got it, whether you want it or not. Catfish fillet with étouffée on the top. This is food you expect only in the afterlife," he said. He twisted another chair out. "What's the haps?" "Some people want to know why you just bulldozed down a house that George Washington Cable once lived in." "Who?" "A famous writer." "Because it had an asbestos roof, because the floors were just like walking on wet cardboard, because there were vampire bats in the drain pipes." Why not work with people, Jerry Joe? Explain it to them instead of giving them heart failure. Because the problem isn't what I'm tearing down. It's what they think I'm going to build. Like maybe a pink elephant in the middle of the historical district. He put a stuffed mushroom in his mouth. "What?" "Oh, I get it. They got reason to have those kind of concerns." "I didn't say that." "What are we talking about then?" "I got it. It's not the house. It's me." "No one can accuse you of being a Rotarian." "I told you, my sheet's an embarrassment. I'm on a level with unlicensed church bingo." "You and some other guys hit a fur truck. You also stuffed a building contractor into a cement mixer. He was taking scabs through our picket. Besides, I pulled him back out." "Why are you buying property south of town?" He patted his palm on top of his forearm, glanced toward the sound of someone dropping coins inside the jukebox. "Maybe I want out. Maybe I'm tired of New Orleans, being in the life, all that jazz. So maybe I got a chance and I'm taking it." "I'm not with you." "Buford La Rosa is good for business. Turn your brain on for a minute, Dave. What if these Peckerwoods get in Baton Rouge? New Orleans will be a worse toilet than it already is. A Mexican guy tried to take me out. Your man Mingo says it was a hit. Why do mobbed-up people in New Orleans care about a cop in Iberia Parish? Jerry Joe scratched the red tattoo of a parachute on his forearm. Number 1, Mingo's not my man. Number 2, times are changing, Dave. Dope's going to be out one day. The smart money is looking for a new home. Listen to that. La Jolie Blonde. Boy, I love that song. My mom taught me to dance to it. Where'd the hit come from? I don't know. That's the honest-to-God truth. Just leave this civil rights garbage alone and watch yourself with Karen LaRosa. Well, how did you... You want to ask me where she's got a certain birthmark? He pressed his hands flat on the tablecloth and looked at them. Try a little humility, Dave. I hate to tell you this, but some broads ain't any different from men. They like to screw down and marry up. She ever talk about marriage to you? He raised his eyes and started to grin. Then his face became embarrassed, and he grimaced and looked around the room. The coiled white scar at the corner of his eye was bunched in a knot. You on a breadstick? He asked. Our jailer, Kelso Underpont, was a 300-pound bisexual black man who pushed his way through life with the calm, inert certitude of a glacier sliding downhill. The furrows in his neck gave off an oily shine and were dotted with moles that looked like raisins pasted on his skin, and his glasses magnified his eyes into luminous orbs the size of oysters. He stared up at me from his cluttered desk. So why are we holding the guy here if he's got a negligent homicide beef in St. Martin Parish? We're treating the case as an abduction. The abduction happened inside Iberia Parish, I said. We are working with St. Martin on the other charge. Yeah, shit rolls downhill, too. And I'm always downhill from you, Robichaud. I'm sorry to hear you take that attitude. This guy was born for Camp J. He don't belong here. I got enough racial problems as it is. How about starting over, Kelso? He complains he's being discriminated against, get this, because he's Jewish, and we're making him eat pork. So he throws his tray in a trustee's face. Then he says he wants isolation because maybe there's a black guy coming in here to whack him out. I go, what black guy? He goes, how the fuck should I know? Maybe the guy I just threw the food at. I go, your brain's been doing too many push-ups, Bloomberg. You ought to give it a rest. He goes, I come in here on my own, and a dyke blindsides me with a baton and charges me with assault. No wonder you got a jail 90% cannibal. No one else would live in a shithole like this. You've got him in isolation now? I asked. A guy who uses words like cannibal to a black man? No, I got him out there in the yard teaching aerobics to the brothers. This job would drive me to suicide if it wasn't for guys like you, Robichaud. 5 minutes later, I checked my weapon with a guard who sat inside a steel mesh cage, and a second guard unlocked a cell at the end of a sunlit corridor that rang with all the sounds of a jailhouse. Clanging doors and mop buckets, a dozen radios tuned to a half-dozen stations, shouted voices echoing along the ceilings. Mingo Bloomberg sat in his boxer undershorts on a bunk that was suspended from the wall with chains. His body was pink, hairless, without either fat or definition, as though it had been synthetically manufactured. The stitches above his ear looked like a fine strand of black barbed wire embedded in his scalp. "Kelso says you're being a pain in the ass," I said. He let a towel dangle between his legs and bounced it idly on top of his bare toes. "Did your lawyer tell you our witnesses are going to stand up?" I said. I expected anger, another run at manipulation. Instead, he was morose, his attention fixed on the sounds out in the corridor, as though they held meaning that he'd never quite understood before. "Did you hear me?" I said. "I talked to my cousin last night. The wrong people think you got dials on me. There's a black guy out of Miami, a freelance, 'cause Miami's an open city. He's supposed to look like a 6.5-foot stack of ape shit. The word is, maybe he's the guy that did the screenwriter in the quota. My cousin says the Miami guy's got the whack and is going to piece it off to some boons inside the jail." "You're the hit?" He stared at the floor, put his little finger in his ear as though there were water in it. "I never broke no rules. Feels funny," he said. "Who's setting it up, Mingo?" "How many guys could I put inside? You figure it out." "You ever hear of a buggerone?" I asked. "No. Don't ask me about crazy stuff I don't know anything about. I'm not up for it." His shoulders were rounded, his chest caved in. "You've read a lot, haven't you? I mean, books in college, stuff like that?" "Some." "I read something once in the public library up on St. Charles. It said, in your life you end up back where you started, maybe way back when you were little. The difference is you understand it the second time around, but it don't do you no good." "Yeah." "That never made sense to me before." That night, a guard escorted Mingo Bloomberg down to the shower in his flip-flops and skivvies. The guard ate a sandwich and read a magazine on a wood bench outside the shower wall. The steam billowed out on the concrete, then the sound of the water became steady and uninterrupted on the shower floor. The guard put down his magazine and peered around the opening in the wall. He looked at Mingo's face and the rivulets of water running down it, dropped the sandwich, and ran back down the corridor to get the count man from the cage. Chapter 12. It was sunrise when I turned into Buford LaRosa's house the next morning. I saw him at the back of his property inside a widely spaced stand of pine trees, a gray English riding cap on his head, walking with a hackamore in his hand toward a dozen horses that were bolting and turning in the trees. The temperature had dropped during the night, and their backs steamed like smoke in the early light. I drove my truck along the edge of a cleared cane field and climbed through the railed fence and walked across the pine needles into the shade that smelled of churned sod and fresh horse droppings. I didn't wait for him to greet me. I took a photograph from my shirt pocket and showed it to him. "You recognize this man?" I asked. "No. Who is he, a convict?" "Mingo Bloomberg. He told me he delivered money to your house for Jerry Joe Plum." "Sorry, I don't know him." I took a second photograph from my pocket, a Polaroid, and held it out in my palm. "That was taken last night," I said. "We had him in lockup for his own protection, but he hanged himself with a towel in the shower." "You really know how to get a jump start on the day, Dave." "Look, Jerry Joe's connected to a number of labor unions. If I refuse his contribution, maybe I lose several thousand Union votes in Jefferson and Orleans parishes. It sure sounds innocent enough. I'm sorry it doesn't fit into your moral perspective. Don't go yet. I want to show you something. He walked deeper into the trees. Even though there'd been frost on the cane stubble that morning, he wore only a t-shirt with his khakis and half-top boots and riding cap. His triceps looked thick and hard and were ridged with flaking skin from his early fall red fishing trips out on West Cote Blanche Bay. He turned and waited for me. "Come on, Dave. You made a point of bringing your photographic horror show to my house. You can give me 5 more minutes of your time," he said. The land sloped down through persimmon trees and palmettos and a dry coulee bed that was choked with leaves. I could hear the horses nickering behind us, their hooves thudding on the sod. Ahead I could see the sunlight on the bayou and the silhouette of a black marble crypt surrounded by headstones and a carpet of mushrooms and a broken iron fence. The headstones were green with moss, the chiseled French inscriptions worn into faint tracings. Buford pushed open the iron gate and waited for me to step inside. "My great-grandparents are in that crypt," he said. He rubbed his hand along the smooth stone, let it stop at a circular pinkish-white inlay that was cracked across the center. "Can you recognize the flower? My great-grandfather and both his brothers rode with the Knights of the White Camellia. Your wife told me. They weren't ashamed of it. They were fine men, even though some of the things they did were wrong. What's the point? I believe it's never too late to atone. I believe we can correct the past, make it right in some way. You're going to do this for the Knights of the White Camellia? I'm doing it for my family. Is there something wrong with that?" he said. He continued to look at my face. The water was low and slow-moving in the bayou, and wood ducks were swimming along the edge of the dead hyacinths. "Dave, I'd better be going," I said. He touched the front of my windbreaker with his fingers, but I said nothing. "I was speaking to you about a subject that's very personal with me. You presume a great deal," he said. I looked away from the bead of light in his eyes. "Are you hard of hearing?" He touched my chest again, this time harder. "Don't do that," I said. "Then answer me." "I don't think they were fine men." "Sir?" "Shakespeare says it in King Lear. The Prince of Darkness is a gentleman. They terrorized and murdered people of color. Cut the bullshit, Buford." I walked out the gate and back through the trees. I heard his feet in the leaves behind me. He grabbed my arm and spun me around. "That's the last time you'll turn your back on me, sir," he said. "Go to hell." His hands closed and opened at his sides, as though they were kneading invisible rubber balls. His forearms looked swollen, webbed with veins. "You fucked my wife and dumped her. You accuse me of persecuting an innocent man. You insult my family. I don't know why I ever let a piece of shit like you on my property, but it won't happen again. I guarantee you that, Dave." He was breathing hard. A thought, like a dark bird with a hooked beak, had come into his eyes, stayed a moment, then left. He slipped his hands stiffly into his back pockets. The skin of my face felt tight, suddenly cold in the wind off the bayou. I could feel a dryness, a constriction in my throat, like a stick turned sideways. I tried to swallow, to reach for an adequate response. The leaves and desiccated twigs under my feet crunched like tiny pieces of glass. "You catch me off the clock and repeat what you just said," I began. You're a violent, predictable man. The perfect advocate for Aaron Crown, he said, and walked through the pines toward the house. He flung the hackamore into a tree trunk. That night, I lay in the dark and looked at the ceiling, then sat on the side of the bed, my thoughts like spiders crawling out of a paper bag I didn't know how to get rid of. A thick, low fog covered the swamp, and under the moon the dead cypress protruded like rotted pilings out of a white ocean. "What is it?" Bootsy said. "Buford LaRosa. This morning? I want to tear him up. I don't think I've ever felt like that toward anyone." "You've got to let it go, Dave." I rubbed my palms on my knees and let out my breath. "Why does he bother you so much?" she asked. "Because you never let another man talk to you like that." "People have said worse to you." She lay her hand on my arm. "Put the covers over you, it's cold." "I'm going to fix something to eat." "Is it because of his background?" "I don't know." She was quiet for a long time. "Say it, Boots." "Or is it Karen?" she asked. I went into the kitchen by myself, poured a glass of milk, and stared out the window at my neighbor's pasture, where one of his mares was running full out along the fence line, her breath blowing, her muscles working rhythmically, as though she were building a secret pleasure inside herself that was about to climax and burst. The next morning, I parked my truck on Decatur Street on the edge of the French Quarter and walked through Jackson Square, past St. Louis Cathedral, and on up St. Anne to the tan stucco building with the arched entrance and brick courtyard where Cleet Purcell kept his office. It had rained before dawn, and the air was cool and bright, and bougainvillea hung through the grillwork on the balcony upstairs. I looked through his window and saw him reading from a manila folder on top of his desk, his shirt stretched tight across his back, his glasses as small as bifocals on his big face. I opened the door and stuck my head inside. "You still mad?" I said. "Hey, what's going on, Big Mom?" "I'll buy you a beignet," I said. He thought about it, made a rolling, popping motion with his fingers and hands, then followed me outside. "Just don't talk to me about Aaron Crown and Buford LaRosa," he said. "I won't." "What are you doing in New Orleans?" "I need to check out Jimmy Ray Dixon again. His office says he's at his pool hall out by the Desire." He tilted his pork pie hat on his head, squinted at the sun above the rooftops. "Did you ever spit on baseballs when you pitched American Legion?" he said. We had beignet and coffee with hot milk at an outdoor table in the Café du Monde. Across the street, sidewalk artists were painting on easels by the iron fence that bordered the park, and you could hear boat horns out on the river just the other side of the levee. I told him about Mingo Bloomberg's death. "It doesn't surprise me. I think it's what they all look for," he said. "What?" "The big exit. If they can't get somebody to do it for 'em, they do it themselves. Most of 'em would have been better off if their mothers had thrown them away and raised the afterbirth." "You want to take a ride?" "That neighborhood's a free fire zone, Straight. Let Jimmy Ray slide. He's a walking ad for enlistment in the Klan." "See you later, then." "Oh, you're ass," he said, and caught up with me on the sidewalk, pulling on his sports coat, a powdered beignet in his mouth. The pool room was 6 blocks from the Desire Welfare Project. The windows were barred. the walls built of cinder blocks and scrolled with spray-painted graffiti. I parked by the curb and stepped off on the sidewalk, unconsciously looked up and down the street. "We're way up the Mekong, Dave. Hang your buzzer out," Cleet said. I took out my badge holder and hooked it through the front of my belt, listened to somebody shatter a tight rack and slam the cue stick down on the table's edge, then walked through the entrance into the darkness inside. The low ceiling seemed to crush down on the pool shooters like a fist. The bar and the pool tables ran the length of the building, a tin-hooded lamp creating a pyramid of smoky light over each felt rectangle. No one looked directly at us. Instead, our presence was noted almost by osmosis, the way schooled fish register and adjust to the proximity of a predator. Except for one man, who came out of the restroom raking at his hair with a steel comb, glanced toward the front, then slammed out of a fire door. Jimmy Ray Dixon was at a card table in back by himself, a ledger book, calculator, a filter-tipped cigar inside an ashtray, and a stack of receipts in front of him. He wore a blue suit and starched pink shirt with a high collar, a brown knit tie and gold tie pin with a red stone in it. "I seen you on TV, still frontin' points for the man that killed my brother," he said, without looking up from his work. He picked up a receipt with his steel hook and set it down again. "I need your help," I said. I waited, but he went on with his work. "Sir?" I said. "What?" "Can we sit down?" "Do what you want, man." Cleet went to the bar and got a shot and a beer, then twisted a chair around and sat down next to me. "Somebody put a hit on Mingo Bloomberg," I said. "I heard he hung himself from a water pipe in y'all's jail," Jimmy Ray said. "Word gets around fast. A dude like that catch the bus, people have parades." "He told me a black guy out of Miami had a contract on him. He said a guy who looks like a 6.5-foot stack of ape shit." Cleet scraped a handful of peanuts from a bowl on the next table, his eyes drifting down the bar. "Maybe you ought to give some thought to where you're at," Jimmy Ray said. "You heard about a mechanic out of Miami?" I said. "I tell you how I read this situation. You put a snitch jacket on a guy and jammed him up so he didn't have no place to run. So maybe somebody's conscience bothering him. Know what I mean?" he said. "I think the same hitter popped Lonnie Felton's scriptwriter." "Could be, but ain't my business." "What is your business?" "Look, man, this is what it is. A smart man got his finger in lots of pies. Don't mean none of 'em bad. 'Cause this guy's a brother, you ask me if I know him. I don't like to give you a short answer, but you got a problem with the way you think. It ain't much different than that cracker up at Angola." Cleet leaned forward in his chair, cracked the shell off a peanut, and threw the peanut in his mouth. "You still pimp, Jimmy Ray?" he asked, his eyes looking at nothing. "You starting to burn your ticket, Chuck. I count 8 bail skips in here. I count 3 who aren't paying the vig to the Shylock who lent 'em the bail. The guy who went out the door with his hair on fire snuffed one of Doc Green's hookers in Algiers," Cleet said. "You want to use the phone? It's a quarter," Jimmy Ray said. "No black hitter works a town without permission. Why let him get the rhythm while you got the blues?" Cleet said. "All my blues is on the jukebox, provided to me by Mr. Jerry Joe Plum, boy you grew up with," Jimmy Ray said to me. "Crown has to stay down for Buford La Rosa to go to Baton Rouge. Tell me you're not part of this, Jimmy Ray," I said. He looked up at the clock over the bar. "The school kid's gonna be out on the street. Y'all got anything in your car you want to keep? Excuse me. I gotta see how much collards I can buy tonight. He began tapping figures off a receipt onto his calculator. That evening, under a gray sky, Alifair and I raked out the shed and railed horse lot where she kept her Appaloosa. Then we piled the straw and dried out green manure in a wheelbarrow and buried it in the compost pile by our vegetable garden. The air was cool, flecked with rain, and smelled like gas and chrysanthemums. "Who's that man down on the dock, Dave?" Alifair said. He was squatted down on his haunches with his back to us. He wore a fedora, dark brown slacks, and a scuffed leather jacket. He was carving a stalk of sugar cane, notching thick plugs out of the stalk between his thumb and the knife blade, feeding them off the blade into his mouth. "He was in the shop this afternoon. He has a red parachute tattooed on his arm," she said. I propped my foot on the shovel's blade and rested my arm across the end of the shaft. "Jerry Joe Plum," I said. "Is he a bad man?" "I was never sure, Alf. Tell Bootsy I'll be along in a minute." I walked down to the end of the dock and leaned my palms on the rail. Jerry Joe continued to look out at the brown current from under the brim of his fedora. He folded his pocketknife against the heel of his hand. The blade was the dull color of an old nickel. "You figure I owe you?" "What for?" "I took something out of your house a long time ago." "I don't remember it." "Yeah, you do. I resented you for it." "What's up, partner?" The scar at the corner of his eye looked like bunched white string. "My mom used to clean house for Buford LaRosa's parents. The old man could be a rotten bastard, but he gave me a job roughnecking in West Texas when I was just 17, and later on got me into the airborne. It was the way the old man treated Buford that always bothered me. Maybe because I was part responsible for it. You think they won't take you off at the neck because they're rich? It's not enough they win. Somebody's got to lose. What I'm saying is everybody's shit flushes. You're no exception, Dave." "You're not making any sense." "They'll grind you up." What follows is my best reconstruction of Jerry Joe's words. Chapter 13. By San Antone, I'd run out of bus and food money as well as confidence in dealing with the Texas Highway Patrol, who believed patching tar on a country road was a cure for almost anything. So I walked 5 miles of railroad track before I heard a double header coming up the line and took off running along the gravel next to a string of empty flat-wheelers. That's boxcars with no springs. My duffel bag banging me in the back, the cars wobbling across the switches, and a passenger train on the next track coming up fast. But I worked the door loose, running full out, flung my duffel on the floor, and crawled up inside the warm smell of grain sacks and straw blown in the wind and the whistle screaming down the line. It was near dawn when I woke up, and I knew we were on a trestle, 'cause all you could hear was the wheels pinching and squealing on the rails, and there wasn't any echo off the ground or the hillsides. The air was cold and smelled like mesquite and blackjack and sage when it's wet, like no one had ever been there before. No gas-driven machines, no drovers fording the river down below, not even Indians in the gorges that snaked down to the bottoms like broken fingers and were cluttered with yellow rocks as big as cars. There were sand flats in the middle of the river with pools of water in them that were as red as blood, and dead deer that turkey buzzards had eaten from the top side down so that the skeletons stuck out of the hides and the buzzards used the ribs for a perch. Then we were on a long plateau inside an electric storm, and I began to see cattle pens and loading chutes and busted windmills that were wrapped with tumbleweed, adobe houses with collapsed walls way off in the lightning, a single-track dirt road and wood bridge and a state sign that marked the Pecos, where the bottom was nothing but baked clay that would crack and spiderweb under your boots. The old man, Jude La Rosa, told me the name of the town but not how to get to it. That was his way. He drew lines in the dirt, and if you fit between 'em, he might be generous to you. Otherwise, you didn't exist. The problem was you never knew where the lines were. I hadn't realized I'd climbed aboard a hot shot, a straight through that doesn't stop till it reaches its destination. I dropped off on an upgrade just before another trestle, hit running, and slid all the way down a hill into a wet sand flat flanged with willows that had once been a riverbed and was pocked with horses' hooves and deer tracks that were full of rainwater. I walked all day in the rain, crossed fences with warning signs on 'em in Spanish and English, saw wild horses flowing like shadows down the face of a ridge, worked my way barefoot across a green river with a soap rock bottom, and came out on a dirt road just as a flatbed truck boomed down with drill pipe and loaded with Mexicans sleeping under a tarp ground through a flooded dip in the road and stopped so the man leaning against the top of the cab with an M1 carbine could say, "Where you think you're going, man?" I guess I looked like a drowned cat. I hadn't eaten in 2 days, and my boots were laced around my neck and the knees were tore out of my breeches. He had on a blue raincoat and a straw hat with water sluicing off the brim, and his beard was silky and black and pointed like a Chinaman's. "Jude La Rosa's place. It's somewhere around here, ain't it?" I said. "You on it now, man? Where's he live at?" "Why you want to know that?" "I'm a friend of his. He told me to come out." He leaned down to the window of the cab and said to the Mexicans inside, "Dice que es amigo del Señor La Rosa." They laughed. The ones in the back had the tarp pushed up over their heads so they could see me, and 2 of them were eating refried beans and tortillas they'd folded into big squares between their fingers. But they were a different sort, not the kind to laugh at other people. "You know where his house is at?" I said. He'd already lost interest. He hit on the roof with his fist, and they drove off in the rain, with the drill pipe flopping off the back of the bed and the Mexicans in back looking out at me from under the tarp. I found Jude La Rosa's town that evening. It was nothing more than a dirt crossroads set in a cup of hills that had gone purple and red in the sunset. It had a shut-down auction barn and slaughterhouse, a dried-out hog feeder lot next to a railroad bed with no track, and a wood water tank that had rotted down on itself, and a shingle-front 2-story saloon and cafe where a little black girl was laying out steaks on a mesquite fire in back. The sidewalk was almost higher than the pickups and horses in front of it, iron-stained with the rusted cusps of tethering rings and pooled with the blood of a cougar someone had shot that day and had hung with wire around the neck from the stanchion of an electric Carta Blanca sign that was the same blue as the glow above the hills. The inside of the saloon had a stamped tin ceiling, card and domino tables in back, a long bar with old-time towel rings and a wall mirror and brass rail and spittoons and antlers nailed all over the support posts. A dozen cowboys and oil-field roughnecks were playing 5-card stud and sipping shots with Pearl and Grand Prize on the side. The menu was on a chalkboard over the bar. The bartender wore a red chin beard, and his eyes were hollowed deep in his face, and his arms were as thick as hams. A fat black woman set a platter of barbecue sandwiches in the service window and rang a bell. The bread was golden brown, with butter and grill marks and soft in the center from the barbecue sauce that had soaked through. The bartender put 4 bottles of Pearl on the tray and carried it to the card table. "How much is just a lima bean soup without the sandwich?" I asked. I had to keep my hands flat on the bar when I said it, too, because there was a wood bowl full of crackers and pickles right at the end of my fingers. 20 cents, he said. "How much for just a cup?" "Where are you from, boy?" "Louisiana." "Go round back and I'll tell the nigger to fix you something." "I ain't asked for a handout." He pulled up his apron, took a lighter out of his blue jeans and lit a cigarette. He smoked it and spit a piece of tobacco off the tip of his tongue. He picked up the bowl of crackers and pickles and set it on the counter behind him with the bottles of whiskey and rum and tequila. "You can't hang around here," he said. It had started to rain again, and I could see the water dripping off the Carta Blanca sign on the face of the dead cougar. Its eyes were seamed shut like it had gone to sleep. A man opened the front door and the rain blew across the floor. "How far is it to the La Rosa house?" I said. "What you want out there?" "Mr. La Rosa told me to come out." The cigarette smoke trailed out of the side of his mouth. A shadow had come into his face like a man who's caught between fear and suspicion and anger at himself, and an even greater fear you'll see all these things going on inside him. He walked down the duckboards and used the phone on the counter. When he put the receiver back down, his eyes wouldn't stay fixed on mine. "Mr. La Rosa says for you to order up. He'll be long when it quits raining," he said. He set the bowl of pickles and crackers back in front of me, then pried off the top of a Barge's root beer on a wall opener and set it next to the bowl. "How about a steak and eggs and those stewed tomatoes?" I said. "Anything else?" "How about some fried potatoes?" "What else?" "How come a Mexican would carry an M1 carbine on a pipe truck?" I asked. He leaned on the bar. I could smell soap and sweat in his clothes. "Where you seen it?" he asked. "Crossing north of the river." "You ever heard of no God or law west of the Pecos?" "No." "It means you see wets, you forget it." "I don't understand." "It's a subject you'd best carry on the end of a shit fork," he said. An hour later, the sky was empty and dry and pale behind the hills, and you could see the sage for miles, when Jude La Rosa pulled up next to the sidewalk in a wood-paneled Ford station wagon, leaned over and popped open the passenger door, and looked at me from under the brim of his Stetson with those blue eyes you don't ever forget. He was a handsome man in every respect, tall, with a flat stomach, his gray hair cropped GI, his skin sun-browned, the shade of a cured tobacco leaf. But I never saw beautiful eyes like that on a man before or since. They were the dark blue you see in patches of water down in the Keys, when the day's hot and bright before a storm, and a cloud of perfect blue darkness floats across the reef, and you almost think you can dip your hand into the color and rub it on your skin, like you would ink. But for some reason, down below that perfect piece of color, down in those coral canyons, you know a school of hammerheads are shredding the bonito into pink thread. I sat down next to him with my duffel between my legs and closed the door. The seats were made from rolled yellow leather, and the light from the mahogany dashboard shone on the leather and reflected up in Jude's face. "They want you?" he asked. "Sir?" "You know what I mean." "There ain't any warrant." "What was it?" "Man whipped me with his belt behind Provost's saloon. Another man held me while he done it." "What else?" "I caught him later that night when he was by himself. It worked out different this time." He unsnapped a button on his shirt pocket and took a Camel out and fitted it in his mouth without ever letting go of my eyes. "You're not lying about the warrant, are you?" he said. "I wouldn't lie about something like that." "What would you lie about?" "Sir?" "When we drove away, I saw a little black girl who'd been laying stakes on the mesquite fire run out from the side of the building and wave at the station wagon. That night, I slept on a bare mattress on the floor of a stucco cottage full of garden tools behind the main house. I dreamed I was on a flat wheel of freight, high up on a trestle above a canyon, and the trestle's supports were folding under the train's weight, and the wheels were squealing on the rail as they gushed sparks and fought to gain traction. The main house was 3-story purple brick, with white balconies and widow's walks and poplar trees planted as windbreaks around the yard. There was a bunkhouse with a tar paper roof for the field hands, rows of feeder lots and corrugated water tanks and windmills for the livestock, a red barn full of baled hay you could stuff a blimp in, a green pasture with hot fences for Jude's thoroughbreds, a scrapyard that was a museum of steam tractors and Model T flatbed trucks, 100 irrigated acres set aside for vegetables and melons and cantaloupes, and through a long sloping valley that fanned into a bluff above the river, deer and Spanish bulls mixed in together, belly deep in grass. Every fence had a posted sign on it, and for those who couldn't read, animals and stray wetbacks, Jude's foreman had nailed dead crows or gutted and salted coyotes to the cedar posts. The lights in the main house went on at 4 a.m. when Miss La Rosa, a black-haired German lady with red cheeks and big arms Jude had brought back from the war, read her Book of Mormon at the kitchen table, then walked down to the open-air shed by the bunkhouse and fired the wood cook stove. By 7 a.m. my first day, I was wearing braided work gloves and a hard hat and steel-toe boots and wrestling the drill bit on the floor of an oil rig right above the Rio Grande, the drill motor roaring, tongs clanging, the chain whipping on the pipe, and drilling mud and salt water flooding out of the hole like we'd punched into an underground lake. After a week, Jude walked down to my cottage and stood in the doorway with Buford, who was just 7 years old then, and the miniature of his daddy in short pants. "You got any questions about how things run?" he said. "No, sir." He nodded. "You sure about that?" "I'm getting along real fine. I like it here." "That's good." He turned and looked off at the sun on the hills. His eyes were close set, almost violet, like they were painted with eyeshadow. "Sometimes the Mexican boys talk. They forget what it was like down in the bean field in Chihuahua." "I don't pay it no mind." "Pay what no mind?" "They talk in Spanish, so I don't waste my time listening." "I see." He cupped his hand on Buford's head. "I want you to take him to work in the tomato field tomorrow." "I'm supposed to be on the rig." "I want Buford to start learning work habits. Come up to the house and get him at 6. "Yes, sir, if that's what you want." "My foreman said you asked about the wages the Mexican boys were making." "I guess I don't recall it," I said. He studied the side of my face all the time, his fingers rubbing a little circle in Buford's hair. "Next time you bring your questions to me," he said. I looked at the floor and tried not to let him see the swallow in my throat. You didn't have to roughneck long in Jude's oil patch to find out what was going on. You could hear the trucks at night grinding across the riverbed. Jude's foreman had moved all the cattle to the upper pasture and dropped the fences along the riverbank so the trucks could cross when the moon was down and catch the dirt road that wound into the ranch next door, where another oil man, a bigger one than Jude, was running the same kind of economics. A white man got $2 an hour on the floor of a rig and $2.27 up on the monkey board, Wetbacks would do it for 4 bits and their beans. They'd drill into pay sands with no blowout preventers on the wellhead, work on doodlebug crews in an electric storm out on a bald prairie with dynamite and primers and nitro caps in the truck, all those boys strung out along a 300-foot steel tape, handling steel chain and pins and a range pole that might as well have been a lightning rod. I had a suspicion it made for a religious moment. I saw boys on the rig pinch their fingers off with pipe chains, get their forearms snapped like sticks by the tongs, and find out they weren't taking anything back to Mexico for it but a handshake. The ranch next door was even worse. I heard a perforating gun blew up and killed a wet on the rig floor. The deputy sheriff helped bury him in a mesquite grove, and an hour later the floor was hosed down and pipe was singing down the hole. That's not all of it either. Jude and some of his friends had a special crew of higher-paid wets and white boys who'd been in Huntsville and on the pea farm at Sugar Land that was slant drilling, which is when you drill at an angle into somebody else's pool or maybe a company's storage sand and you pay off whoever's supposed to be watching the pressure gauges. They'd siphon it out like soda through a straw, cap the well, call it a duster, and be down in Sausalito drinking Dos X's and mezcal before the Texaco company knew they'd been robbed blind. I had no complaint, though. Jude paid me a white person's wage, whether I was clanging pipe or watching over Buford in the field. He was a cute little guy in his short pants and cowboy hat. We'd hitch a mule to the tomato sled, set 4 baskets on it, and pick down one row and up the other, and I'd always let him drive the mule and see how far he could fling the tomatoes that had gotten soft. The second month I was there, Buford and me started pulling melons at the back end of the field where a black family lived in a shack by a grove of dried-up mesquite trees. Jude rode his horse out in the field and stretched in the saddle and leaned his arms on the pommel and pushed his hat up on his brow with his thumb. Buford was slapping the reins on the mule's butt and gee-hawing him in a circle at the end of the row. "How's he doing?" Jude said. "He's a worker," I said. "That's good." He looked over at the black family shack. A little girl was playing with a doll on the gallery. "Y'all been working straight through?" "Yes, sir. Haven't missed a beat," I said. "I don't want him playing with anybody back here." I tried to keep my focus on Buford and the sled at the end of the row. Let the words pass like it wasn't really important I hear 'em. "You understand what I'm saying?" Jude said. "Yes, sir. You're pretty clear." "You bothered by what I'm telling you?" "That's the little girl who works with her mom at the cafe, ain't it?" "Don't look at something else when you talk to me, Jerry Joe." I raised my eyes up to his. He looked cut out of black cloth against the sun. My eyes burned in the heat and dust. "It's time the boy learns the difference, that's all," he said. "I'm not here to argue, Miss Jude." "You may intend to be polite, Jerry Joe, but don't ever address a white man as a person of color would." Jude knew how to take your skin off with an emery wheel. I liked Miss La Rosa. She cooked big breakfasts of eggs and smokehouse ham and refried beans and grits for all the hens, and was always baking pies for the evening meal. But she seemed to have a blind spot when it came to Jude. Maybe it was because he was a war hero and her father died in one of Hitler's ovens, and Jude brought her here from a displaced persons camp in Cyprus. What I mean is, he wasn't above a Saturday night trip down into Mexico with his foreman, a man who'd been accused of stealing thoroughbred semen from a ranch he worked over in Presidio. One Sunday morning, when the foreman was still drunk from the night before and we were driving out to the rig, he said, "Y'all sure must grow 'em randy where you're from." "Beg your pardon?" I said. Bringing back a German heifer ain't kept Jude from milking a couple at a time through the fence. Later, he caught me alone in the pipe yard. He was quiet a long time, cleaning his nails with a penknife, still breathing a fog of tequila and nicotine. Then he told me I better get a whole lot of gone between me and the ranch if I ever repeated what he'd said. Don't misunderstand. I looked up to Jude in lots of ways. He told me how scared he'd been when they flew into German ack-ack. He said it was like a big box of torn black cotton, and there was no way to fly over or around or under it. They'd just have to sit there with their sweat freezing in their hair while the plane shook and bounced like it was breaking up on a rock road. Right after Dresden, a piece of shrapnel the size and shape of a twisted teaspoon sliced through his flight jacket and rib cage so he could actually put his hand inside and touch the bones. I blame myself for what happened next. Buford and me were hoeing weeds in the string beans at the end of the field when this old Mexican hooked one wheel of the pump truck off the edge of the irrigation ditch and dropped the whole thing down on the axle. I left Buford alone and got the jack and some boards out of the cab, and the old man and me snugged them under the frame and started jacking the wheel up till we could rock it forward and get all four wheels on dirt again. Then I looked through the square of light under the truck and saw Buford across the field playing under a shade tree with the little black girl, just as Jude came down the road in his station wagon. I felt foolish, maybe cowardly too, for a reason I couldn't explain, lying on my belly half under the truck, while Jude got out of his station wagon and walked toward his son with a look that made Buford's face go white. He pulled Buford by his hand up on the black family's gallery, went right through their door with no more thought than he would in kicking open a gate on a hog lot, and a minute later came back outside with one of the little girl's dresses wadded up in his hand. First he whipped Buford's bare legs with a switch, then pulled the dress down over his head and made him stand on a grapefruit crate out in the middle of the field with all the Mexicans bent down in the rows pretending they didn't see it. I knew I was next. He drove out to where the pump truck was still hanging on the jack and stared out the car window at me like I was some dumb animal he knew would never measure up. You didn't mind your priorities. What you see yonder is the cost of it, he said. Then you should have took it out on me. Don't be a hypocrite on top of it. If you had any guts, you'd have spoken up before I whipped him. I could feel my eyes watering, the words quivering in my mouth. I think you're a son of a bitch, Jude. He's a La Rosa. That's something you won't ever understand, Jerry Joe. You come from white trash, so it's not your fault. But you got a chance to change your life here. Don't waste it. He dropped the transmission in first gear, his face as empty of feeling as a skillet, and left me standing in the weeds, the dust from his tires pluming in a big cinnamon cloud behind his car. I'd like to tell you I drug up that night, but I didn't. Jude's words burned in my cheeks just like a slap. Like only he knew of all the people in the world who I really was. It's funny how you can become the reflection you see in the eyes of a man you admire and hate at the same time. The family went back to Louisiana in the fall, and I stayed on and slant drilled, brought wets across the river, killed wild horses for a dog food company, and then fell in love every Saturday night down in Chihuahua. Those boys from Huntsville Pen and the pea farm at Sugarland didn't have anything on me. When he died of lung cancer 10 years later, I thought I'd go to the funeral and finally make my peace with him. I made it as far as the door, where two guys told me Mr. LaRosa had left instructions. The service was to be attended only by family members. Old Jude really knew how to do it. Chapter 14. It was dark now, and rain was falling on the bayou and the tin roof of the bait shop. Jerry Joe drank out of a thick white coffee cup across the table from me. A bare electric light bulb hung over our heads, and his face was shadowed by his fedora. "What's the point?" I said. "You're a parish cop in a small town, Dave. When's the last time you turned a key on a rich guy?" "A DWI about 20 years ago." "So am I getting through here?" "It doesn't change anything." "I saw Buford pitch in the college game once. A kid slung the bat at him on a scratch single. The kid's next time up, Buford hit him in the back with a forkball. He acted sorry as hell about it while the kid was writhing around in the dirt. But after the game, I heard him tell his catcher, 'Looks like we made a Christian today.' Buford's not my idea of a dangerous man. It's a way of mind. They don't do things to people. They let 'em happen. Their hands always stay clean. If you're letting the LaRosas use you, that's your problem, Jerry Joe." "Damn, you make me mad," he said. He clicked the spoon on the handle of his cup and looked out at the rain falling through the glare of the flood lamps. His leather jacket was creased and pale with wear, and I wondered how many years ago he'd bought it to emulate the man who'd helped incinerate the Florence of Northern Europe. "Take care of what you got, Dave. Maybe deep six the job. I'll get you on with the union. It's easy. You get a pocket full of ballpoint pens and a clipboard, and you can play it till you drop," he said. "You want to come up and eat with us?" "That sounds nice." His face looked melancholy under his fedora. "Another time, though. I got a gal waiting for me over in Lafayette. I was never good at staying married, know what I mean?" "Dave, the black hooker who saw the screenwriter popped, you still want to find her. She works for Doc Green. Hey, tomorrow I'm sending you a jukebox. It's loaded, partner. Lloyd Price, Jimmy Clanton, Warren Storm, Dale and Grace Broussard, Irie Lejeune. Don't argue." And he went out the screen door into the rain. The string of electric bulbs overhead made a pool of yellow light around his double shadow, like that of a man divided against himself at the bottom of a well. Doc Green was an agitated, driven, occasionally vicious ex-heavy equipment operator who claimed to have been kidnapped from a construction site near Wei by the Viet Cong and buried alive on the banks of the Perfume River. His face was hard-edged as though it had been layered from putty that had dried unevenly. It twitched constantly, and his eyes had the lidless intensity of a bird's, focusing frenetically upon you or the person behind you or the inanimate object next to you, all with the same degree of wariness. He owned a construction company, a restaurant, and half of a floating casino, but Doc's early money had come from prostitution. Whether out of an avaricious fear that his legitimate businesses would dry up, or the satisfaction he took in controlling the lives of others, he'd never let go of the girls and pimps who worked the New Orleans convention trade and kicked back 40% to him. He'd married into the Chicano family, but soon became an embarrassment to them. Without warning, in a restaurant or in an elevator, Doc's voice would bind in his throat, then squeeze into a higher register, like a man on the edge of an uncontrollable rage. During these moments his words would be both incoherent and obscene, hurled in the faces of anyone who tried to console or comfort him. He had a camp and acreage off of Old Highway 190, between Opelousas and Baton Rouge, right by the levee and the wooded mud flats that fronted the Atchafalaya River. His metallic gray frame house with tin roof and screened gallery was surrounded by palm and banana trees, and palmettos grew in the yard and out in the pasture, where his horses had snubbed the winter grass down to the dirt. Cleet and I drove down the service road in Cleet's convertible and stopped at the cattle guard. The gate was chain-locked to the post. A man in khakis and a long-sleeved white shirt with roses printed on it was flinging corn cobs out of a bucket into a chicken yard. He stopped and stared at us. Cleet blew the horn. "What are you doing?" I said. "He's crazy. Give him something to work with." "How about waiting here, Cleet?" "The guy's got syphilis of the brain. I wouldn't go in his house unless I put Kleenex boxes over my shoes first." "It's Tourette's syndrome." "Sure. That's why half of his broads are registered at the VD clinic." I climbed through the barbed wire fence next to the cattle guard. Doc Green was motionless, the bail of the bucket hooked across his palm as if it had been hung from stone. His thin brown hair was cut short and was wet and freshly combed. I saw the recognition come into his eyes, a tick jump in his face. But the problem in dealing with Doc Green wasn't his tormented and neurotic personality. It was his intuitive and uncannily accurate sense about other people's underlying motivations, perhaps even their thoughts. "Who told you I was here?" he said. "You got a lot of respect around here, Doc. The St. Landry Sheriff's Office likes to know when you're in town." "Who's in the shit machine?" "Cleet Purcell." He put down the bucket, cupped one hand to his mouth, the other to his genitalia, and shouted, "Hey, Purcell! I got your corn dog hanging." "Doc, I'm looking for a black hooker by the name of Brandy Grissom." "An addict? The one saw the screenwriter get capped?" "That's right. I don't know anything about her." "Why is he parked out there?" "You just said..." "NOPD already talked to me. That's how I know." The skin under his eye puckered like paint wrinkling in a bucket. "Short boy Jerry put you here?" "Why would he do that?" I smiled and tried to keep my eyes flat. "Y'all went to school together. Now he's moving back to New Iberia. Now you're standing on my property. It don't take a big brain to figure it out." "Give me the girl, Doc. I'll owe you one." "You looking for a black whore or a black hitman? You should be talking to Jimmy Ray Dixon." "I'm firing in the well," I said. The wind puffed the willow trees that grew on the far side of the levee. "You got a nice place here." "Don't give me that laid-back act, Robichaud. I'll tell you what this is about. Short boy Jerry thought he could throw up some pickets on my jobs and run me under. Didn't work. So now he's using you to put some boards in my head. I think he dimed me with NOPD, too. You're pretty fast, Doc. His eyes focused on the front gate. I can't believe it. Purcell's taking a leak in my cattle guard. I got neighbors here, Doc said. You and the Chicanos aren't backing Buford LaRosa, are you? I asked. For the first time he smiled, thin-lipped, his eyes slitted inside the hard cast of his face. I never bet on anything human, he said. Come inside. I gotta get a Pepto or something. Purcell's making me sick. The pine walls of his front room were hung with the stuffed heads of antelope and deer. A marlin was mounted above the fireplace, its lacquered skin synthetic-looking and filmed with dust. On a long bookshelf was a line of jars filled with the pickled, yellowed bodies of rattlesnakes and cottonmouth moccasins, a hairless possum, box turtles, baby alligators, a nutria with its paddle-like feet webbed against the glass. Doc went into the kitchen and came back with a beer in his hand. He offered me nothing. Behind him I saw his wife, one of the Chicano women, staring at me, hollow-eyed, her raven hair pulled back in a knot, her skin as white as bread flour. Purcell gets under my skin, Doc said. Why? Same reason you do? Excuse me? You make a guy for crazy, you think you can drop some coins in his slot, turn him into a monkey on a wire. The truth is, I've been down in a place where your eye sockets and your ears and your mouth are stuffed with mud, where there ain't any sound except the voices of dead people inside your head. You learn secrets down there you don't ever forget. I was over there too, Doc. You don't have a franchise on the experience. Not like I was. Not even in your nightmares. He drank from his beer can, wiped his mouth on the inside of his wrist. His eyes seemed to lose interest in me. Then his face flexed with an idle thought as though a troublesome moth had swum into his vision. Why don't you leave me alone and go after that Klansman before he gets a boon stoked up again? At least if he ain't drowned. We got enough race trouble in New Orleans as it is, he said. Who are you talking about? He looked at me for a long moment, his face a bemused psychodrama, like a metamorphic jigsaw puzzle forming and reforming itself. That guy Crown, the one you were defending on TV. He jumped into the Mississippi this morning, he said. Your ship machine don't have a radio? He drank from his beer can and looked at me blankly over the top of it. Chapter 15. It was raining and dark the next morning when Cleet let me off in front of the Iberia Parish Sheriff's Department, then made an illegal U-turn into the barbecue stand across the street. Lightning had hit the department's building earlier, knocking out all the electricity except the emergency lights. When I went into the sheriff's office, he was standing at his window in the gloom with a cup of coffee in his hand, looking across the street. Why is Purcell in town? He asked. Couple days fishing. So he drives you to work? My truck's in the shop. He's a rogue cop, Dave. Too harsh, Skipper. He has a way of writing his name with a baseball bat. That's not going to happen here, my friend. You made your point, sir, I said. Good. Then he told me about yesterday's events in Angola and later at a sweet potato farm north of Morganza. Aaron Crown had vomited in his cell, gone into spasms on the floor like an epileptic during a seizure or a man trying to pass gallstones. He was put in handcuffs and leg chains and placed in the front seat of a van rather than in the back, a plastic sick bag in his lap, and sent on his way to the infirmary with a young white guard driving. The guard paid little attention, perhaps even averted his eyes, when Aaron doubled over with another coughing spasm. Never seeing the bobby pin that Aaron had hidden in his mouth and that he used to pick one manacle loose from his left wrist, never even thinking of Aaron as an escape risk within the rural immensity of the farm, nor as an inmate whose hostility and violence would ever become directed at a white man. Not until they rounded a curve by the river and Aaron's left arm wrapped around the guard's neck, and Aaron's right fist, the loose handcuff whipping from the wrist, smashed into the guard's face and splintered his jawbone. Then he was hobbling through gum trees in a soybean field, over the levee, down into the willows along the mud flat, where he waded out through the backwater and the reeds and cattails and plunged into the current, his ankles raw and bleeding and still chained together. By all odds, he should have drowned. But later, a group of West Feliciana sheriff's deputies with dogs would find a beached tangle of uprooted trees downstream, with a piece of denim speared on a root, and conclude that Aaron had not only grabbed onto the floating island of river trash, but had wedged himself inside its branches like a muskrat and ridden the heart of the river 7 miles without being seen before the half-submerged trees bumped gently onto a sandspit on the far side, and let Aaron disembark into the free people's world as though he'd been delivered by a specially chartered ferry. Then he was back into the piney woods, hard-shell fundamentalist country in which he'd been raised, that he took for granted would never change, where a white man's guarantees were understood, so much so that when he entered the barn of a black farmer that night and began clattering through the row of picks and mattocks and scythes and axes and mauls hung on the wall to find a tool sharp and heavy enough to cut the chain on his ankles, he never expected to be challenged, much less threatened at gunpoint. The black man was old, barefoot, shirtless, wearing only the overalls he'd pulled on when he'd heard Aaron break into his barn. "What you doing, old man?" he said, and leveled the dog-leg 20-gauge at Aaron's chest. "It's fixin' to storm. I come out of it." Aaron held his right wrist with the manacle dangling from it behind his back. The lightning outside shook like candle flame through the cracks in the wall. "You got a chain on your feet," the black man said. "Cut it for me." "Where you got out of?" "They had me for something I ain't did. Cut the chain. I'll come back, give you some money." "You the one they looking for. The one that killed that NAACP man, ain't you?" "It's a goddamn lie they ruined my life over." "Now, I ain't wanting to harm you. You stand back. I said you—" Aaron tore the shotgun from the black man's hand and clutched his throat and squeezed until the black man's knees collapsed. Then he wrapped him to a post with baling wire, tore the inside of his house apart, and looted his kitchen. 5 minutes later, Aaron Crown disappeared into the howling storm in the black man's pickup truck, the shotgun and a cigar box filled with pennies and a bag of groceries on the seat beside him. "Where you think he's headed?" I said. "He got rid of the pickup in Baton Rouge late last night. A block away, a Honda was stolen out of a filling station. Guess what? Crown's lawyer, the one who pled him guilty, has decided to go to Europe for a few weeks." "How about the judge who sent him up?" "And the state police are guarding his house." He watched my face. "What's on your mind?" "If I were Aaron Crown, my anger would be directed at somebody closer to home. I guess you picked my brain, Dave. I don't like the drift here, Sheriff. The next governor is not going to get murdered in our jurisdiction. Not me. No, sir. If you don't want to be around the LaRosas personally, that's your choice. But you're going to have to coordinate the surveillance on their house. Look, the election's Tuesday. Then the sumbitch will probably be governor. That's the way we've always gotten rid of people we don't like. We elect them to public office. Go with the flow. Wrong man. Karen LaRosa doesn't think so. She called last night and asked for you specifically. Could you be a little more detailed on y'all's history? It all seems kind of distant for some reason. I see. He sucked a tooth. Okay, one other thing. Lafayette PD called a little earlier. Somebody broke into a pawn shop about 5 this morning. He took only one item, a scoped .303 Enfield rifle with a sling. You ever hear of a perp breaking into a pawn shop and stealing only one item? I saw British snipers use those in Korea. They could bust a silhouette on a ridge from 500 yards. Don't treat this as a nuisance assignment, Dave. Lonnie Felton's purple Lincoln Continental was parked under a dripping oak in my drive when Cleet dropped me off from work that evening. I ran through the rain puddles in the yard onto the gallery and smelled the cigarette smoke drifting through the screen. He sat on the divan, tipping his ashes in a glass candy dish. Even relaxed, his body had the muscular definition of a gymnast, and with his cleft chin and Roman profile and brown ponytail that was shot with gray, he could have been either a first-rate charismatic confidence man, second-story man, or the celebrity that he actually was. "How do you do, sir?" I said. "I feel old enough without the sir," he said. His teeth were capped and white, and like most entertainment people I'd met, he didn't allow his eyes to blink so that they gave no indication of either a hidden insecurity or the presence or absence of an agenda. "I'm trying to get Mr. Felton to stay for dinner," Bootsy said. I took off my raincoat and hat and put them on the rack in the hall. "Sure, why don't you do that?" I said. "Thanks. Another night. I'll be around town a week or so." "Oh?" "I want to use Aaron Crown's old place, you know. That Montgomery Ward brick shack on the coulee, and juxtapose it with the LaRosa plantation." "Seems like you'd have done that early on," I said, and sat down on the stuffed chair at the end of the coffee table. His eyes looked amused. The Daily Iberian was folded across the middle on top of the table. I flipped it open so he could see the front page. A 3-column headline read, "Local Man Escapes Angola." "The end of your documentary might get written in New Iberia," I said. "How's that?" "You tell me," I said. "I have a hard time following your logic. You think the presence of a news camera caused Jack Ruby to kill Lee Harvey Oswald?" Bootsy got up quietly and went into the kitchen and began fixing coffee on a tray. His eyes stayed on her as she left the room, dropping for a split second to her hips. "What do you want from me, sir?" I asked. "You're an interesting man. You had the courage to speak out on Crown's behalf. I'd like for you to narrate 2 or 3 closing scenes. I'd like to be with you during the surveillance of LaRosa's house." "I think you want gunfire on tape, sir." He put on his glasses and craned his head around so he could see the wall area next to the window behind him. "Is that where the bullet holes were?" he asked. "What?" "I did some deep background on you. This is where your wife killed another woman, isn't it? You didn't have media all over you after she splattered somebody's brains on your wallpaper? My wife saved my life, and you get out of our house, Mr. Felton." Bootsy stood framed in the kitchen doorway, frozen, the tray motionless between her hands. Felton put out his cigarette in the candy dish and got to his feet slowly, unruffled, indifferent. "If I were you, I'd spike Buford LaRosa's cannon while I had the chance. I think he's a believer in payback," he said. He turned toward Bootsy. "I'm sorry for any inconvenience, Ms. Robichaud." "If my husband told you to get out, he meant it, Bubba," she said. A year ago, I'd stripped the paper from the wall next to the window, put liquid wood filler in the 2 bullet holes there, then sanded them over and repapered the cypress planks. But sometimes, in an idle moment when my gaze lingered too long on the wall, I remembered the afternoon that an assassin had pointed a .22 caliber Ruger at the side of my face, when I knew that for me all clocks everywhere were about to stop and I could do nothing about it but cross my arms over my eyes, and Bootsy, who'd never harmed anyone in her life, had stepped out into the kitchen hallway and fired twice with a 9mm Beretta. Lonnie Felton backed his Lincoln into the road, then drove toward the drawbridge through the mist puffing out of the tree trunks along the bayou's edge. "There goes your Hollywood career streak," Bootsy said. "Somehow I don't feel the less for it." "You think Aaron Crown is back?" "It's too bad if he is." "Say, you really shook up Felton's cookie bag. You like that hard gal stuff, huh?" "Too bad for whom?" "I think Buford's hooked up with some New Orleans wise guys. Maybe Aaron won't make the jail." "Come on, forget this stuff. Let's take the boat down the bayou this evening." "In the rain?" "Why not?" "What's bothering you, Dave?" "I have to babysit Buford. His plane comes back in from Monroe at 10. "I see. It'll be over Tuesday." "No, it won't," she said. "Don't be that way," I said, and put my hands on her shoulders. "Which way is that?" Then her eyes grew bright and she said it again. "Which way is that, Dave?" Later that night, Helen Swallow and I met Buford's private plane at the Lafayette Airport and followed him back to the La Rosa plantation in a cruiser. Then we parked by his drive in the dark and waited for the midnight watch to come on. The grounds around the house, the slave quarters now filled with baled hay, the brick, iron-shuttered riding stable were iridescent in the humidity and glare of the security flood lamps that burned as brightly as phosphorus flares. One by one, the lights went off inside the house. "Can you tell me why an assignment like this makes me feel like a peon with a badge?" Helen said. "Search me," I said. "If you were Crown and you wanted to take him out, where would you be?" "Inside that tree line, with the sun rising behind me in the morning." "You want to check it out?" "It's not morning." Casual attitude. "Maybe Buford should have the opportunity to face his sins." "I'll forget you said that." The next morning, Saturday, just before sunrise, I dressed in the cold with Bootsy still asleep and drove back to the La Rosa plantation and walked the tree line from the road back to the bayou. In truth, I expected to find nothing. Aaron had no military background, was impetuous, didn't follow patterns, and drew on a hill country frame of reference that was as rational as a man stringing a crowning forest fire round his log house. However, I'd forgotten that Aaron was a lifetime hunter, not for sport or even for personal dominion over the land, but as one who viewed armadillos and deer, possums and ducks, squirrels and robins, even gar that could be shot from a boat, as food for his table. Adversaries that he slew in order to live, none any better or worse or more desirable than another, and he went about it as thoroughly and dispassionately as he would butcher chickens and hogs on a block. On second consideration, I thought the best-trained military sniper could probably take a lesson from Aaron Crown. 100 yards from Buford's backyard, with a clear view of the converted carriage house, the driveway, the parked automobiles, I saw the broken gray leaves, the knee and boot marks in the soft ground behind a persimmon tree, an empty Vienna sausage can, crumbs from saltine crackers, the detritus of field-stripped, hand-rolled cigarettes. Then I thought I heard feet running, a shadow flowing between trees, dipping down into a dry coulee bed, racing past the black marble crypt in the center of the La Rosa cemetery. But in the muted pink softness of the morning, in the rain that continued to tumble like crystal needles out of the sunlight, I looked again, and saw only red horses turning among the tree trunks, divots of impacted layered leaves exploding from their hooves, their backs auraed with vapor from their bodies. I took a Ziploc bag from my coat pocket and began picking up the torn cigarette papers and the Vienna sausage can with the tip of a ballpoint pen, just as Buford came out his back door dressed in jeans, cowboy boots, charcoal suede jacket, and gray Stetson hat, his face raised toward the dawn and the special portent that it seemed to contain. I wondered if he'd ever envisioned his face locked down inside a telescopic sight just before a toppling .303 round was about to scissor a keyhole through the middle of it. Maybe he had. Or maybe my fantasy indicated a level of abiding resentment that I didn't want to recognize. That afternoon, Cleet parked his Cadillac by the boat ramp and walked down the dock into the bait shop where I was stacking the chairs and mopping the floor. He poured a cup of coffee for himself at the counter and drank it. "You look like you got rained on today," I said. "I did." "You catch anything?" "No. The water's getting too cool. I found Brandy Grissom, though." I fitted a chair upside down on a table and put down my mop. "My main meal ticket is still running down bail skips for Nigro's Water and Wee Willie Bimstein," he said. "So I checked in with Nig this afternoon to see if he had anything for me, and out of nowhere he tells me a black broad named Brandy Grissom skipped on a prostitution charge and left Nig and Willie holding the bond. But because most of the lowlifes consider Nig a fairly decent guy for a bondsman, Brandy calls him up from Halfway House in Morgan City and says she's scared shitless to come back to New Orleans and can Nig square her beef with the court and renew her bond. Can you imagine the faith these people put in a bondsman? I used to miss my shield. Now I think I'll get me one of those little cinder block offices with a neon sign down by the city prison." "She's in a halfway house?" I said. "Not for long. She's about to get kicked out." "Y'all got a snitch fund?" "We're lucky to pay the light bill." "I wouldn't put that on the top of the discussion." The two-story halfway house was painted canary yellow and decorated with flower boxes on a shell road that paralleled the canal, lined with banana trees and wild elephant ears. The leaves of the elephant ears were withered and streaked white from the water splashed out of potholes by passing automobiles. A rotted-out shrimp boat was half submerged on the far side of the canal, and gars were feeding on something dead that streamed off one of the scuppers. The gallery of the halfway house was cluttered with green plants and straight-back wood chairs on which both black and white people sat, most of them in mismatched clothes, and smoked cigarettes and looked at nothing or at their shoes or watched the passing of an automobile until it finally turned onto the highway that led back into Morgan City, which seemed painted with an electric glow against the evening sky. Brandy Grissom sat with us at a picnic table strewn with children's toys under a chinaberry tree. She wore lip gloss and rouge high on her cheekbones and a hairnet with sequins in it, and jeans and purple cloth slippers and a long-sleeved denim shirt with lace sewn on the cuffs. The whites of her eyes were threaded with blood vessels. "You can get me some money," she said. "Depends on what you've got, Brandy," I said. "They gonna put me out tomorrow. I ain't got nowhere to go. He know where my family's at." "The shooter?" I said. "He found me twice. He took me out in the woods. He made me do things in the back of his car." Her eyes flicked away from my face. "Who's the guy, Brandy?" Cleet said. "He called himself Mookie. He says he's from Miami, but he talks French, and he know all about fishing in the bayous up I-10. "Mookie what?" I said. "I don't want to even be knowing his first name. I just want to get my little boy from my mother's house and go somewhere else." "Why are they putting you out?" She kneaded the top of her forearm and looked out at the shell road in the twilight. "They said my urine was dirty when I came back to the house the other day. I say you can look at my arm. I ain't got no new tracks. And Proctor, she says I'm skin popping in my thighs. The other women halfway seen it in the shower. I ain't skin popped, though. That's the truth, and I ain't smoked no rock in 37 days. "How'd your UA dirty then?" Cleet said. She picked at her earlobe and raised her eyebrows. "Don't ax me," she said. "Why'd Mookie kill your John?" I asked. "He said he was doing it to help out some friends. He said the guy didn't have no business messing around with black women anyway." "You work for Doc Green, Brandy?" I asked. "I got a street manager." "You got a Murphy artist," Cleet said. Her jawbone flexed along one cheek. "Why'd Mookie let you slide?" I asked. "He said he liked me. He said I could have China White, all the rock, all the tar I want. All I gotta do is ax. He was smoking rock in his car. He got a look in his face that makes me real scared. So I gotta get out of Louisiana or he gonna find me again." "You've got to give me more information, Brandy," I said. "You the policeman from New Iberia?" "That's right." "He know all about you. He know about dissing with you, too." Cleet had started to light a cigarette. He took it out of his mouth and looked at her. "He was saying," now this is what he say, this ain't my words, "if the fat one come round again where he ain't supposed to be, I got permission to burn his cat." "When was this?" I said. "A week ago. Maybe 2 weeks ago, I don't remember. Is there a way I can get a message to this guy? Cleet asked. I don't know no more. I ain't asked for none of this. Y'all gonna give me train fare for me and my little boy? I pulled an envelope from my back pocket and handed it to her. This ain't but $200, she said. My piggy bank's tapped out, I said. That means it's out of the man's pocket, Cleet said. It don't seem very much for what I told y'all. I think I'll take a walk, throw some rocks at the garfish. Blow the horn when you're ready to boogie. Don't you love being around the life? Cleet said. That night, before the election, I lay in the dark and tried to think my way through the case. Why had the gargantuan black man with the conked hair hung around New Orleans after the hit on the screenwriter? Unless it was to take out Mingo Bloomberg, or even Cleet. But why expect reasonable behavior of a sociopath? The bigger question was, who did he work for? Brandy Grissom had said the black man had made a threat on Cleet 1 or 2 weeks ago, which was before we visited Doc Green. But Doc had probably already heard we'd been bumping the furniture around, so the time frame was irrelevant. Also, I was assuming that Brandy Grissom wasn't lying. The truth is, most people who talk with cops, perps, lowlifes of any stripe, traffic violators, crime victims, witnesses to crime, relatives of crime victims, or irritable cranks who despise their neighbors' dogs, feel at some point they have to lie, either to protect themselves, somebody else, or to ensure that someone is punished. The fact that they treat you as a credulous moron seems to elude them. I was still convinced the center of the case lay on the La Rosa plantation. The 3 avenues into it led through Jimmy Ray Dixon, Doc Green, and Jerry Joe Plum. The motivation that characterized all the players was greed. It wasn't a new scenario. But the presence of power and celebrity gave it a glittering mask. The La Rosas were what other people wanted to be, and their sins seemed hardly worthy of recognition. Except to one man, whose ankles were marbled with bruises from leg chains, and whose thoughts flared without respite like dry boards being fed into a furnace. Chapter 16. Buford won. The northern portion of the state was split by a third-party racist candidate, while the southern parishes voted as a bloc for one of their own. A Catholic bon vivant football hero who descended from Confederate cavalry officers, but whose 2 PhDs in identification with the New South would never allow his constituency to be embarrassed. The celebration that night in Baton Rouge received the kind of network coverage that one associates with Mardi Gras. Wednesday night, the celebration moved to the La Rosa plantation in New Iberia. The moist air smelled of flowers and meat fires, and as if the season had wanted to cooperate with Buford's political ascendancy, a full yellow moon had risen above the bayou in the cleared fields and the thoroughbreds in the pasture. All that seemed to define the La Rosa family's historical continuity. First, a Dixieland, then a Zydeco band, played on top of a flatbed truck in the backyard. Hundreds of guests ate okra and sausage gumbo and barbecued chicken wings off of paper plates, and lined up at the crystal bowls filled with whiskey sour punches. They behaved with the cheerful abandon of people who knew their time had come. The crushed flower beds, the paper cups strewn on the grass, the red-faced momentary coarseness were just part of the tribute they paid to their own validation. Helen Swallow and I walked the tree line along the back fields, talked to 2 state policemen who carried cut-down pump shotguns, shined our flashlights in storage sheds and the barn and the stables, then walked back down the drive toward our cruiser in front. It was going to be a long night. Clay Mason was smoking a cheroot cigar between 2 parked automobiles, one booted foot propped on a bumper, looking wistfully at the cleared fields and the yellow moon that had filled the branches of a moss-hung oak. "Ah, Mr. Robichaud, how are you?" he asked. "Are you visiting, sir?" "Just long enough to extend congratulations." "By God, what an event. I'm surprised Buford's father didn't get up out of the grave for it." "I hear he was quite a guy." "If that's how you spell son of a bitch, he was." "How'd you know his father?" "They owned the ranch next to my family's out west of the Pecos." "I see." "My father used to say it takes sons of bitches to build great countries." "What do you think about a statement like that?" He puffed on his cigar. "I wouldn't know." I saw Helen get in the cruiser and close the door in the dark. "Son, there's nothing more odious than an intelligent man pretending to be obtuse." "I'd better say good night, Dr. Mason. Stop acting like a nincompoop. Let's go over here and get a drink." "No, thanks." He seemed to study the silhouette of the oak branches against the moon. "I understand y'all matched the fingerprints of that Klansman, Crown, is that his name, to some tin cans or cigarette papers you found in the woods," he said. "That's right." He flipped his cigar, sparking into a rosebed. "You catch that racist bastard, Mr. Robichaud." "I don't think Aaron Crown's a racist." He placed his hand, which had the contours of a claw, on my arm. An incisor tooth glinted in his mouth when he grinned. "A Ku Klux Klansman? Don't deceive yourself. A man like that will rip your throat out and eat it like a pomegranate," he said. The breeze blew his fine white cornsilk hair against his scalp. 15 minutes later, I had to use the restroom. "Go inside," Helen said. "I'd like to avoid it." "You want to take the cruiser down the road?" "Bad form." "I guess you get to go inside," she said. I walked through the crowds of revelers in the yard, past the Zydeco musicians on the flatbed truck, who were belting out La Valse Négresse with accordion and fiddle and electric guitars, and with one man raking thimbles up and down a replicated aluminum washboard that was molded like soft body armor to his chest. The inside of the house was filled with people, too, and I had to go up the winding stairs to the second floor to find an empty bathroom, or one that was almost empty. The door was ajar. I saw a bare male thigh, the trousers dropped below the knee, a gold watch on a hairy wrist. Decency should have caused me to step back and wait by the top of the stairs, but I'd seen something else, too. The glassy cylindrical shape between 2 fingers, the thumb resting on the plunger, the bright squirt of fluid at the tip of the needle. I pushed open the door the rest of the way. When Buford connected with the vein, his eyes closed and opened, and then glazed over. His lips parted indolently, and a muted sound rose from his throat, as though he were sliding onto the edge of orgasm. Then he heard me. "Oh, Dave," he said. He put the needle on the edge of the lavatory and swallowed dryly, his eyes flattening, the pupils constricting with the hit. "Bad shit, Buford," I said. He buttoned his trousers and tried to fix his belt. "Goat glands and vitamins." "Not what you think, Dave," he said. "So that's why you shoot it up in your thighs?" "John Kennedy did it." He smiled wanly. "Are you going to cuff the governor-elect in his home?" "It wouldn't stick." "Why not talk to somebody you trust about this before you flame out?" "It might make an interesting fire." I never met a hype who was any different from a drunk. "I'm talking about myself, Buford. We're all smartasses." "You missed your historical period. You should have sat at the elbow of St. Augustine. You were born for the confessional." "Come on. A new day is at hand, sir. If you would just lend me yours for a moment." I helped him sit down on top of the toilet seat lid, then I watched, almost as a voyeur would, as the color came back in his face. His breathing seemed to regulate itself, his shoulders straightened, his eyes lifted merrily into mine. "We glide on gilded wings above the abyss," he said. "The revelers wait." I shattered his syringe in the toilet bowl. "Mark one off to bad manners," I said. Early the next morning, the sheriff called me into his office. Lafayette PD wants us to help with security at the Hotel Acadiana on Pinhook Road, he said. Buford again? The guys turned the governor's office into a rolling party. We're probably going to be stuck with it a little while. I want off it, Skipper. I want my old hairline back. He's a hype. You're telling me we just elected a junkie? I told him what had happened the night before. He blew out his breath. You're sure he's not diabetic or something like that? He asked. I think it's speed. You didn't want to take him down. Busting a guy in his bathroom with no warrant? He rubbed his temple. I hate to say this, but I'm still glad he won rather than one of those other shitheads, he said. He waited. No comment? He's bad news. We'll pay for it down the line. God, you're a source of comfort, he said. I picked up my morning mail and went into my office just as my phone rang. Doc Green must have hit the floor running. You tell that Irish prick he wants to get in my face, I'll meet him in the street, in an alley, out on a sandbar, in the middle of the Chafalaya. Somebody should have busted his spokes a long time ago, he said. Which Irish prick? I said. Duh, he answered. He caused a big scene at my casino. Customers were going out the doors like it was a fire drill. He threw a pool ball into a guy's head at my restaurant. Tell him yourself. I would, except I can't find him. He's too busy wiping his shit all over the city. Cleet's a one-on-one type guy, Doc. Yeah? Well, I'm a civilized human being. Jimmy Ray Dixon ain't. Your friend's been down in Cannibal Town saying they give up this black ape, been making threats against him, or he's going to staple somebody's dork to the furniture. I hope they cook him in a pot. The shooter we want is a guy named Mookie. He's telling people he has permission to take Purcell out. Who'd give him that kind of permission, Doc? Try to fit this into your head, Robichaud. Then I heard a woman's voice and hands scraping on the receiver as though someone were pulling it from Doc's grasp. Mr. Robichaud? Yes? This is Persephone Green. I met you years ago when my name was Jacano." "Yes, I remember," I said, although I didn't. "Are you sure? Because you were drunk at the time." I cleared my throat. "My husband is trying to say we don't have anything to do with problems in New Orleans' black community," she said. "You leave us alone. You tell your friend the same thing." "Your husband's a pimp. And you're an idiot. Far out of his depth," she said, and hung up the phone. Either the feminists had reached into the mob or the New Orleans spaghetti heads had spawned a new generation. I used my overtime to take the afternoon off and went to Red Lareille's Health and Racket Club in Lafayette. I did 4 sets of curls and military and bench presses with free weights, then went into the main workout room, which had a glass wall that gave onto a shady driveway and the adjacent tennis courts, and was lined with long rows of exercise machines. Because it was still early in the day, there were few people on the machines. A half-dozen off-duty steroid-pumped Lafayette cops were gathered around a pull-down bar, seemingly talking among themselves. But their eyes kept drifting to the end of the room where Karen La Rosa lay on a bench at an inverted angle, her calves and ankles hooked inside 2 cylindrical vinyl cushions, while she raised herself toward her knees, her fingers laced behind her head, her brown thighs shiny with sweat, her breasts as swollen as grapefruit against her Harley motorcycle t-shirt. I sat down on a Nautilus leg lift machine, set the pin at 140, and raised the bar with the tops of my feet until my ankles were straight out from my knees and I could feel a burn grow in my thighs. I felt her on the corner of my vision. She flipped her sweat towel against my leg like a wet kiss. "Our bodyguard isn't speaking these days," she said. "Hello, Karen." She wiped her neck and the back of her hair. Her black shorts were damp and molded to her body. "You still mad?" she said. "I never worry about yesterday's box score." Her mouth fell open. "Sorry. Bad metaphor," I said. "If you aren't a handful, how about requesting me off y'all's security?" I asked. "You're stuck, baby love." "Why?" "Because you're a cutie, that's why." She propped her forearm on top of the machine. She let her thigh touch mine. "Sounds like control to me," I said. "That's what it's all about, sweetie." She bumped me again. "Stop playing games with people, Karen. Aaron Crown's out there. He doesn't care about clever rhetoric." "Then go find him." "I think he'll find us. It won't be a good moment, either." She looked down the aisle through the machines. The off-duty Lafayette cops had turned their attention to a deadlift bar stacked with 100-pound plates. Karen sucked on her index finger, her eyes fastened on mine, then touched it to my lips. Later, I drove to Sybil Crown's bar down by the Lafayette underpass. Even though the day was bright, the bar's interior was as dark as the inside of a glove. Sybil was in the back storage shed, her body crisscrossed with the sunlight that fell through the board walls, watching 2 black men load vinyl bags bursting with beer cans onto a salvage truck. "I wondered when you'd be around," she said. "Oh?" "He wouldn't come here. I don't know where he is, either." "I don't believe you." "Suit yourself." She turned to the black man. Okay, you guys got it all? Next week, I want you back here on time. No more my grandmama been sick, Miss Zabel stuff. There are creatures with no eyes living under the garbage I got back here. She watched the truck, its slatted sides held in place with baling wire, lumber down the alley. God, what a life, she said. She sat down on a folding chair next to the brick wall and took a sandwich out of a paper bag. A crazy network of wood stairs and rusted fire escapes zigzagged to the upper stories of the building. She pushed another chair toward me with her foot. Sit down, Dave. You're making me nervous. I looked at a smear of something sticky on the seat and remained standing. There's only one person in the world he cares about. Don't tell me he hasn't tried to contact you, I said. You want a bologna sandwich? We can still turn it around, but not if he hurts Buford. Buford was born with a mammy's pink finger up his butt. Let him get out of his own problems for a change. How about your father? Nobody will ever change Daddy's mind about anything. Her expression was turned inward, heated with an unrelieved anger. What did Buford do to you? I asked. Who said he did? I love the business I run, fighting with colored can recyclers, mopping out the John after winos use it. Tell Buford to drop by. I'll buy him a short dog. He said he didn't know you. Her eyes climbed into my face. He did? Wipe off the chair and sit down. I'll tell you a story about our new governor. She started to rewrap her sandwich, then she simply threw it in an oil barrel filled with smoldering boards. That evening, it was warm enough to eat supper in the backyard. You have to work in Lafayette tonight? Bootsy said. Worse. Buford has a breakfast there in the morning. I'll probably have to stay over. They're really making their point, aren't they? You better believe it. You mind if I come over? I think it's a swell idea. Oh, I forgot. Somebody left a letter in the mailbox with no stamp on it. Who put it in there? Baptiste said he saw a black man on a bicycle stop out on the road. It's on the dining room table. I went inside and came back out again. My name and address were printed in pencil in broken letters on the envelope. Bootsy watched my face while I read the note inside. It's from him, isn't it? I laid the sheet of Big Chief notebook paper on the picnic table so she could read it. I killed the 2 black boys in the tool bin 'cause they wouldn't let me be. But I still ain't to blame for the first one. Tell that bucket of shit done me all this grief, he ain't going to make Baton Rouge. You was good to me, so don't be standing betwixt me and a man that is about to burn in hell, which is where he should have been sent a long time ago. Yours truly, Aaron Jefferson Crown. He uses a funny phrase. He says he ain't to blame, rather than innocent, I said. He probably can't spell the word. No, I remember he always said I ain't did it. Forget the linguistics, Dave. Pay attention to the last sentence. I'm not going to let you take one for Buford LaRosa. It's not going to happen. You got that right. I'm going to have a talk with our friend Karen. Don't complicate it, Boots. She's a big girl. She can handle it. When the sheriff wants me off, he'll pull me off. Nice Freudian choice, Streak. Because that's what she's doing. Fucking this whole family. I still had a half hour before I had to drive to the Hotel Acadiana on the Vermilion River, where Buford and Karen were being hosted by a builders association. I sat at the picnic table and took apart my 1911 model U.S. Army .45 automatic that I'd bought for $25 in Saigon's Bring Cash Alley. It felt cool and heavy in my hand, and my fingers left delicate prints in the thin film of oil on the bluing. I ran the bore brush through the barrel, wiped the breech and the outside of the slide free of the burnt powder left from my last visit to the practice range, slid each hollow point round out of the magazine, oiled the spring, then replaced them one at a time until the 8th round snugged tight under my thumb. But guns and the sublimated fantasies that went along with cleaning them were facile alternatives for thinking through complexities. The main problem with this case lay in the fact that many of the players weren't professional criminals. Sabelle's story wasn't an unusual one. In small southern towns since antebellum times, the haves and the have-nots may have either despised or feared one another in daylight, but at night both sexual need and the imperious urge had a way of dissolving the social differences that were so easily defined in the morning hours. I say it wasn't an exceptional story, but that doesn't mean it is any less an indicator of the people we were. I just didn't know if it had a bearing on the case. He'd never really noticed her at New Iberia High. She'd been one grade behind him, one of those girls who wore a homemade tattoo on her hand and clothes from the dry goods section of the Five and Dime, and trailed rumors behind her that were too outrageous to be believed. She was arrested for shoplifting, then she left school in the 11th grade and became a waitress in the drive-in and bowling alley at the end of East Main. The summer of his graduation, he'd gone to the drive-in for beers in his metallic green Ford convertible with 3 other ball players after an American Legion game. He was unshowered, his face flushed with victory and the pink magic of the evening, his uniform grass-stained, his spikes clicking on the gravel when he walked to the service window and saw her wiping the moisture off a long-necked Jack's with her cupped hand. She leaned over the beer box and smiled and looked into his eyes and at the grin at the corner of his mouth and knew that he'd be back later. He drove his friends home and bathed and changed clothes and sat at one of the plank tables under the live oaks and drank beer and listened to the music that was piped from the jukebox into loudspeakers nailed in the tree limbs until she finally walked out in the humid glare of the electric lights at midnight and got into his car and reached over and blew his horn to say goodnight to the other waitresses who stood giggling behind the drive-in's glass window. He took no notice of her presumption and seemingly proprietary display. He even grinned good-naturedly. No one else was in the lot except an elderly Negro picking up trash and stuffing it in a gunny sack. They did it the first time on a back road by Lake Martin, in the way that she expected him to. On the back seat, the door open, his pants and belt around his ankles, his body trembling and awkward with his passion, his jaws already going slack and his voice a weak and hoarse whisper before he'd fully penetrated her. 3 nights later he went by her home, the Montgomery Ward brick house on the coulee, and convinced her to call in sick at work. This time they drove down the Teche toward Jeanneret, and did it in the caretaker's cottage of a plantation built on the bayou by West Indies slaves in 1790, which Buford's father had bought not because of its iron-scrolled verandas or oak-canopied circular drive or wisteria-entwined gazebos or the Minier balls drilled in its window frames by Yankee soldiers, but simply as a transitory real estate investment for which he wrote a check. As the summer passed, Buford and Sabelle's late-night routine became almost like that of an ordinary young couple who went steady or who were engaged or whose passion was so obviously pure in its heat and intensity that the discrepancy in their family background seemed irrelevant. In her mind, the summer had become a song that would have no end. She looked at calendar dates only as they indicated the span of her periods. The inept boy who had trembled on top of her that first night by Lake Martin, and who'd sat ashamed in the dark later, his pants still unbuttoned over his undershorts while she held his hand and assured him that it had been a fine moment for her, had gradually transformed into a confident lover, realizing with the exhalation of her breath, the touch of her hands in certain places, the motion of her hips, what gave her the most pleasure, until finally he knew all the right things to do without being told, and could make her come before he did and then a second time with him. His triangular back was corded with muscle, his buttocks small and hard under her palms, his mouth always gentle on her body. From the bed in the caretaker's cottage she could look down the corridor of oaks that gave on to the Teche, the limbs and moss and leaves swelling in the wind. And through the dark trunks she could see the moon catch on the water like a spray of silver coins, and it made her think of a picture she'd once seen in a children's book of biblical stories. The picture was titled The Gates of Eden. As a child she'd thought of it as a place of exodus and exclusion. Now, as she held Buford between her legs and pressed him deeper inside, she knew those gates were opening for her. But in August, he began to make excuses. He had to begin early training for the football season, to be asleep early, to go to Baton Rouge for his physical, to meet with coaches from Tulane and Ole Miss and the University of Texas who were still trying to lure him away from LSU. On the last Saturday of the month, a day that he'd told her he'd be in New Orleans, she saw his convertible parked outside Slick's Club in St. Martinville with 3 girls in it, sitting up on the sides drinking vodka Collins that a Negro waiter brought them from inside. She was in her father's car. One headlight was broken and the passenger window was taped over with cardboard and the body leaked rust at every seam. She drove around the block twice, her hands sweating on the wheel, her heart beating. Then she pulled up at an angle to the convertible and got out, her words like broken popsicle sticks in her throat. "What?" one of the girls said. "Where's Buford?" "You're with Buford, aren't you? This is his car," Sabelle said, but her voice was weak, apart from her, outside of her skin, somehow shameful. The girls looked at one another. "Buford the Beautiful?" one of them said. The 3 of them started to laugh, then looked back at her, fluttered their eyes, and blew their cigarette smoke at upward angles into the warm air. Then a huge red-headed crew-cut boy, his hair stiff as metal with butch wax, with whiskey-flushed cheeks in a golden-purple LSU T-shirt, erupted out the door of the club with someone behind him. The crew-cut boy, who'd been an all-state center at New Iberia High, took one look at Sabelle and turned, his grin as wide and obscene as a jack-o'-lantern's, and held up his palms to the person behind him, saying, "Whoa, buddy, not the time to go outside. Not unless you want the family jewels on her car aerial." She saw Buford's face in the neon light. Then it was gone. She couldn't remember driving home that night. She lay in the dark in her bedroom and listened to the frogs in the woods, to her father getting up to urinate, to her neighbor, a trash hauler, crushing tin cans in the bed of his truck. She watched an evangelist preacher on the black and white television set in her tiny living room. Then a movie about nuclear war. The movie made use of U.S. Army footage that showed the effects of radiation burns on living animals that had been left in pens 500 yards from an atomic explosion. As she listened to the bleating of the animals, she wanted everyone in the movie to die. No, that wasn't it. She believed for the first time she understood something about men that she'd never understood before. And she wanted to see a brilliant white light ripple across the sky outside her window, burn it away like black cellophane. Yes, a perfect white flame that could superheat the air, eat the water out of the bayou, and instantly wither a corridor of oaks that in the moonlight had become biblical gates in a children's book. But her anger and the relief it gave her melted away to fatigue. And when the dawn finally came, it was gray and wet, and the rain ran down inside the walls of the house. And when she heard the trash hauler's wife yelling at her children next door, then striking one of them with a belt viciously, the voice rising with each blow, Sybil knew that her future was as linear and as well-defined as the nail-heads protruding from the buckled linoleum at her feet. I hadn't watched the time. I went to get in my truck and head for Lafayette, but Bootsy's Toyota was parked behind me. I heard her open Elifair's bedroom window behind me. "Take my car," she said. "I can use the truck." "See you in Lafayette," I said. "What's your room number?" "I don't know. Ask at the desk." I backed out into the dirt road and looked once again at my truck parked in the opening of the old barn that we used as a garage. I almost went back and got it, but it had been running fine since I'd gotten it out of the shop. And I was running late. What a bitter line to remember.